Done.
Are you done?
That's the weirdest intro ever.
At least my note isn't on screen this time.
Well, good evening, everybody. It's another edition of Sci Strike's Movie Night, and you're probably wondering why I'm not Sci Strike. He really wanted to be here because he is. Sci Strike, hi.
Hello. Oh, nice to see you again, everyone. Seems like
Sci Strike, nice of you to show up.
Yeah. Well, I figured, wasn't doing anything else, and who am I kidding? I love being here. All right, well,
Masochist.
Yeah, I'm the only one. Go ahead, make it sound like it's just me. That's great.
Hey, Mr. Freya, what do you mean tomorrow it'll be 50 years? It's July 20th right now in the Eastern Time Zone.
And I kind of want to make a special announcement.
Okay.
Yes, dear.
50 years ago, we chose to go to the moon. Not because it was easy, but because it was hard.
Yay!
Honestly, hands up, hands together for Stanley Kubrick. Man, did he do that thing right?
Actually, by the end of this decade.
Oh my! This is amazing. I'm looking in the side chat, and everybody's wishing me a happy birthday. Thank you, guys.
That's all right. That's great. I don't have to do housekeeping now.
Oh, the hell you don't!
You know what? What?
The party isn't over yet.
All right. Well. All right. Well, that Diana's birthday. That's hardly housekeeping material anyway. That's news. All right. Big news today is Diana's birthday. Everybody wish Diana a happy birthday. Woohoo!
Happy birthday!
Happy birthday, Diana.
I thank you very much. Reminding me of how old I am.
Don't worry, I'm catching up.
Older than
You'll need a. So, are you saying that in order to make the candles fit, we have to make a birthday cake with a sidecar?
Well, the last time I tried to put candles on on my birthday cake, the damn cake collapsed in on itself and formed a black hole.
Oh my!
We need
the perfect birthday present for you this year is
candle.
So the perfect birthday present this year would be 10-inch aluminum tubes and some tennis balls.
There you go. Yeah, not a bad idea.
All right.
Oh, for the love of Saint Gulick. I'm looking back.
No.
We have a naked person.
Oh yeah, actually, I'm just noticing there's some nudity in the chat. I'm taking care of.
Okay, I was very confused for a few seconds there. Like what?
I can vouch for both of them.
Like I mean, that's one way to celebrate your birthday, but my God, that is something else.
Now, the amazing thing is that
Well, since we can't have our cameras on, already.
the landing needs The landing means more to me than my birthday.
Oh, Karis, if you did, we'd never know because we'd only see your nose anyway.
Oh my goodness.
Jeez, let the girl speak. The birthday girl, that is.
Yes. Birthday girl,
As a matter of fact, I probably will.
Any words of wisdom for us?
Kitsune gets a copyright strike by singing "Happy Birthday" to you.
You're not looking for words of wisdom out of me, are you?
You know what? You're right. That is silly because that's all we ever get. It would be.
Oh,
crap! Okay.
hey, doorknob head, you don't want to see me in a birthday suit party, okay? Maybe after I lose 70 pounds, but not until.
But that means that there's going to be less of you to be loved.
I'm just a very curvy.
No. This room is full of charmers. That's all I've gathered.
But what I think I will do, if nobody minds, is I think I will reach for the Glenfiddich.
Oh, what?
Did you see your reason for the... Oh, I thought you said colostomy bag.
Okay.
What the hell?
What the... Oh, well. Okay, fair.
All right.
Is that more than one shot today, right?
Oh, I hear that sound.
I know that sound.
It's bad when you can't identify the drink of the ring that the noise of the glass makes. So.
And at the price to replace this stuff, I'm not going to do another gin and Dr.
It will
Pepper.
depend on the remaining volumes.
All right. So.
Alrighty then. You never did, however, indicate that this was indeed housekeeping, did you?
That's because this is not housekeeping. This is big news. Don't do.
Okay.
You see, housekeeping is after the birthday party.
What? Yes, and the birthday party is a couple
There'd
hours.
be no point to doing housekeeping before the birthday party because the birthday party would mess it all up.
Yeah, that would be a useless waste of energy.
All right, fine. It's if this was gonna pain in the God damn it! All right, fine. Fine. Housekeeping. Yes, I'm going to take a tour of an Amazon fulfillment center because they're a major influencer in just in marketing in general and employment these days, and it's something we ought to know about. There, done with that. Okay, no more housekeeping.
All right. You know, Cy, you've got to come to the protest next year for the Ken Ham counter protest, and you need to wear that French maid outfit on the screen. You got to do that.
Well, you know what? It was 90 goddamn degrees out there, and the sun was beating down. That might be the thing to wear.
But still, think of it. You'll have to need a very visible 5 o'clock shadow, hairy legs, the whole 9 yards.
So just go then. Okay, all right, got it. Okay, I'm all set.
There's part of this you're not thinking about. If you're wearing that outfit, people are really gonna notice the protest.
Yes.
That's gonna get the
There you go. Exactly.
Yeah. I can see how that's gonna go.
In Kentucky, you might also end up getting a date.
No.
You're gonna get people rubbernecking.
No. The problem, I'm gonna call bullshit on that because Sidestrike is a very unique looking individual. He doesn't look like anybody's cousin, so he's safe.
Right, absolutely. No, Sidestrike is a big cutie. Okay, let's just have that out right now.
I see. All right. Well. Okay. Well, that was the big news of the day. Very important day, and. Let's see, and we have nothing else for housekeeping, so, all right. Well, thanks for coming, everybody. I'll see you next week.
Take care, everybody, and have a slice of cake on me.
Indeed. Hello.
Hello.
All right.
In the chat, Tekatron says that Psy in a French maid outfit would only be the second oddest thing.
That's great. All right.
You be kicked out of the arc there.
Yeah, could you not just the art? Could you imagine how that would go? I mean, the first person ever banned by the Tri-State Freethinkers.
You'd have to shave your leg.
I don't think there's any razor prepared for that adventure. Anyway,
Hey, I'll tell you what, Si. Why don't you use a depilator?
Or an angle grinder, or
They pull the hair
Trainer?
out of the legs.
Oh,
Those
that-
are really good.
That sounds awful.
It's like waxing without the wax.
That sounds awful too.
Oh yeah. Hey, I've lost a bet before. Yeah, I've had my whole body waxed. It is not fun.
Wait a minute.
I-
Bo.
Bikini area, Bo?
No, Bo.
Oh, the bikini area?
Whole body.
I said the whole body.
Okay, forget it. I'm going. No more
Whole
show.
body.
Just that I did not. No more show ever. No, I'm going.
Hey, it was an awesome
Scrotums
feeling.
are so delicate.
If you pay me, I'll shave your legs.
Did you say? Did you just say that was an awesome feeling?
Yeah,
The day
the
after, he
day
said.
after.
Oh, I
Day
thought.
after, it was an awesome feeling. It was weird walking around with my usual clothes on because it felt so clingy. Because there's no hair to keep to hold the jeans away from the skin. It was so weird.
Careful, Bo. That's how it starts.
All right. Welcome to movie night. Welcome to movie night live, the hair edition. Okay.
The lack of hair edition.
Lack of
It's
hair.
gonna get hairy.
All right. Now, as luck would have it,
Scheisse is, yeah.
we do have some stupid lined up. Let's see.
Oh my.
Yeah. I know. We've got moon landing, 50th anniversary of the biggest lie ever told. And that just makes me freaking angry. And that is from GTFOH show. Channel, that's 29 minutes long. We've got new uncovered document proves moon landing fraud from Bart Sabrel, 48 minutes. And we've got flat earth. We've got flat earth proof the moon landings were a hoax by Celebrate Truth, 16 minutes.
Oh, shit.
No 1,000% proof? Or
No, nothing of that sort.
Yeah,
So
and
you have 10,000% truth. Or proof.
this is definitely not a themed show tonight, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna be
gonna
honest.
throw my
The
piece
flat
in.
Earth, the flat Earth. What was it? 100% proof one, whatever that one is. That one's enticing me.
All right,
I'm
well,
going to throw my 2 cents in that I don't think that we should do the one that has the NASA document proves the moon landing was a hoax. That's 48 minutes long to present a document.
Yeah. Well, I wonder if it's like a Jaren thing to where there'd be no.
Well, what do you want,
There'd be no talk of a document until like.
Hi, Paul.
Yeah, thanks, Diana. Thanks.
Guys, we're going to bore the audience to death.
That you
Can we do something?
we probably should. All right, maybe we should move on to the.
Video.
We don't want to review my first video.
Everybody say hi to Paul.
Oh,
Hey, Paul.
hi, Paul.
Hey, Paul.
But so in reality, instead of doing the document one, that's boring as hell. We could just get Karis and Sean to read a phone book, and that'd be infinitely more entertaining.
In nose form or no?
I'll take the odd numbered letters.
I don't have any badges on. I'm getting
All right. Here is the wheel is up, and we have our 3 choices. Tornado, you have a little something to say at this point, usually, don't you?
Yes, I do. Wheel of
Oh my God, did I
misfortune.
actually say
Turn,
that?
turn, turn.
Yeah.
Show us the stupid that we should burn.
I love how the white one is almost GTFO.
I actually thought it was.
Yeah, Paul. Everybody did say happy birthday to me, and I am very
Now
thankful
let's
for
see
that.
who we land
What
on.
a hell of a way to die.
Up and there we go.
Way to
God
die.
damn it.
We have
Hey, I hear there's a guy that has a very punchable face.
Yes.
as it turns out, we have landed on new uncovered document proves moon landing
It's a very
fraud.
punchable name.
That's just my luck.
Hey,
Are we watching The
Nancy and Buzz
Simpsons?
Aldrin in here.
We're watching The Simpsons.
All right.
Nancy Cartwright, she's really cool.
Oh, you have to take yellow for it as well.
Poor woman.
Apologies to anybody in the audience who's named Bart.
All
I
right.
just offended every Bart out there.
All right. Let's get everything ready here.
Oh boy.
And here we go.
Cowabunga.
Everybody knows how this works.
I didn't know. I could
We play some really stupid stuff and like that.
Assume you have new viewers. Not everybody knows how this works.
All right. Well, I'll go over it. That's a good point. Okay, we're gonna roll some really stupid video, and anytime something comes up in the video that is so outlandishly stupid that it doesn't just beg, it demands a response. Anyone on the panel can buzz in and call drink, and then we stop the video, and that party and anyone else that wishes to comment on it will proceed to eviscerate whatever stupid has just been uttered. So that's how we do things.
And probably also look in the inside chat, because it's probably a good thing for people just to, get a grip on what this channel is actually about.
Yeah, and I should mention, if I do that, remember this layout was switched over from Zoom kind of in a hurry. I can't.
Yeah.
So is there something
this thing about science and beer, drinking. Sorry.
Yeah, it's a science show with
we have a special request from the chat.
Oh boy.
Doorknob head says, punch me, whip me, make me write bad checks. I can't read today.
Oh man, it's been a long time since I've heard that one. I worked with a guy who would say that all the time.
All right, so it's a new
and you can
document.
just guess where I was working.
Paul's already tipsy.
Oh my. All
Let's
right.
get on with the stupidity. It's
All right,
getting restless, I think.
Once again, I have removed the Svedka vodka from the freezer instead because I didn't feel like going out to buy beer. This is a mistake. I know this is a mistake. But
Progressive liberal in the chat is naked.
Oh, for God's sake!
No.
So nice if I can't go on cam.
Is there no decency in this
I'll
world?
be right over, Karis.
Oh my!
Come here, baby.
Ooh. Start spreading those rose
I'm gonna mute
petals.
now.
All right.
Oh God.
There we go. Let me fix this. Progressive liberal, don't run around naked anymore. Oh, look, a super chat from Ghostly Enigma. Tornado, it's not burn the stupid. We need to drop a few tons of tungsten rods on the stupid.
Oh,
all right. Well,
Tungsten rods. I get it.
all right.
Okay. This is not nice, but it's okay.
I play with control rods.
We'll discuss that.
Okay. Perhaps we should start with the.
Apologies. I'm already a few shots in.
And Sly is starting to sound a little bit, blushy, maybe.
All right.
I'm
we
going to
actually
have to redo the buzzer here because I screwed something up, but that's okay. It's not going to affect gameplay that I know of.
Actually, we already have one buzz preliminary. The voice of God apparently wishes to speak. Voice of God.
I was just buzzing to demonstrate how the buzzer works.
I see.
But it took you that long to figure it out.
All right. And Karis.
The voice of God has spoken.
Karis has buzzed.
I'm just pushing buttons.
You're just pushing buttons.
I got nothing to buzz.
Just yell buzz. We're good with that.
Yes, your buzz is in the bottom of your fourth drink.
Michelle says, Karis. Hi, Michelle.
Just go zzz.
No, not during the show.
I'll go.
That's awful. All right.
No, not the bees.
Who's holding my remote tonight?
That's what we meant, the bees. Okay.
I'll hold your remote.
You know what?
I'll hold more than the remote.
You know what? But before actually, but you know what? To gear us up for the stupid, let's have a little non-stupid. We did mention that, the 50th anniversary and all that sort of thing. Let us pay attention to some hopeful signs, like this little fellow here.
50 years ago, we went to the moon. We called it Apollo.
What many people don't know is that Apollo had a twin.
She was a woman named Artemis, goddess of the moon.
We are returning to the moon.
As a new generation of explorers.
This time to stay.
And to prepare to achieve humanity's next giant leap of sending the first human missions to Mars.
We believe our course will redefine what is possible.
That we would discover life-saving,
earth-changing science.
And that the challenges ahead will inspire generations.
This is our manifest.
For all who wondered if we could return.
For all who dreamed of pressing beyond.
This is your calling.
We go for all of America.
We go. We go as the Artemis generation.
We go.
There we go.
I need the right to fuck up.
I only hope that I live to see it.
Now I can tolerate any stupid because there is hope for a decent future. All right. Now,
with the more people we send to Mars, there's more hope.
Diana, we're with you.
Send all of the stupid people to Mars.
Alrighty.
That's a good idea. Send the stupid people to Mars so we don't have to worry about
You
them.
do realize that everybody would be trying to send everybody else.
Oh yeah. Let's let him screw up. Let's let him screw up a second planet. That's a good idea.
Yeah, exactly. That's a better point. We all go to Mars. We leave them on Earth.
Kitsune Cavalier, that was Gene Kranz at the beginning.
Let's see. I heard there was some more.
He was flight director.
Let's take.
Yeah, he was flight director for the landing.
All right, there we go.
Several launches, really.
I watched Apollo 13 a little while back for the first time.
Well, he was lead flight director for 13.
Super chat.
Super chat.
Indeed.
Copernicus Thinker says that vid was not approved by Flatards.
That's true. I forgot to seek approval. All right. Now that we've had a little inspiration, shall we move on to the stupid? Might as well.
Yes, please.
Yes.
All right.
Let's do it.
I'm with Jen Morgan on this. She says that vid gives me chills and makes me tearful. I love you, NASA.
Indeed, it is.
That awesomeness will keep us going.
Thank you, Karis.
For at least an hour.
Well, I have been a fan of the program ever since 20 February 1962. Glued to the television set, watching the Flight of Friendship 7. I was 4 years old.
I wasn't born.
And I'm jealous of you, Diana, being able to see that.
Yeah,
It was a marvelous time. I know there's a lot of folks in chats who weren't alive for all this, but for some of us who were alive then, all of our sense of patriotism is wrapped up in the space program.
Andy,
And
my goodness, Andy.
when we think about the space program, we don't think about just the achievements, but we think about all the people who died in the effort to make those achievements.
Indeed.
I would really...
It's a very strong emotion.
I wish I was able to play a audio clip from Flight Day 1 of Apollo 11 when Mike Collins and Charlie Duke were having a bit of a difference over P-23. Mike kept saying that the angles were all wrong. The angles were all wrong, and reticle was not tangent to the Earth. And everybody on the ground was telling him it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Mike actually lost his temper a little bit. Charlie said, "Yeah, everything's fine." He said, "I'll bet you a cup of coffee." And you could hear Charlie. You could hear the voice, "Copy." And it turned out the next day, Mike was right. And the guys on the ground are doing everything they could to not say it.
Super chat from Chris Cullen, $10. Thank you, Chris. If we send the stupid to Mars, then we'll have to raise the bar of stupid. Have you ever read So Long and Thanks for All the Fish? By the way, I saw the Apollo 11 launch live on TV. Fuck you, Chris.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chris.
Think of it this way. If the not necessarily flat Earth idiots, but other idiots go through with something really stupid, I can't remember if it's tomorrow or in a couple days, we'll have less idiots.
I really hope that stays the joke that it should be, and not
that it was originally.
Yeah, that's just silly. Anyway,
get a call from Fifth. It's a different story.
Okay, this has been pretty heavy these last few minutes.
All right. Well, that being the case, I'm really trying to come up with any excuse to not move on to the stupid, because from like now about 10 minutes back, this has been pretty damn inspirational, has it not?
Yeah.
In its way.
Yeah.
In its way.
All right.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yes.
He's here?
Sorry, here on my end. Never mind.
All right, here we go. Let the stupid come in.
I like Copernicus Thinker. Orphan Red was a crash test dummy in the splashdown part of Apollo.
I have a girl crush on Orphan Red.
Why?
Yeah, until she starts.
No, I think she's hot. I think she's hot.
Oh God!
Excuse me.
As
No.
long as she isn't talking, I think she's hot.
There was only one woman on
Super chat.
the internet that I will classify as hot.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the entire internet knows who that is.
I think we do too. And for the record, I like her. I like her mind as well.
There you go.
No, that's one of the reasons why I like Jerry Ryan.
Mrs.
He has
Nielsen.
a great mind too.
Mrs. Nielsen says, "Yeah, my first time here, and it's Diana's birthday."
Hey, perfect day to join. Welcome.
Hey, glad to have you.
Thoughts by
Glad to
Jay
have you,
Brown.
Mr. Nielsen.
Karis Crane just used duct tape on Orphan Red. I have to say, not unless you would ask.
Okay. All right then. Good.
She's so soft
And
and
with that-
squishy. She's so cute.
Good that we've cleared that up. Excellent. All right.
I'm willing to bet she has fake
Wait,
red hair.
come on, Katsune
I don't
Cavalier, are you telling my secrets? As if the entire internet doesn't know already.
Oh look! Michelle apologized in advance for us to Mrs. Nielsen. Thank you, Michelle.
Well,
You're sorry.
Kate has a very attractive edge to her. I like it.
All right.
And she is so easy to talk to. She really is.
She's a bit on the intimidating side, but she seems fun.
Yeah.
And Michelle, I do believe that the boss of Morten Nielsen, she is not a virgin on this channel. She has been here before. It's just a long time ago since we last saw her.
It is an honor to have you here, Mrs. Nielsen.
Indeed it is.
Yay!
All right. Yeah, we better move on with it. All right, so this is a new uncovered document proves moon landing fraud from Bart Sabrel. Okay, it's 40 minutes long. That means what, Thursday?
Would be, yes.
Yeah.
Just
All right.
like that.
Insert joke here about it taking us years and years to complete it.
All right. It's pretty standard.
We do not do this because it is easy. We do this because it is hard.
No,
And awesome.
All right, here we
We
go.
do this because it is necessary.
That is true. And here it comes.
That too.
And we're still sorry. We should just
Always.
we should just augment the drink counter in advance. What the hell is this?
Greetings,
I have
friends
no
and
idea.
countrymen. Welcome to Conspiracy Corner News.
Wait a minute. Hill, you buzzed? Nothing happened yet.
But that was from a while back. I was basically just gonna say to get to the stupid. I don't know how to unbuzz though.
There you go.
I don't know that there's a way to do that.
Super chat from
Oh my.
Travels. Bring on the stupid so that we can stand on its neck till the head pops like a zip. Oh my goodness.
That's perfect. All right. Here comes the stupid then, since that seems to be unavoidable. Here it is.
Episode 21. This is Bart Sabrel. Conspiracy Corner News briefly highlights the week's most significant and underreported news events throughout the world, focusing on special preparation for the difficult times ahead for all mankind. To help support the dozens of hours of research required each week to produce Conspiracy Corner, would you please be so kind as to consider making a regular PayPal donation of just $5 each month? I know last time I said $1, but PayPal took a third of it, so it's about as much as a nice cup of coffee. So what about $5? It's my favorite currency, and anyway, Lincoln's a good president. Allegedly, because the whole conspiracy behind that one, but we'll skip that. Simply click on Bart Sabrel here below the video, which takes you to my YouTube homepage.
This is.
Well, looks like I'm gonna have to widen the screen here.
This is not what we came here for.
Button.
Can I buy one skip, Alex?
All right.
At least.
All
This
right.
is just one commercial.
Here we go. Let's see. Here we'll pop up here and see if we're. There we go. Look, it went away. The bad thing went away. Here we go.
Is it Apollo?
I still see it
update?
on screen, actually.
Most of you know me or came to know me because of the Apollo moon conspiracy, which is not a theory; it's a fact. If you've seen the movie.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed.
There it is.
All right, Mr. Tornado, what have you to add? Go right ahead.
Bart, you do realize that multiple countries were tracking the Apollo craft and would have easily called NASA on their bullshit if they'd had any sort of inkling that it was fake. B, that the Soviets were actually watching with eagle eyes to see if we were actually going. And if they suspected even for one iota that we were faking it back on the ground, they would have called us on it. We have so many nations that would have jumped our ass if we had actually faked it. Not to mention, we didn't have the technology to fake it. If it would take more money to fake the Apollo mission than to actually land the damn craft on the moon. And even if they had hired Stanley Kubrick to actually fake the Apollo moon mission, then Stanley Kubrick would have said, all right, but I want it shot on location, which means they would have actually had to land on the moon anyway, rendering the entire faking of the moon mission pointless.
All right, then. And, thank
Well,
you.
then, does that pretty much sum it all up?
Let's see. Drunk Viking. Drunk Viking. Oh, we have a super chat. Oh, they move this screen out of the way so I can see it.
May want to handle that super chat first.
Indeed. Oh, Morton, thank you very much. Let's see. The stupid is a bit low. If you turn it down a bit more, we won't be able to hear it, and our sanity is saved. Okay, so shall it be. Muting the video.
Yeah.
All right.
Just sit here in silence for the next half hour.
In some cases, I mean, think back to were there not movie nights when that would have been preferable? All right, Drunk Viking. Drunk Viking, what have you got?
Yeah, okay. Also, I called it a drink, but it's not an extra one, unfortunately. Exactly to the letter and punctuation of what Tornado Pulse said, plus not just governments across the globe, thanks for that, buzzer, across the globe that were able to track and monitor not only the voice communications, but also the telemetry. There were also ham operators across the globe that weren't affiliated with any type of government, even anyone. NASA shills, flat earthers, non-NASA shills, everyday people, anyone could have listened in and tracked it. So yeah.
Quite true.
Well, not just could have, but many people actually did.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, funny that, yeah. So I will most definitely, when assuming that I have the equipment at that time, when they go back to the moon, I will do a serious attempt at least trying to track them or, receive some audio from them. So,
excellent.
And
all right.
Yeah.
We have a super chat from Cajun Crustacean. Is there a volume lower than mute?
We'll get to it.
That's a damn good question. All right. And let's see next. Let's hear from the Aussie. What do you got?
A slow buzzer.
Okay.
Slice here? Yeah.
So nothing to add, just buzzing.
Well, I didn't know if it was going to work, so I tested it, and then I don't know what the delay was like.
All right.
At least your hand isn't getting tired.
That works.
Maybe I'll just yell buzz and then press it.
Okay.
There you
go. All right. Next on the list, we have the Squirrel. Squirrel, what do you got?
Yeah, okay, brother Bart, you're no brother of mine for damn sure. I want you to define the following terms: theory and fact.
Excellent.
I want to know your definitions of those things. Oh, and to add to what Tornado Pelt said, there were actually people on the ground with standard everyday telescopes, once you can go pick up down at the mall, that were actually going through and tracking the S4B for Apollos 8, 10, 11, 12, so on and so on and so forth. In fact, there is actually somebody that managed to log the moment in which O2 tank number 2 exploded on Apollo 13. You could also track the command modules all the way to the moon and back by means of waste dumps. because that was actually more visible.
Classy.
It's interesting. Okay. Well, thank you. And next up, Lavender Lady, what have you to add?
Okay, and to go along with tracking the spacecraft between Earth and Moon, etc., I remember that the Cleveland Press published the VHF frequencies that the ham operators could tune to at least hear the air to ground, if not the ground to air. So it was out for the entire public to see, tune to this frequency, listen in, and I don't know how many did. It was many, much.
You can bet on it. That was prestige right there.
I mean, it's an event.
Yeah, I mean they were doing that, and all I could do was hold a microphone up to the speaker of a portable television. I was actually tape recording the CBS coverage of the mission all week, and unfortunately I lost those tapes, but it was amazing. It really was.
And also, I'll need Sai's help for this. He's not old enough to have done this himself, I think. I'm not sure, but I didn't mean that in a derogatory way, unfortunately. Otherwise, I would.
What do you mean, unfortunately? What are you talking about?
There was during a NASA mission. I'm not sure if it was Gemini or what. It certainly wasn't Apollo, but one of the missions from NASA into space where they were asking for ham radio operators to help them try and what was it? Yeah, locate, track, and relay the telemetry, and to try and get it booted up again. I think it was a probe or a satellite. I just can't remember which one it was.
I actually do not remember that.
No, I think they were successful, but I just can't remember right now.
If I might add one more thing.
Okay.
Tornado has been waiting for a while.
It's my turn.
I need to answer. Make sure that Kitsune here, that Kits gets his answer. The S4B was indeed the third stage. It was used for translunar injection, storage of the lunar module, and holding the lunar module while they did transposition and docking by means of a fairing that came away.
Yeah.
Also, they used the S4B stages to work experiments, tectonic experiments.
Yeah, but that would not have been 11. Yeah, I think the first time they would have done that would have been 12.
They were used as lunar impactors.
Yeah.
Don't forget use of the buzzer, guys.
Indeed.
I have something to add for Squirrel.
Okay, go ahead, Tornado.
You know, it's almost as if people can watch a spaceship taking off and traveling to the moon using a telescope. Who would have thought?
Almost.
Nice.
Alrighty. That's it for the list. Does anybody else have something to add at this point?
Not
yeah,
at the
I buzzed
moment.
in.
Oh, I don't. Odd. I don't see it. I don't see it on the
I
buzzer.
did.
Well,
I
you know what? I'm just going to say it's there, even though I don't see it. And you're up.
Let's keep in mind that the guy who's putting together this video is the same guy who got punched in the face by Buzz Aldrin for insulting him by accusing him of never walking on the moon.
Yep.
Yeah.
And that should have
Buzz
been
was not happy that day.
Yeah, that should have been recorded in perfect high definition 3D video.
Well, it was recorded, but it wasn't in perfect high def.
No, and it was someone was shadowing it. And, yeah.
Well, before we move on, we should all say hi to Natya, who is clearly visible in the public chat. Hi, Natya!
Hi, Natya!
Hi, Natya! Yay! Upside down, sweetie.
Indeed. All right.
Also internal chat.
Can't help you.
There's something in the internal chat for all you guys, because Kitsune asked me to correct something.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, you all look. I'm not gonna. If I need to know, somebody.
Already looked. Did not know.
Kitsune's a girl.
I apologize.
Somebody.
Kitsune, I apologize if I've misgendered. Give me a little bit of time to adjust, please.
Alrighty. And let us continue, I guess. Here we go.
Boy.
Yeah, I know, but we got
Must
it.
we?
Yeah, kinda. All right. Oh, physicist. We have a saying in Hebrew: "The genius in their silence." All right, here we go. It's too bad we can't engage in that kind of genius from this fine fellow. Here we go.
And if we get into the details today of newly discovered evidence, I was well known for producing the film A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, as well as Astronauts Gone Wild with the infamous punch I received from Buzz Aldrin.
There we go.
Oh, that was this asshole?
Yeah.
All right, Tornado. What have you to add?
Yeah. I also seem to remember a funny thing happened on Buzz Aldrin's fist's way to your face.
Indeed. All right, and moving on.
I'm kind of lead up to it. Is this newly discovered document from 1958 that basically scientifically states from a high-ranking NASA scientist.
A scientist, yeah.
There's a particular circumstance that basically shows that the moon missions could not have happened, did not happen in 1969 through 72, and still cannot happen today.
Drink.
Okay, all right. Let us augment the encounter. And Drunk Viking, you were up first. What do you got?
Yeah. When did he claim this to have been found? This document thing there.
Well, I heard him say the document was dated 1958. Now,
yeah,
there's a little
about
bit
that.
of stuff going on there. Yeah.
Yeah, about that. What was the very last thing he said?
I was trying to ignore it.
Or that the moon landing could not have happened and could not happen in the future?
Yeah, no, well, back he said more something like it couldn't happen then and not today. The report or document or whatever told us that scientifically. Lord Crockersquirrel, I do believe you have one of your favorite sayings that is needed right now. Could you please indulge us?
Citation fucking needed.
Yay!
Oh.
I'll give you one better. I do actually, believe it or not, the document he's referring to does actually exist and does make statements something to that regard. However, it was also based on technology as it existed that afternoon. and took into no account took into no level of account what would actually come about over the following several years.
Indeed.
Therefore, that information was outdated before the Gemini program started.
Yeah, but it's still totally scientific, right?
Of course.
Oh no.
All sciencey.
If I remember correctly, that was some engineer that told some stupid administrator that was not thrilled with the idea of moving away from aerospace, that it was going to be difficult to manage.
But
no less.
But this guy said it was scientific and stuff.
No. We're talking about lying. We're talking about an engineer that was saying, "Hey, no, we can't do this." Blah 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 blah. Administrator took it, rewrote it in his own words, and then passed it up to Kane before Kennedy had a chance to even be elected.
All right, and moving on to.
Actually, I like that. There's tech in the live chat says I have a document from the 1500s that said therefore planes are fake. It's exactly that's further parts of the entire document. Again, Mr. Bart, let's have something a little more recent. Citation fucking needed.
Okay.
I would actually like to see the date the date that was on that document, because if it's before October of 1958, it wasn't from NASA.
Yeah, I'm sure he put it in the video description of his video.
Of course he did. Yeah,
indeed.
Actually, it was. was not NASA, it was NACA.
Right.
Oh,
the National Advisory Committee on Aeronautics. Yeah.
Damn it. Is it the NASA employee admits radiation belts prohibit manned moon travel? And yes, I'm reading the video description of this.
Okay, we'll wait.
I believe that is the correct document, yes.
I'm lying with the "we'll wait," by the way.
Okay.
I'll just look into it and see how much it lies about that.
Okay, and so you know what? How about so that we don't kind of interrupt the flow? Let's talk about you looking it up while we do this.
There we go.
Yes, I am now hovering my cursor over the hyperlink. I'm pressing the control key and then I'm going to click.
Okay.
The article.
Okay, well, just
don't be more technical. Is this a right click, a left click, or a middle click?
Oh, I'm so sorry. It's a left click.
Okay, good.
All right.
And I'm using one of the two buttons available to me on my laptop.
Tornado's next on the list. He's going to get mad at us. You know that. If we don't let him say his thing, he's going to get mad at us.
And by the way, as you know,
Bo doesn't care.
For mouse thing, I'm using this is a Lenovo computer, so I'm using this red thing, also called a clitoris in some cases. Yeah.
It's a nubbin.
Wait, what?
In any case, it is Tornado's turn. Let us see what Tornado has to add.
Sorry.
Okay.
Well, first of all, I accidentally spilled tea all over myself.
This is what you buzzed in for?
Hey, Bart. I hear there's this thing. It's called evidence. First up, learn what evidence is. Second up, get some.
That would help. All right.
Evidence?
Quickly, if I may, Copernicus Thinker, that was the International Geophysical Year. Iggy ran 1 July 1957 to 31 December 1958. So the International Geophysical Year was actually a year and a half.
Alrighty. Let us move on. Who is next? Okay. Didn't we used to have a rule about you have to use your real names in a buzzer? Eye Candy. What have you to add?
Well, I don't remember putting that name in for myself.
No, it's fine. I did, obviously. Basically, I was just basically just reiterating what Squirrel said, which is basically, you have a person in the 50s commenting on what is not even conceivable or not even possible in a decade's time, which is obviously just, unless what he's saying is literally undebunkable, there's nothing which can be done about it. There's, I don't know, the firmament is getting in the way of the moon or something. Unless it's something like that, of course, it's possible. Just because some person says, "Oh yeah, this thing, yeah, of course that's not possible." There's things which aren't possible today, which we don't think are possible today, but which we'll do in the future. That's just that's the very nature of science and technology. It's constantly improving and advancing upon itself, such that, obviously, if you ask someone, say 2,000 years ago, if humans could, fly through the air for a few hours and end up across a different side of the planet, they think you were insane. But that's something that people do on a daily basis. Obviously, just asking one person, "Oh, is this thing possible now?" Then obviously that's not going to give an accurate representation of what will be possible in the future.
I would tend to even Kennedy in Kennedy's speech, he made reference to not materials. What was it? Alloys that have not yet been invented.
That is correct.
That's exactly the case. It's that we're going to need to do new things to accomplish this. So, all right, very good.
We choose to go to the moon not because it is easy, but because it is hard.
Now, we do realize that it can be hard for many people to understand the fact that, yes, we had the ability to do this stuff, go to the moon back in the day where we used, not valves, vacuum tubes. And there's a reason why we can't, by using the technology that we have today, just go ahead and do it, because they are more sensitive. This sounds counterintuitive for those not in the know.
Oh, you were speaking American.
Yeah, I know. I had to bite my tongue while doing that.
Bo said vacuum tubes instead of valves. I'm honored. All right.
I would like to offer a correction.
What is going on in the side chat?
The correct quote is We choose to go to the moon and do the other things,
Mm-hmm.
not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Mm-hmm.
And the interesting thing is that Kennedy never specified what those other things
Yes,
were.
we will do the moon and also those other things.
Yeah.
What, like Bay
I
of
think there
Pigs?
was something he was supposed to have read and he didn't.
Bay of Pigs? What?
And Chris Kelly went and looked up the actual speech.
Okay. And
I
oddly
used to have
enough,
the speech hanging on my wall, but unfortunately my wall is concrete block now, and it's hard to hang a picture.
I actually used to have a framed copy of that speech somewhere, but
It depends on what
Again.
kind of drill bit you have.
Indeed.
Well,
all right, and
actually,
Squirrel
Don't get me started about drilling, Karen.
Squirrel is up next.
The girls gotta
actually,
have
Squirrel was given leave by Bowden to make his statements as he intended.
Oh, okay. All right, then.
At my buzzer now. I'm good.
All right, nobody else on the list. We will unfortunately move on. Here we go.
Oh, man. We have to.
Can we just talk about what Mark Beiser misquoted in the live chat? I'm sure he didn't do it on purpose, but he said that, and this is a very well misknown fact, because it's not really one, that NASA invented Velcro. It's not actually.
It's not
correct.
true. No.
They did not.
Velcro.
It was in. Yeah, it was an Austrian in the 1940s, I think it was. So, but
And
I
the
mean,
patent was
they have
stolen
done
from
a
him.
lot of stuff. Sorry.
The technique was stolen from him.
Hmm.
Patent right out from under him.
Yeah, but
He died penniless.
yeah. Oh, I did that one. I didn't know. But then again, he quote stole it unquote from nature.
Mm-hmm.
But okay. As we try to not watch more of this the idiot's video, I'll conjure up the more complete, not complete, but more complete list of what NASA has graced us all with.
I want to watch
to make it
Orphanage.
right better.
How
All
about we
right.
start with the integrated circuit?
How about we start the video? How about we start the video? Let's do that instead.
That's an idea.
No, Strike. Strike. We already started the video. We might just choose to pause it indefinitely.
We always have that choice. At any time, we could say, we'll go back to this one on, let's see, the 3rd of frickin' never. All right, moving on.
There you are.
No, Sai, it will be the 32nd of February.
Gotcha. All right, moving on. Magic words have been issued. Here we go.
But here are the points I wanted to make. Charles Lindbergh flew across the Atlantic in 1927.
Okay.
Good for him.
And aircraft was pretty new back then. Another interesting point here is he's in the Mason. We could go into that, couldn't we? 32nd degree. Ooh, look at that.
Oh, no.
And,
Frank! You're not doing that, are you?
Apparently we are.
Frank.
All right, and Eye Candy, you're up first.
Let's all try and keep this one brief. Obviously, a triangle doesn't mean he's a Freemason, and just because he's a Freemason doesn't mean he I don't know, is evil. I don't know what exactly he's getting at, but obviously that's not what whatever he's thinking, that's not what that means.
Well, the Freemasons are aligned with the Illuminati. Didn't you know that?
Indeed.
Well, of course I knew
they
that. I'm trying to
invented the
keep
Bermuda Triangle, too.
Hey, look, I'm trying to keep my job here, okay? Okay.
Super chat. Super chat from Chris Kelly, $5. But NASA did invent Tang.
Actually, they didn't.
And I drank the shit out of that.
No,
they didn't. They didn't.
No.
Okay, I was just.
It was
reading
an
the
off-the-shelf product.
All right.
I'm only the
That's
messenger.
fact.
Okay, and on to Tornado. Tornado, enlighten us.
Okay, so who here wants to know the actual definition of Freemason? Hint, it doesn't mean evil Illuminati person in control of everything.
Okay.
No, in fact, the definition, I'm going to break it down into its 2 component words, free and mason. Definition for free, not under the control of a or in the power of another, so not enslaved. Mason, meaning stone worker. He thinks, Bart here thinks that the world is under the control of a bunch of stone layers.
Yeah, but think about this, Tornado. Who do you think wrote those definitions, huh?
All right.
Here I thought
Hey.
Freemason was
If I
about
was-
getting
if
your
I was-
house fixed for free.
If I was to try to dominate the world, I'd also want everybody to think I am equally harmless, and therefore I'd come up with a very cute, fluffy name for myself.
Aha. All right. Let's see what
Like Karis.
let's see what Squirrel has to add, shall we? Squirrel.
Squirrel, wake up.
Wake up, Squirrel.
Okay,
Wow.
muted mic. Sorry about that. Okay, I'm gonna go right. I'm gonna dive right into the center of this so-called argument. The first aircraft, as most of us know, was flown by the Wright brothers in 1903, or at least the aircraft of that type.
Damn right.
Powered flight for humans. By 1914, we had easy enough access to sufficient air power to create a thing called air superiority in World War One. What a concept! By the time World War II was over, or World War One was over, we had access to the materials, to not only better materials, better fuels, better engines, etc., to make the Spirit of St. Louis even freaking possible, which would, of course, be the aircraft that Lindbergh flew, and everything went up exponentially from there in accordance with Moore's law. Most of the really weird contraptions that you found were designs that came about in between 1910 and about 1920, 25 or so. But yeah, the evolution of the aircraft was incredibly rapid. Okay, you're gonna make that argument, dude. You better have something really spiffy to back it up, because I can send you to we can send you to the Museum of Flight, and you will see all sorts of fun shit.
Alrighty. Well, that's everybody on the list, and y'all know what we should do now.
Oh no!
I was gonna say, I was gonna say, all say goodnight and go off to sleep. What did you think I was gonna say?
Oh, that's better. That's better.
All right, here we go. Moving on. I was
Where to get
Here's the newspaper. If you're into the Masons and all the Illuminati stuff, they're always into the number 33.
Oh,
Look
Jesus.
at this.
No.
He traveled from Paris.
You know, I live right off of Route 33. All right, Tornado, what do you got?
Because, again, anyone who's a Freemason must be evil instead of a not enslaved stoneworker.
Indeed. Damn baby eaters. Hi, Candy, what do you got?
Was like, does he think that this guy was like, he was traveling along and then, he was gonna get there in like 30 hours? He's like, you know what I'm gonna do? And then he just like drove around, he like flew around in a circle for a little while until it was 33 hours.
I'm gonna circle the runway.
He's like, and I was just going, oh, and here he comes. Inverse, like, oh, and there he goes again. Oh, he's coming. He's gonna make his historic. Oh no, right, give it a minute. Like, or do you think that maybe, just maybe, it's a bit more likely that that's just the amount of time it took him.
Time for a Sean Huffer quote right here.
Yeah.
If he's still alive.
I doubt it.
They may shut up.
All right. And
How savage has changed the subject.
Also,
I'd love to hear John.
Also, 33 and a half isn't 33.
No, it's not.
It should be, like, it would have made sense if he at least had 33 and a third hours, but no, it's 33 and a half.
Yes, if it was
the number on his hat was 32 anyway.
If it was 33 and a third, it would have been some kind of record.
Is Sean still in?
Yes,
well, actually, 33 and a half hours would be 33:30.
33:50.
No.
There's 60 minutes in an hour, sweetness. No,
Yep, but
get wrecked.
Get wrecked. Okay. Well, get wrecked. I'm a good.
And yet we haven't heard Sean's voice here.
Yes. I'm talking. You guys keep talking over me. Because you guys have a problem of never shutting up.
Yeah, I noticed that.
Just saying. Some people make stuff up. Some people just never shut up.
There you are.
All right. To clean things up for the rest of the show, maybe we should restate the you didn't buzz and you weren't called on. Quiet. If other rule, what? Yeah, indeed. Or if someone
Ignore it.
ignored.
No, I buzzed by mistake.
Good enough. Or if someone asks if you haven't buzzed and been called on, clam up. Haha. Anyway, clam up. Or the exception to that would be if someone asks, like, say, I buzzed, which I can't, but if I did, and I say, oh, Squirrel, what do you think about this? Then, of course, by all means, respond. Let's see. Last rule, if you hear even the slightest utterance from Karis, clam up. She's calling.
Agreed.
All right. Okay. Let's see.
Sorry, I buzzed.
Yep. So I see you right there.
I am buzzed.
Oh my! All right. Did we? First, we had Squirrel up. Squirrel, you got anything?
Actually, I was going to ask that you turn Bart up. I'm having a hard time hearing you.
All right. I'll see what I can do about that. We're at max volume from the original video, but I can augment that. While that happens, why don't we see what the Aussie has to add?
I'd just like to add that you made a perfectly good joke there earlier, and no one responded or acknowledged it.
I did notice
clam
that.
was fucking hilarious.
No, not the clam one. That was 30. God damn it! Now,
all right, here we go with the clams. Now we're talking.
It is conceivable.
It's officially movie night now.
It is conceivable that no one actually heard. Now, is it that nobody heard the joke, or that it was too stupid to respond to?
I heard it perfectly, and then no one just totally ignored.
All right. You know what? I'll do it again.
I appear to have missed it.
I'll do it again. We'll see if anybody responds. This was 33 and a half hours, the trip. If it was 33 and a third, it would be some kind of record. There we go.
Boo, get off the stage.
Boo, when you touch the record.
Where's my tomato?
Moving it.
All right.
Hold your head up.
Moving on. All right, clearing the board. Board is cleared. Moving on.
And 33 and a half hours. He was the first person to fly solo, not across the Atlantic, but specifically from New York to Paris as part of a contest, and that's how he became famous. Now, if you add 60 years to 1927, you come up with 1980.
Drink.
And I didn't even make a point yet.
I'm sure it's not coming. All right, Eye Candy, what do you got?
So if you take 33 and add the number of revolutions that he has made in his lifetime around the sun and divide it by the amount of brain cells he has, fuck your numerology bullshit. Like, this is all just like if you add some arbitrary numbers and then omit other arbitrary numbers, you get some other arbitrary number that you've picked arbitrarily. Congratulations, you've confirmed your own conspiracy through your own numerology bullshit. It means nothing. It means less than zodiacs.
There you go.
Maybe he has misread the instructions for making homeopathic medicine.
You could use some, to be honest, there, Bo.
From the chat,
Yes.
Pelagius said if Lindbergh was going to Karis, there'd be no sleep on the way, and I can confirm.
Aha.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's see.
We should talk to Shannon about that.
Let us see what Tornado
He
has to
said
add.
Lindbergh.
Tornado, what do you got?
Well, here's the thing. With technology, the more technology you have to build off of, the faster things are going to change. I mean, if we think about it, back in the 1700s, we were barely going through the Industrial Revolution. It took even longer to get from agriculture to actual metals, and it took a shorter time to get from bronze to iron, and then a shorter time to get from iron to steel, and even shorter and shorter. So the more technology you have to start with, the faster you're going to be able to build off that technology to make more technology and do it better. So over time, the amount of technology that you're going to be able to make accelerates. So if you think about it, some of the first computers we had back in the 40s, they were mechanical computers like the bomb from the person known as Alan Turing. Alan Turing actually developed the thing that helped decode the Enigma machine. It was a mechanical computer, but then 40 years later, the first video games started coming out. Like, we're talking Pong, unfortunately Atari ZT, which actually was responsible for the video game crash of the 1980s. We also had Mario and things of that nature. And
Why are we
then
talking about gaming?
no, I'm giving you an example. And then in 1990, we started getting computerish polygons to actually start making 3D-ish games. And then we started getting full 3D, and now look what we have now. So it took 40 years to get from the first mechanical computer to the first computer that was able to play video games. And then it took only 20 years to get from the first computer to play video games to the first 3D video games. And then it only took 10 to get to fully 3D computers and things to actually be able to play video games that were much more powerful and much more massive.
Metal Jacket says, and now we have Fortnite.
Hold on.
If you guys have ever watched me play Fortnite, I kind of shoot the ceiling.
So, in terms of technology, again, if you have technology to build off of, you can build off that technology to make better technology, and the list goes on and on.
Yes.
The more,
quite true.
The more you have, the faster you can build new stuff, like airplanes to rockets.
Indeed. All right. And let us see what the Aussie has to add. What do you got?
The Aussie?
Indeed. We've got one of those.
Oh. Well, since he's taking his time, I was going to jump through real quick.
Okay.
Not only was the list going on and on, but so was that diatribe.
All right. And since Terry seems to have stepped away from the mic, let's see what Squirrel has to add.
All right. Tornado, take your drink.
Not much still here.
Your point is taken. However, your history is boned. First off, the earliest mechanical computers came out of the early 1900s. Alan Turing managed to perfect that in the early 1940s, and the first video game was a thing called Tennis for Two in 1958. It was done with an oscilloscope. Thank you, and have a nice day.
All right.
You kicked it all the way forward into the 1980s, and I was playing video games back in the mid 1970s. If you look at
my history was off.
If you look at a copy of Asteroids, the original copyright date on that was from 1976. And we had games older than that because there were arcades of this type before that. Okay, I'm done. Take a fork in me. Take a grand.
All right.
Now I'm going to remember what I was going to say.
Terry, tell you what, Terry, and only Terry. Say anything other than games. You're golden. You're my new favorite person.
Okay, now back on that theme of the 33 1/3 hours for that record. Now, obviously, he was flying solo from point to point. Now, if he didn't fly so low, he would have done the hours in longer time, wouldn't he?
That's true. That's quite true.
Time zone? Yeah. You know what? That joke's getting a golf clap from me. I don't know if you can hear it, but golf clap.
You waited all that time just for that. Okay.
No, it was worth it. It was worth it. And, oh, look, Super Jet. Super Jet from Hill. Clam. Great. All right. And let's see.
Lord. Clam.
Next on the list, we have Jen. Jen, enlighten us.
Pass. What Sean said.
Okay. And oddly enough, voice of God, please speak to us.
I've already jumped in with what I had to say.
God damn it. All right. Resetting the buzzer. And Sean, I'm waiting for you to damn it. You have not done so. So we'll move on.
You can guess during that 60 years, there had been a lot of technological progress. For example,
He's drunk.
when he first flew across the Atlantic, though he had a single-wing aircraft, This is
So?
kind of the most advanced aircraft at the time of 1927. A lot of them used biplanes because the engines were fairly slow and they needed the extra lift. And then within 60 years, we have, in fact, they're only 50 years, but 60 years later, we had the 747s. And I don't know if you've ever been in one. I have. It's just humongous. It's like 3 or 4 two-story houses, and the volume contained therein getting off of the ground. I have a brother-in-law who works for Boeing, designing landing gear for the.
And don't forget, don't forget these all run on compressed air. All right, we have a.
They run on kangaroos.
Well, this one, yes, of course. We have a buzz in from iCandy. What do you got?
Yeah, dude, it's a fucking plane. Get to a point.
There's no point. What are you even talking about? That's crazy.
Yeah, this is in fact a plane, and it in fact takes up a certain amount of space in space and has a particular height. Like, yeah, dude, good for that particular plane. Now, like, what's your point?
How does this
Why should I care?
And isn't it supposed to be about a document?
Yeah, isn't it supposed to be about the moon?
All right. Well, let's see what Squirrel has to add. Squirrel, what do you got?
Hell, to answer the question about where his plane is, he'd like to believe it's in his pants. It's actually on top of his head, and none of this has anything to do with anything else. The dude has apparently gone brainless. He's announced his document. We ran him through the shredder for it, and now we've got nothing.
Also,
and
like,
probably won't for another 20 minutes.
This is more presentational, but dude, like, invest in a slideshow. Don't like have a series of images on other tabs that you like bring into frame.
Yeah, well, actually, you don't even need to do that because that particular piece of software actually has little clickies that he can use. It's got little clicky arrows on either side, so he can just change it.
No, we've already established he can't use the clicky arrows because arrows have points, whereas he clearly does not.
All right. Let us.
Okay, we're good.
Let us move on to the voice of God.
Did I not make the prediction that this 48-minute video would wait until about the 40-minute mark before he actually produced any kind of documentation?
So you mean he's going to Jaren us?
He's going to Jaren, isn't it? Yes, big time.
All right. Very good. Well, let's move on. Get closer to that point. Here we go.
747, or at least he used to. And he says he can't even understand how the thing gets off the ground. In fact, interesting side note.
Tornado, please proceed.
Okay, I'm going to introduce you to this awesome concept known as lift. To get lift, you can either increase your angle of attack, as in pitch the plane up to increase lift under the wings, or you can build up speed and maintain that speed using things called engines to provide thrust.
With compressed air.
With a constant thrust, you can actually counteract drag, which, if you don't have constant thrust, drag will make your aircraft.
I'm sorry, I was
slow
AFK.
down.
I heard somebody say thrust. What?
Yeah. There's a new word for the chat. There's a new word for the chat. Thrust. Go ahead, Tornado.
But still,
we all know how airplanes work.
Go ahead, Tornado.
Yeah, if you don't have a large enough amount of thrust, your plane will eventually slow down due to drag, and this will make your plane lose lift to the point where it can no longer counteract the force of gravity, and thus it hits the deck. You have to have all 4 forces in equilibrium, lift to gravity, thrust to drag, in order to maintain
lift.
Again, to maintain a constant altitude.
What about
that's how you get a plane off the ground.
All right. Well, that is quite accurate, Tornado. And let us see what iCandy has to add.
This is just that, he's saying, oh, this one particular person, he doesn't understand how something so, this plane, how it's able to take off the ground. Well, that's, like, if someone whose job it is to do, like, be an aerospace engineer, I bet they fucking understand it because they built the goddamn thing.
Probably.
Congratulations. You have achieved argument from ignorance levels of ignorance.
Indeed.
That's an achievement in of itself. You're so ignorant that you've rewarded yourself the ability that you now don't know how things work, and you can loudly proclaim that you don't know how things work.
With pride. That's the weird thing.
With pride, of all things.
Alrighty. And let us see who is next. Squirrel! Squirrel, what do you got?
Okay, let's run this down. It takes a mechanical engineer to build brakes, wheel systems, and other such things. It takes an aerospace engineer to understand how a wing works.
The chat
in
is talking
detail.
about friends.
And as a result, the idea that the guy that's making the wheels and the brakes and the other such similar things, hydraulics, wouldn't necessarily know how the hell a wing actually functions. Therefore, your argument from authority is of absolutely no value to begin with, and as a result, you and your brother-in-law are not even wrong. Also, as a side note, just a quick side note, I promise I'll shut up after this.
You promise?
If you put heavy enough engines on anything, you can get it to fly, including a brick shithouse with stubby wings that wouldn't do a damn bit of good anyway. The F4 Phantom immediately comes to mind.
All right. Let us move down the list to Drunk Viking. What do you got?
Yeah, in an extension to that, I am by no means whatsoever an aviation engineer or a mechanic or anything like that. But I do have some nerd knowledge. But still, I'm not an engineer. But still, I was, not anymore, but I was able to fly and indeed control a radio-controlled helicopter back in the day. It's fucking hard if you want to fly it slowly, especially if when taking off and landing, especially the taking off part. But it is possible to do without, being an aviation engineer. And by the way, just for the nerd stuff, Smarter Every Day. I can't remember who did it, but somebody put out a link. Yeah, Metal Jacket at minute 18 in the live chat put out an awesome video of his Smarter Every Day about how helicopters work into the live chat. He put a link to it. Everybody should watch it. It's really cool.
Indeed.
Yeah, they do the spinny and the uppy.
Yes, exactly that.
Well, that is if you want to go forward, the blade, the angle at which the blade of the helicopter's main rotors move in that direction, so to speak, is 90 degrees off of that particular direction. And the rotation of those rotors is also the reason of the maximum theoretical speed of a helicopter being slightly below the speed of sound, because of one side of the helicopter goes faster than the other side, literally, as in the rotors.
Indeed. Alrighty.
If I can jump in here real quick.
By all means.
There's something going on in the live chat that is really getting kind of strange. But I want to call out Crypto real quick. He misspelled the word Harry.
It's not strange if you know its origin.
And Harry pressed for the Order of the Beggars.
That's quite normal in the side chat, actually.
Pretty much.
The chat is wonderful. I love them all.
Yes, we gave them a
And
new
you know
word.
what?
Paris is an instigator. We know this.
Crypto still misspelled the word Harry in that context.
Instigate. I would never.
All right. And let us clear the list.
When you say it like that, I can't help but believe you.
Right?
All right. Well.
What? In which date? I'm not sure. What?
Okay.
Never mind.
Hold your head up.
I'm not entirely sure. I think I mentioned something about buzzing and calling in, being called on or something like that before.
Hold your head up.
Yeah, moving on. Here we go.
About Apollo. The Apollo missions, which were the most complicated flight in the entire history of aviation, were also the only first tried...
Super chat.
Oh,
what's this one?
Size a bit.
Ghostly Enigma. Let's see. More stupidity now, or a rod of God, Karis? I don't even know what that means.
What?
All right, moving on.
I could take a
I
couple
don't
guesses.
remember,
craft
but I
in
like
the entire
it.
history of aviation that worked on the very first occasion. So not only is it the most complicated mission ever attempted, the lunar module had
kitsune.
never
The
been flown,
kitsune.
and it worked completely perfectly. That has never happened
All right,
before
drink.
in the entire history of aviation.
Yeah, big drink.
Oh, okay.
Your mission is waffle gold.
All right. Let us.
Kitsune says, super chat us, interrupt us.
Yes, indeed. Karis, you had buzzed. Was it just for that? Was it for that, or do you have some additional?
That was my buzz.
Okay, very good. Eye candy. What do you got?
I mean, I'm pretty sure everyone's going to say the same thing here, but I suppose it's just that obviously, I think we're all very aware of the fact that spaceflight wasn't something that got right on the first try. There were some obvious and tragic setbacks, and miscalculations and mistakes that were made. Like obviously, spaceflight is what was it Scott Manley always says is that something like it's something along the lines of is that the way forward is not always, especially when it comes to stuff like space travel. It's not easy. It's not intuitive. It's not something that you get right on the first try. And there's experience of that in not even just in America's history of examples of that. And this shouldn't even need to be said, quite frankly.
Yeah. Thanks, Darren. To the point. Check your staging. Only Kerbal nerds know that one.
All righty. Squirrel, what have you to add?
Okay. Let's unpack this. Works perfectly for the first attempt. Ask Robert Goddard about that. He managed to squirrel it up several times before he got anything even off the freaking ground, and he still and he only just barely managed to do that. The flip side of this is we had an unknown number of V1 and V2 rockets that were obliterated on launch pads in Germany during the Second World War, and actually in some cases a bit before that. The rocket club that made those weapons had already gone through a horrifying number of failure states. The Soviets, I couldn't tell you how many times they've destroyed rockets. And we couldn't get a rocket off the freaking pad until we finally managed to get Explorer 1 in the air. Okay, the United States lost more money in just rockets that went kaboom almost immediately. I can't imagine how many. I don't know how many launches there were, but the people that were originally brought together, a great big room full of them, to become astronauts, the ones that are eventually to be carried down to the Mercury 7, they were actually rather concerned about the Atlas launchers, the Atlas and Redstone launchers, because the damn things were full of kerosene, and they were afraid they're going to get blown the fuck up. Because those things didn't do very well, even with the Redstone launcher was used for Explorer 1, little stovepipe-looking thing, and that wasn't particularly reliable up until they actually managed to get something going, to get it all together. Okay, don't get
Panel
me started
members,
on
please
some of-
see internal chat.
We got it.
And don't get me started on things like Apollo 1, Apollo 13, 2 different space shuttles, Challenger and Columbia. Need I go on?
No.
These things are dangerous. It's not perfect. And you thinking that it is offensive on a visceral level. Okay, I'm done.
All right. And let us see what Tornado has to add. Tornado, what do you got?
Well, something along the same vein as Squirrel had to say. Did he mention Apollo 1? Because we should pay special attention to Apollo 1.
I did indeed mention Apollo 1. Fire on the launch pad.
Yeah.
Bart hasn't yet. Yeah. Sorry.
Well, to think that rockets work perfectly on the first go is ludicrous. And to say that they should, to say that they shouldn't, otherwise there's a conspiracy, that's offensive.
The word within NASA for the Apollo 11 astronauts was
If
that their
I might-
chances of success was 60%.
Pretty much, yeah. Oh, by the way, this statement on his part is not only not even wrong, but yeah. Do that freaking mind.
Okay. Alrighty. Let us now see what Diana has to add.
Oh, one last thing.
Basically, Squirrel.
Sorry.
What's that, Squirrel?
You're good.
Basically, Squirrel and Tornado got it. I was going to mention Apollo 1. I was going to mention Virgil, Ivan, Grissom, Edward Higgins White, and Roger Chaffee, who kind of died in not working the very first time. We lost three good people there.
Indeed.
Oh, and one more. There were a couple of different times we had thruster packs the Mercury program cut loose. Yeah. Or explosive bolts on a door that sank Liberty Bell 7.
That one.
Still on board.
Yeah. And then the thruster packs. That was a fun one. Gene Cernan almost died.
Yeah.
Trying to get that going.
Well, he almost died because they actually had to leave the pack in place to provide enough to provide the additional resistance required to keep the spacecraft oriented in the correct direction for splashdown rather than bouncing off the atmosphere and headed out towards the moon. He wouldn't have survived that for damn sure. I still want to know where Snoopy is.
All right.
My understanding is people are looking for Snoopy.
Yes, they are. I just want to know where he got off to.
Why are we talking about Snoopy?
Oh, because we're waiting for the Aussie who's going to hop on next.
Yeah.
Actually, Snoopy was
No.
with the LEMs, and what happened was that they fired its engines they fired its ascent engine completely dry, and then tracked it for a while to see where it got off to. When it ran out of power, they lost track of it.
Yeah, didn't he take down the Red Baron after that?
Might
No,
have.
that was before.
I'm not entirely sure, but I think you guys are delaying.
Whatever gives you
we're
that
not
idea,
delaying so much
sweetness.
as we're kind of dragging our feet
A little bit. Understood. All right.
I just want to see this document.
And I'd like to, but I think Sean was right. We're going to see it maybe we'll see it in the last 30 seconds or so. All right.
Yeah, right.
Terry.
Okay,
Terry, I believe you have buzzed in. What do you got?
I know it might be a bit late now to mention all this, but we seem to have passed the moment. But I'm trying to equate any of this to what's relevant for anything further down, what he's going to mention. But we're talking about flight. We seem to breezed over the powered flight, but we missed out on all the pre-ploughed flight, all the experimentation that was done with that. Like we had a person called Lawrence Hargrave over here, just up the road from where I live. He did a lot of testing for pre-ploughed flight, like big gliders off a bit of a mountain up here. And if you want to even go back even further than that, well, the Aborigines developed flight with their boomerangs.
That is true.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the Aboriginals got one over us all on that one.
But
Quite
people
true.
got dizzy when they rode them.
Well, hey, to be completely honest, I do believe that was the very first example of humans conquering the skies, more or less literally.
I heard another country.
I
tried,
don't mean
but-
to interrupt, but I'm going to super chat from I don't know. What's your name? Try a tale. For $2. Happy birthday, Diana.
Hey, good one. Happy birthday, Diana.
Tree guy, thank you very much.
And
Paris, you can interrupt me any day.
and I heard a early flat earthers tried to do it, but they called it a stick, and it didn't come back.
He was probably holding it from the wrong end or something.
All right. let us move on and see what wonders await us in this. Screw it. Here we go. Moving on.
From, the first Wright brothers flight, they took them several attempts to get off the ground until today. In fact, the 747 took nearly 2 years longer to develop, with 10 years more advanced technology than the Apollo rocket, which took about 8 years to develop in the 1960s. This took another 2 years to develop.
I was going to mention something about that too.
All right. Well, just pre-drink. Copernicus thinker. So, all right. You know what? Somebody with a singing voice take this one. The super chat.
Ooh, my time has come.
Go ahead.
Where is it?
The super chat from Copernicus thinker.
$3.
Well, won't we get copyright striked?
It's okay. It's for
legally allowed?
It's for UK. It's for Diana's birthday.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Diana. Happy birthday to you and many more.
That song is not a copyright strike because it was found to be in the public domain by the
Who just sang that? Who just sang that? Marry me.
Oh, that was my strike. Hello.
Who sang that?
That was Hill.
Hill, marry me.
You never heard Hill sing before?
Marry me.
Oh. Hill has graced us with his singing several times. All right. Anyway,
Please,
Hill.
I will beg on my knees.
Hill, that was excellent once again. However, based on the super chat, I was hoping.
Hill, I'm on my knees right now.
Carrots, Carrots, you haven't heard me sing.
I was.
Then do it.
Did you ever sing "Happy Birthday" to yourself? That's not class.
The song that would have been the probably the copyrights is how the super chat is written. That's an actual song. I was hoping you were going to do that song as well.
Oh well, Diana, say it's your birthday. Well, to you.
Okay, you have kept us safe from copyright strikes. Thank you. All right, now on to the.
Thank you for the $3.33.
Yes. Now on to the actual drink call at hand. Drunk Viking, what do you got?
Yeah. I think I may be wrong here, but I do think he just busted his own lie here. Hasn't he been saying that they got it all right in the first go? Now he's talking about a couple of.
We have 2 super chats. One from Chris Cullen. Unlike the development of technology, I think he's actually getting exponentially slower, getting to the point. Skip 10. Morton Nielsen says, Happy Clam Day to you. Happy Clam Day to you. Happy Thrust Day to you. Happy Clam Day, dear Diana. Happy Thrust Day to you.
You
can all get behind.
Oh.
For that amount of money, you should sing that.
Very nice indeed. All right. Let's see.
Make it a Sean and Diana, Sean and Karis duet.
No.
All right. Next on the list we have. Let us see. Tornado. What do you got?
Well, Bart. Here's the issue. Again, with more technology, you can develop more advanced things faster than with previous technology.
Oh, you
so
said
it's not
this
a
already.
stretch. I know. I have to clarify this. And issue is that we were at a point where it was go fever. Do you realize how much competition the United States and the Soviets were actually in during that time? It was to see which system was better. And with this whole Sputnik issue, it's a serious thing where if the Soviets kept advancing enough, the United States would start thinking that communism was better, and we couldn't have that.
Yeah, we can't have that.
So we decided to go to the moon. And, of course, do other things.
And those other things, yes.
Actually, I'm gonna. Can I add something for you there, Tornado?
Sure.
Briefly. Part of the problem with Sputnik 1, as far as we were concerned over here on the west, is they actually mounted Sputnik, which the actual Sputnik object, which was about the size and weight that they could make a nuclear weapon on top of an ICBM. It proves that they could deliver a nuclear weapon anywhere they wanted to. And it scared the shit out of a bunch of people.
Yeah, and that's where you had the missile cap coming from.
Yep. You also had, but the first rocket we managed to get launched properly was the Juno 1 with Explorer 1. Ridiculous piece of crap.
Yeah, it was not exactly something that put the Soviets in their place.
Not to be a bitch, but I'm going to. Whoever's breathing in their mic is about to get muted.
Acknowledged.
Oh, look at me.
I shall back away from my mic right now.
We're going to mute Sideswipe.
I promise I'm not doing any heavy breathing. Not yet, anyway.
Yes, you better deal with that whole breathing problem you got going on.
Diana, you will be.
Anyway, all right.
Come over here and say that, Karis.
Here I was thinking you proposed.
All right.
Okay, I have a question, if nobody minds.
Please go ahead.
You say super cool. I actually met George at the Hannah store on Maui. Which George are we talking about?
Isn't there only one?
Well, there's George Rowe.
George of the Jungle.
Yeah.
George W.
Cute as he can be. I love that movie. It's so funny.
It's a cartoon series before the movie. Oh, okay. George Harrison, gotcha.
George Michael.
George Takei. George Burns.
All right,
I cannot say that I met George Harrison.
All right. Let's see what Squirrel has to add here. Squirrel, what do you got?
I did meet Clyde.
Actually, I'm going to de-add myself for a little while. I'm just going to shut my mic down and listen for a bit. I need to wander off and be sick.
You have to do those other things? All right.
I have to do other things that I don't want anybody hearing.
Okay.
So Squirrel's got to go and look for some nuts.
We'll be here.
Karen,
all right.
You got to him.
Clearing the list, and there we go. And much as
It's okay, I can wait.
Much as we'd prefer to do anything else, we're going to have to move on. Here we go.
70s technology, and when they rolled it out, it could not lift off the ground. They, I believe, went through 162 engines just to get the thing off the ground. Now, by this time, millions of aircraft had been built and flown before.
Wait a minute, drink.
Pause.
Drink.
Okay. All right, Diana, go ahead.
I am going to have to say that I have severe doubts about what Bart just said here. I would like a little bit of evidence, please, as in, well, let's see, Squirrel just bowed out, so I'll say it. Citation fucking needed!
Wow, that was pretty
that pretty much covers it, yeah.
That was pretty forceful.
Going through 160 what engines before you got the 747 off the ground? I don't think so.
Super chat.
Oh.
Copernicus, check your DMs.
All right. Oh, it's Hill. Look at that. George the Clam. Okay.
I will admit, someone else said that, but I felt like it needed to be highlighted.
Understood. All right. And we will now do those other things.
It still took them 162 attempts to get the thing to work. So how is it that a decade earlier than this, going, to another planet basically worked on the first occasion?
Yeah, how about we talk about the new uncovered document? How about that?
No.
Can we talk about a document?
That other planet.
Yeah, and maybe we'll talk about the new uncovered document sometime soon. Tornado, what have you got to add, my friend?
Several things.
Okay.
1, it didn't work on the first try. 2, it got developed because Go Fever and competition. And 3, we had better technology than we did previously, so we were able to do more with it And 4, we had guys who understood what rockets were. Say, Werner von Braun.
5. What other planet? We were talking about the moon in the first go, I think.
Yeah, again, 5,
So-
what other planet? We're talking about the moon.
Yeah, a satellite. Yeah.
Alrighty. And Eye Candy, what do you got?
God, I had a point. I wish I remembered it.
That's okay. You're if you
better track than he is. So what was he saying? God, what the fuck was it? Oh yeah, just another thinly veiled argument for ignorance. Like, I can't believe that we were able to get to the moon. If airplanes took us to highly developed technological airplanes, each of which has a computer more powerful than the entire Apollo 11 spacecraft. Like, the fact that is better and different that's beyond my conception. Well, fuck off. Just because you can't imagine it doesn't mean it's not real.
Entitled parents. I was just a customer.
What have we got going on over here?
Watching
Squirrel fading through.
The room was the smallest and cheapest available. $2 beds.
What on earth is that?
Squirrel.
I have no idea what that is.
It's a squirrel.
Alrighty.
I made an executive decision.
That works. Alrighty.
And I was too slow.
Alrighty.
Had to be done.
Let us.
No, you're not.
I'm not sorry. Lavender Lady, what have you got?
Yeah, I really wish that we could have my friend Deb here. Her name is Deb Coons. Her father was the commander, the helicopter pilot who picked up Shepard, who picked up, I don't think Grissom, I think Wally Schirra. She was basically living with these people in Houston, in the same neighborhood, everything. She has got some stories that could put this guy to absolute shame. Just to sit there and listen to her talk about this stuff. It makes you wish you were there, and sometimes makes you feel like you were there. But, oh well, such is the life. We can't have that.
Alrighty. You can't stretch that out at all, Diana? I mean...
Well, I could go on with, let's see, now she knew personally Chris Kraft. Let's see now. And
the boat builder?
Say again?
The boat builder?
Yeah, pretty much. Now, there are the stories about Kraft, and he was a pain in the arse, and I happen to lean that way, but she loved him dearly. So there's one opinion for you that wasn't necessarily all that bad. I, on the other hand, read Flight, his autobiography, and oh my God, if you want to see anything self-aggrandizing, read that book. Okay. Do we go on, or do we...
people are going to catch on. We better get going.
Yeah, we better get going.
All right. Here we go.
Well,
hey, look! Look! There's Purple. Hi, Purple.
Purple?
Purple, are you in here?
Yeah, look in the chat.
Oh, well, I wasn't looking inside there. Purple sweetness. Hi.
Right. I thought you wouldn't want to miss the opportunity to say hi. All right, back to this nonsense.
Oh, you mean in the side chat? I thought he actually came in.
No, just in the side chat.
Oh, because I'd seen him earlier. Yeah, he is responsible for my being in Kentucky a couple weekends ago. And I want everybody to know this, that he's
Which
insane.
was fantastic, by the way. I saw the back of your head for a long time. It was great.
All right, now we're talking.
And your black hat.
Yes, if my view is going to be blocked by anything, it better be something as cool as that hat was.
There you are. I figured that I would have to have that such that I did not succumb to sunstroke or anything like that.
It was a good idea. All right.
Plus, it topped off the old fat and ugly just right.
I have a black hat too.
I wasn't there.
I have a black hat too, Diana.
Oh my!
Oh, you two have so much in common.
George
Well, I posted it on Twitter.
Your black hat. You posted your black hat on Twitter?
Yes. Go to my Twitter. It's up there. I'm in my
Okay,
swimsuit.
okay, I thought the plugs come at the end of the show.
All right. Let us.
I see the
small-
note. I see the note from Purple. It says, "Size too smart to give me a link to get in where I can talk." Okay, sorry, you want to send him a link just to prove him wrong.
Actually, would you mind doing so? I've got all 3 screens filled with just about everything running. By all means. All right.
Sign uses. If you don't mind, Sai, at your convenience, or well, at our convenience to
Yes.
avoid watching this video, I have a cute little relevant trivia question in terms of first in aviation or almost first in aviation. If anyone would be interested.
Well, almost
There's
first in aviation.
not
That
a-
sounds interesting.
There's not a whole lot of people who knows this because usually we always remember the first, of course, but never the second.
True.
Yeah. Just I have it if you would like us to use that.
Well, I know I am interested. Panel, what say ye?
Okay.
Let's go for it.
Absolutely.
All right.
Enlighten us, Bo.
Yeah, I will say, and I cannot remember by how much, but there was somewhat of a contest in terms of being the first to fly, humans, of course. But
Thanks for the clarification.
it is very close, but we don't know how close exactly. But who was the second person, except for the Wright brothers, to fly? And it was not in the U.S., so you can.
I was going to say, I was thinking it was a Frenchman.
It was a Frenchman.
We have like I'm thinking of someone else.
It wasn't.
Would it be Icarus?
It was Monsieur.
I can say that he
Français.
died on my birthday, although I wasn't born at that time.
Oh, happy
He
birthday!
died-
Well,
he
I'm gonna
died
go look
on
this
May
up.
20th. Yeah, he died on May 20th, 1946. Born June 14, 1871. And he, over the course of his life, he acquired or what do you call it? Got awarded with 59 patents. Although they were only national patents, not worldwide.
Okay, I'm almost there. Almost there.
Yeah.
Phrasing.
So we're,
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Like, what are you clicking specifically? And is this a right click or a left click or what?
Or a center click.
You need to bring back that joke. That bit was pretty
Yeah.
good. Good bit.
Okay, would it be by any chance? Let's see if I can do this. I cannot speak French because my mouth is not full of things that do not belong there. Count Jacques Benjamin Marie de Lesseps was his name. Is that true?
Nope.
No.
Nope.
All right.
Oh, wait a minute. No, he made the second airplane crossing of the channel. Okay.
Doorknob head, no. I did not.
Let's see. Just find this thing up. Oh yeah.
You would
the
know
engine.
if I did.
Yeah, and this was, of course, powered flight we're talking about here.
Yeah. And Purple, there's a link for you in Twitter in case you want to come in. Come on in.
I said next week. Next week.
Next week. Okay.
In the chat, Paul Logia says, "I need more drinking, not patent discussion."
Yeah, that's.
I happen
You
to
can drink all you
agree.
want, Paul.
To be honest, Paul,
Yes.
I'm not sure even this video has that in store.
And quite a while ago, Beach recommended I piss on boots. So let's do that, shall we? Let us, in fact, move on. Wait, we don't have the answer yet, do we? Do we have the answer?
Yeah, let's get that answer.
Bo, what's the
A
answer?
3-cylinder air-cooled star motor of a whole 19 horsepower.
Uh-huh.
Well, it was Jacob Christian handsome.
Oh, of course, Jacob. Now it seems obvious. All right, moving
Why
on.
don't people know this?
And oh my word, yeah, Unexpected Caveman has a definite message for us that we really need to do something about. For God's sake, people, Paul G is dying of sobriety.
All right, moving on. Here we go.
Yeah, we gotta move.
Here we go. We're going. Everybody.
I need that man to be a raging alcoholic.
Basically, what I want to point out is if
Paul
I
is a
said to
sweetie.
you that in 1927, Lindbergh flew across the Atlantic, and 60
going
years
backwards.
later, in 1987, no one had repeated his accomplishment.
I'm getting the strangest sense of deja vu.
Yeah.
6 decades.
Drake.
more
Something changed in the Matrix.
All right, Tornado. What do you got?
Hey, Bart, did you happen to forget the rest of time from, like, the 1980s up till today when crossing the Atlantic isn't just a thing people do, it's a commercial commodity? Because, gee, we have these things called passenger jets.
I know.
Just throwing that out there.
It's amazing, isn't
They
it?
were just made of compressed air.
Of course it was.
No, wait, that was the fuel. Sorry.
All right, Eye Candy. What do you got?
I mean, this dude is just ridiculous. I mean, he's complaining that no one's repeated this action. We're seeing him repeating the same information over again. So we have now seen this repeated before.
I would tend to agree. All righty. And that's it. We will clear the list, and we will move on.
Oh, boy.
This
And
is...
logical advancement. Would that be logical? Of course not, because we went from the biplanes to the 747s.
Uh-huh.
This is the same thing that Uncle Sam wants you to believe in regard
Where's
to
the fucking
moon
paper?
missions. They want you to believe, and it's just as...
All right. Tornado, go right ahead.
Bart, you are a conspiracy nut.
You think?
Wow,
that's really?
Boy.
All right.
That's
But-
offensive to nuts all across the globe.
Indeed. All right, moving on. Here we go.
It's absurd is what I just said. It's as absurd as saying Lindbergh flew across the Atlantic in 1927, and 60 years later, no one is able to repeat the event with all the advancements in sciences and technology.
So, did I hear this correctly? Did I hear this correctly? He's saying that the way he said that, is he saying that today we can't fly across the Atlantic?
For fuck's sake, it's done on a daily basis.
No, he's trying to infer that in the 60 years between Lindbergh and the 747, why haven't we gone back to the moon yet?
I think he was making even a different point, which is that no one between, I think he was saying this guy did his flight, what was it, the 50s something? I think he's saying that in that time no one tried to fly across the Atlantic again, but apparently we went to the moon instead. Like apparently people must have just wanted to do, like, he does realize how world records work, right? Like people, you don't get unfortunately, as Bo just pointed out, you don't really get the recognition if you're the second person to do something.
That's true.
Describe what the incentive is for someone to try this again. Like why would they do that? Like they're not going to get the same amount of fame because now it's been done. Like so, like what's the point? Like what you just the fact that a certain amount of time has passed, therefore someone just wants to do it. Like, dude, that's not how things work.
Reality.
That's not how any of this works.
Art.
I'd go as far
there?
I'd go as far as to say that's just plain wrong.
All right. I will.
Yeah, there's the ding.
Absolutely. All right. And Diana, what do you got?
Yeah, the only sense I can make out of this guy, if there's any sense to be made out of him at all, is that no one
There isn't.
no one exactly repeated Lindbergh's flight, so nobody got into what the heck kind of plane was the Spirit of St. Louis? I forget. No one got into that plane and flew across the Atlantic in 33 and a half hours, sleeping while going over and going through a storm. Point by point repeating the effort. And my only question would be to that, why?
Yeah, Spirit of St. Louis, that was a to quote Wikipedia, custom-built, single-engine, single-seat, high-wing monoplane.
Did that plane have
it was not a already built built to plan or anything.
Custom built.
Custom built. Oh wow,
intriguing.
Hillel, since you have that article thing going, was that plane was that plane fitted with a rudimentary or better inertial navigation unit thing?
Oh, dude, fuck if I know.
Oh hell!
I don't know when they invented
it. Oh god, I mean,
I'm hoping
The
it's
Spirit
there.
of St. Louis did not even have a radio, and it didn't even have a front windshield because they needed to take that space up with a gas tank.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
And let's see what other crap awaits us. Yeah, I'm sure it's.
Oh boy.
I'm sure it's fascinating.
I'm sure it's crap.
Yes, indeed. And maybe they'll. You know what? Maybe there'll be something about a new uncovered document somewhere in here.
Maybe they'll even bother mentioning it.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. Let me guess. We're gonna go back to freaking Lindbergh. Uh-oh. What's that? I hear a sound.
Yeah.
I mean, what else would you expect?
Draconic Rain just subscribed, I guess.
Oh, look at that! Yay! We got a sub. Yay us. Okay.
Yay!
And claiming on.
The federal government would have us believe that they went to the moon on the very first attempt with 1960s technology.
Wait, hold on. What the
All right.
Okay.
All right. Go ahead.
What's so obviously wrong is that obviously the first rocket that NASA launched didn't go to the moon. Like, obviously.
Yeah.
Fucking
well within the Earth's gravity, sounding
in fact, I'm pretty sure it's literally in the name of Apollo 11 that it was the 11th Apollo mission that landed on the moon. Like, does that?
It
I'm
wasn't
sure
the 11th.
somehow this guy thinks that 11 is the same as the number 1, and maybe he's just cross-eyed and he thought that the numbers were like. Fuck if I know. Like, obviously, the moon mission, the Apollo 11, or any of the Apollo missions, weren't their first attempt at spaceflight. That's just so obviously wrong.
Indeed.
There's no thought required for how wrong that is.
Alrighty. And Tornado, what do you got?
Aside from the obvious that this guy clearly has not even a shred of an idea what he's talking about, there's also the issue that, it's not like you'd expect multiple attempts to be made at something to be sure they have everything right. It's not like you'd expect an orbit to be done and then have the LEM be tried out in orbit or anything. It's not like they'd rehearse this. Oh, wait, they did.
Quite true. Measure twice, cut once. All right, Diana, what do you got?
Yeah, and he's talking about Apollo 11 being the first mission to the moon. I beg to differ, sir. Let's see. We have Pioneer 0, 17 August 1958, launch failure. Luna E1, number 1, 23 September 1958, launch failure. Okay, that was Soviet. Pioneer 1, 11 October 1958, launched by a Thor DM-18 Able, launch failure. Okay, a lot of things going wrong here before we're even starting to get to the moon, okay? The U.S. finally gets to the moon 3 March 1959 with Pioneer 4. It was a partial failure, if I remember correctly. It got to the moon but couldn't do anything once it got there. So, yeah, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 failures before you even get a partial success on Pioneer 4, and another 2 before the Soviets get Luna 2 to the moon, 12 September 1959. What the hell is this guy drinking?
Maybe not enough.
To be honest, it'd be helpful.
Maybe not enough.
You do not want to know.
Or maybe it's those little pieces of paper he's got on his tongue. I don't know.
Vodka, I think.
All right. And Jen.
Wait,
I
hold
have
on.
no
You said those little
vodka
pieces of paper.
Jen.
Lavender, you're talking about these little
I'm
pieces
sorry,
of
there's
paper. It's quite
people
possible
talking.
that he ate the document he was supposed to be covering, and that's why we haven't seen it yet.
Right, you
Maybe
got
so.
it. Perfect, yes.
All right. And now why don't we see what Jen has to add?
I would also like to approach this guy's bigoted ageism by calling it 1960s technology. You know, back then we had another name for it. It was called the most advanced technology man has to offer.
You got it.
Yeah,
You got
AKA
it.
cutting edge. It's fucking awesome.
Indeed.
Yeah, you wanted
yeah,
technology. You wanted to
technology.
go to NASA. You wanted to go to DARPA. You wanted to those places.
Or if you wanted to go somewhere first, go to the USSR.
Oh well, that too.
Exactly. This is when the computer, the size of a. This is when a computer, that could basically do basic calculations, the size of a room, is revolutionary. Like that. That's cutting
Yeah.
edge.
Yeah.
Hey,
How many computers on the Saturn V rocket? 3 computers plus the computers on the ground, because many of the operations that were needed to go to the moon were not capable of being fitted inside a rocket. I mean, it wasn't just telemetry coming down, being downlinked. It was also instructions going up. Don't know if it was by data or manual input, but.
Hey, Bo, you talk about all these firsts that the Russians had. Let's also keep in mind that they were the first to roast a number of people up there, including a dog.
Yes.
Yeah. They put more than one dog out there. That's right. Yeah.
Poor doggies.
And only one of them survived. As far as I
We
know.
did not know what the fate of Laika was for the longest time, and it was not pretty.
We brought
Actually,
our chimps back.
This is something. Actually, this is a slight tangent, but something I did actually for a project. God, it must have been years ago now. Was I looked at letters to the editor about the Russians sending up the what was the name of the first dog they sent up?
Laika.
Yeah, that was the one. So about people sending letters to the editor in America about the Russians sending up this dog, and the vast majority of them were like, "Ugh, these savages sending up this poor helpless animal." And trying to avoid the fact that they had just achieved something that no one else has done before in the history, like of sending a living being up into space.
I wish I could remember.
I don't remember any of that.
And then Americans sent up sentient, self-aware animals up there later. That was beautiful. Yeah.
And actually brought him back. That's the interesting thing. But
yeah.
I forget who wrote it. I forget the title of the book, damn it. It was a book I read back in junior high school. A dog is man's best friend, and the cold and dark is not a place you want to send your best friend.
Mm-hmm.
In reference to, Sputnik 2.
Did they at least have speakers on those rocket launches? So they could at least, play music or talk to the dog?
Nope.
I wonder that, actually.
They had telemetry coming down, and Laika's death was very traumatic. It was not the quick, easy thing that the Soviets would have had you believe.
Yeah, I not something pleasant to think about, especially for a dog. Which, just think of the confusion. Like, what is going on here? This can't be happening to me. My friends put me here. This must be a good place. Anyway, all right, that's okay. There's the angry me. Let's move on.
Yeah, back to the stupid. Yes.
And the earliest anyone is slated to, quote, return to the moon is 6 decades later. If it doesn't make sense with Lindbergh, it doesn't make sense.
Whoa. Stop that. Hold on, drink. Now, I think, is he talking about manned missions or just missions to the moon? Because I don't remember when was the what was it called? The Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. When was that launched?
That's got to be.
Oh my word! I'll get you that in a half a second here.
Manned missions, that's going to take. Yeah, I think the next one, the next manned mission to the moon, like the thing that Sly showed at the beginning of the movie night, was something like, we're slated to go back to the moon in about, what was it, like 10 years time from now ish?
I think more or less that. Yeah.
And in that ballpark. In the ballpark. But missions to the moon since Apollo, there have been a couple. Like, there was a Chinese one that went to the dark side of the moon, wasn't it?
There was indeed.
Recently, this past year. Yeah, exactly.
This is something that I wish we would have done. And,
yeah, it was like last year or something like wasn't it?
Yes,
there's
absolutely.
been missions to the moon since Apollo, just not manned missions. Because, to be honest, the main reason it was a manned mission was a publicity stunt. It was to show that America has we still
National
have
pride
a
and all
leg up
that
on
stuff,
those
yeah.
on those filthy Reds.
Yeah. Well, that was Kennedy's.
You know, that really cheapens it when you put it that way. It was not a publicity stunt. It was a geopolitical effort to show domination of our political system over theirs.
Yeah,
calling
and
it a
again,
publicity
being
stunt
the
is
first.
just a very. It pisses me off.
Well, it was also
it was a lot more.
measuring
Look, we were sitting in the '60s, hiding our asses under desks, hoping not to die from a nuclear fucking bomb. That's what this was about. This is not about a publicity stunt. This is about survival of nations.
Well, how about we call it saber rattling? That might be.
Yeah, that's a better way.
And you know what? Just to take something positive out of the Cold War, if there is such a thing, but there actually is in this case. We don't know, of course. Maybe we will know in 50 years, and they release some secret documents saying this, but we don't know if they agreed on doing this to avoid war deliberately, but just keeping silent. But changing the risk of rolling the world into a nuclear war, and changing it into a race to go to somewhere very, very far away, like the moon, was a good thing. At least they stopped. Well, okay, they did stop, but they slowed down trying to kill each other by nuclear power, and started focusing on a goal that wasn't about killing. Yes, both sides used ICBMs or technology that was designed to kill, but they changed it into something else, to the betterment of to make man better.
Indeed.
And measuring contest, but it did at least turn out in a good way.
What was it on the plaque of Apollo 11? It was for the good of all mankind.
We came in peace for all mankind. Yes.
Yeah, that's the one.
God, I can see that plaque right now. Here, men from the planet Earth first set foot upon the moon, July 1969. We came in peace for all mankind. It was signed by President Nixon.
And the astronauts.
I think the astronauts. I'm trying to remember if Agnew signed it or not.
I think the vice president did. Yeah.
But you were wondering about LRO. LRO went to the moon 18 June. It was launched 18 June 2009.
I was going to guess about 10 years ago. All right, and off we go. More of this.
Going to the moon. We know that technology does not go backwards. In fact, every year things are produced exponentially faster and more efficiently and cheaper than the year before. So, just as absurd it is to say that,
let's see, and looks like Hill. What do you got?
Again, this is just a small point, but then what he's saying right now debunks his whole premise. Is that a person in the 50s is saying we can't get to the moon because we don't have the technology now. Whereas right now he's saying, oh, well, technology is always increasing and science is always improving upon itself. Those two statements contradict each other.
Self-debunking. That's convenient.
Yeah, makes our jobs easier.
Yeah, I wonder if this jackass has a video on his stupid channel about anything that NASA did back then was a hoax and CGI-ish stuff. Because I would laugh in the face of what he has just said.
Indeed.
The technology and so on.
All righty.
I'm going to waste my time looking for it.
Oh, for God's sake, no.
Well,
all right.
I'm over enough of it as it is.
Indeed. Moving on. Here we go.
I'm filling my coffee cup, and I can still hear what's going on.
Okay, that's cool. Here we go. Moving on.
60 years later, no one had yet flown across the Atlantic. Obviously, they've gone way past that. To say that 60 years later, no one on Earth, including the nation that claimed to have done it first, can repeat the event is pretty strange. Now, here in the 21st century, NASA has, and the military and some private space contractors have had at least a dozen catastrophic failures in the last 16 years, simply trying to put a payload into Earth orbit. The moon.
Simply. So you know what? I don't. It needs no explanation. Needs no explanation. But the word "simply" should not have been in. Anytime you sit on anytime you're sitting on top of an explosion to get somewhere, it's not simple. So that's that. Moving on.
It's 1,000 times farther than the general Earth orbit that most people do, which is about 250 miles.
Also,
now,
this drink,
if you had
again,
a globe,
all right, here we go.
A minor point. It's the getting into Earth orbit is the hard part. Like, I mean, no, and again, also, no offense to Apollo 13, but the transition from going from low Earth orbit to the moon is more or less uncontroversial. I mean, there's not, again, regards to Apollo 13, there's not a ton which is going to catastrophically fail on the between the Earth and the Moon. It's the getting into orbit is of course the really hard part, because you're dealing with like moving really quickly through the Earth's atmosphere and a bunch of other factors. Like getting into orbit in the first place. That's the hard part.
And so you're saying the farther you are away, the more it becomes just math. So.
Yeah, more or less. The hard. I mean, something that makes it hard is, for example, in the atmosphere you have a lot of dynamic forces. That's when you're relying upon the heaviest and biggest of the explosions. Like, there's a reason that the Saturn V has the biggest, heaviest, most powerful stage at the bottom, is because that's the part that needs to escape. It needs to escape the greatest of Earth's gravity and the greatest of the drag and the other forces that are affecting it.
Alrighty. Very good. And Diana, what do you got?
Yeah, forgive me, I may have called drink on one of our own people here, but when you're talking about TOI being remarkable, I kind of disagree there, because getting out to the moon, okay, we can, that's no big deal. The whole point is getting out to the moon in such a way that you can get back. And that took a lot of navigation, that took a lot of guidance. First we did the free return, to where you looped around the moon and you were guaranteed to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere and splash down and everything was fine. But then with 13, I believe that was the first one to try the hybrid trajectory. And were they not able to fire up the DEPS engine on the LEM, they would have been screwed, because they would have missed the Earth entirely. So yeah, it's a little remarkable, really. It is. I mean, by now it's a little less remarkable, because we've sent how many missions there with guys there and everything.
I mean, if you really think about it, the whole Enterprise is pretty remarkable in of itself.
Absolutely, and this is one of the reasons I was so much in love with the program. Well, I still am, as far as that goes. From the very beginning, because it was all so remarkable. The whole big deal was made of it at the time, which caught my attention. And I just wish that we could be doing more right now. There were so many missions that had to be canceled because of shortfalls in budgeting and all that shit.
And still are.
Yes, absolutely.
You know, my pet, my favorite one that got canceled was the asteroid redirect. Okay, we got something that can save the planet. Yeah. We can prevent the end of humanity, since we're still a single planet.
Come on, I've seen the movie Armageddon. I know how that goes.
Yeah, it's not exactly like that, but we had a plan. We had a plan. All we had to do was test it.
That would have been a beautiful test.
Indeed. And tell me it wouldn't have been cool to see an asteroid orbiting the moon. Tell me that wouldn't have been cool. All right.
Here's something
while being mined.
From Copernicus Thinker. Hey, Diana, don't you agree that the Gemini program doesn't get enough credit? I agree wholeheartedly.
I did the Gemini.
Without Gemini, we wouldn't have got to the moon. Because that's where we worked on all the nuts and bolts. to get us there. The rendezvous, the docking, the EVA.
Well, it was the whole program. The whole space program was a series of steps leading to.
Yeah.
Indeed, and they continue.
And in the chat, Doorknob Head says sitting on an explosion. Huh? Sounds like curry night.
Only if you don't cook it long enough.
All right.
I'm rather absent-minded here. I've been actually doing some serious research on somebody.
Okay.
Oh, I'm in trouble now.
Oh no, I've been looking into the validity of a DD-214.
I don't want to go back to I don't want to go back to prison.
And let's just say there are discrepancies.
Alrighty.
Have to do it, huh?
Actually, we seem to have Bo waiting.
Yeah. Just continue on hills, and I'm sure that Tornado Pill could tell me how heavy, because I can't remember that stuff, but Tornado is awesome, so he can. The 5 engines, the 5 F1 engines of the Saturn V rocket, at the beginning of the launch, and as it goes up, less and less fuel is burned, but it burned up 2 tons of propellant per second. Yeah, it takes a lot of work to get up there.
Sounds like my first car.
Yeah.
My first car used to do that.
Yeah, and you want to know something cool about those F1 engines, Bo? Each one had 1.5 million pounds of thrust.
Ooh, thrust.
There we are on thrust again.
How many is that in oomph?
Oh, that's been going for a year.
It sounds like at least 7 oomph.
Could be.
And yeah, those 5 Saturn F1 engines, that's 5 engines and 5 turbine engines or motors as well. And they had to work perfectly from the start to the finish.
Indeed.
Oh, and Harry Warp, Luna 15's attempt to beat Apollo 11 to the moon failed. Yeah, and we're getting ahead of this, I know, but there is one of the biggest pieces of evidence to indicate that we did indeed go there. Because I remember the press conferences where Frank Borman was talking to the Russians, asking for the orbital elements and everything else, so the 2 spacecraft wouldn't collide. So yeah, each had to know what the other was doing. So the Soviets had to know what we were doing, so we had to be there. Yeah.
And guess what? If we were, if NASA was lying, guess who would have plastered that all over the news? The competitors. Ta-da!
Absolutely.
All right. Well, not meaning to piss on Boots or anything, but we should probably get moving here, considering we've made it a whole 9 minutes into this 48-minute video. Here we go.
Wait, piss on Boots, that's the cat, right?
Yes, exactly. Here we go.
Hey, leave Diana's cat out of this.
We'll look at this NASA here as the globe. It would be basically equivalent to a half an inch above the globe. That is as high as the space shuttle flies. Simply 1/2 an inch above the globe. In fact, you can see a picture here that, the land is pretty visible and quite detailed underneath it because it's only 250 miles up.
That's all.
Now you can just pick any destination.
Drink.
Okay. All right. I said now, Tornado. I think we should yield to Diana because Diana, did you not have a little buzzer issue there?
A little bit. Yeah.
I yield to Diana.
All right.
I yield to Diana.
Go right ahead.
Okay, Bart, you're supposed to be pulling out documents that show we didn't go to the moon. Why? Why, for the love of St. Gulick, are you looking at the STS? That wasn't even supposed to go to the moon. That had nothing to do with Apollo. Get on the point, you moron.
What even year is this photo probably taken?
I'm going to guess that was in the, let's see. That was by the time the space station was under construction. So it would have to be under 98, after 98. The only thing I
Did you
can
see
think
the
of.
name of the rocket? Sorry, shuttle.
Okay. I can barely read. It looks like that is Atlantis.
Okay, so it's about 40 years after this document was apparently written. Good job.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Good.
Lovely.
It's
Awesome.
like, get to the point, asshole.
Now we're on the same page.
Yeah. It all seems to come together at some distant point in the future. All right, now Tornado, what do you got?
Well, there's also the fact that the STS was primarily a manned payload mission to the International Space Station. So it was supposed to build a space station for long-term inhabitants of space.
Yeah, that was what the name
Bart,
was all about.
when you're complaining about a mission, when you're complaining about a space vehicle whose mission wasn't even to go to the moon, you're kind of comparing apples to oranges and then being pissed off that your orange isn't an apple.
I
And
would
also,
say that's...
I really don't understand his point about low Earth orbit not being. I mean, yeah, it's not very far off the surface of the Earth if you're comparing it to the size of the entire Earth.
Yeah.
I mean, cool. So what? That sounds distinctly like something that is not a document.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Absolutely. I would like to see some paper.
I believe you're right.
Bring it.
All right, let us see what the voice of God has to say to us.
Okay, I've got two things. First is a question because, admittedly, I have not been able to pay attention because I've been doing research. Has he not shown the document yet?
No document.
No document. Nope.
Okay. Here's what he's doing. He's literally pulling a journalism, trying to build up a narrative to poison the well for NASA, and then he's come out with this vague document that could be taken in several different ways, and he's going to say, well, it's going to side with me. That's his game. I've never seen this dude before. I can already predict his game because I've seen journalism.
Yes, that is the journalism pattern.
Also, thanks to people like mainly was it Squirrel? I think we already technically debunked the document that we're not debunked, but properly characterized the document that he's probably going to bring up.
Yes, we have. Oh, Paul wants a time check. We're at 9:38 out of 48.
Oh well.
I'm going to predict he's going to show the document at minute 41.
Could very well be.
And then for the next 7 minutes, he'll do his advertisements to lead out the video.
We've seen it before. It's
longer than he did at the beginning.
And honestly, it's a formula that works. It's worked for Jaren. Anyway.
Well, it got us to click, so...
Yeah, we're caught. Jesus. Anyway, all right, here we go. Moving on.
From you, that's 250 miles away, which is about 350 kilometers.
Yeah, only. You forgot to say only, jackass.
400.
And realize that that's as far as the most advanced manned spacecraft can do today.
That's as far as the most advanced manned spacecraft that was designed to go that high could go. Where's the mystery here?
That's what it was built for.
That's what they made it to do.
The thing it was built for is only the thing it was built for.
Yes, he's distressed that for which it was made is that which it did. I don't see why he's upset.
Also, this is totally ignoring the fact that, what was it? I remember there was this plan to have basically a similar thing to the International Space Station, except orbiting the moon, called Gateway.
Yeah, Gateway's going.
And the thing that's built for is going to be built to orbit around the moon. And I bet when it does that, it won't accidentally hop over to Mars. Because it was built to go to the moon.
Quite true. Quite true. All right. And, that was an annoying argument. Here we go.
And yet they claimed to have gone 1,000 times farther with 1960s technology.
In a vehicle that was designed to go that much farther. Jackass.
With 1960s technology. Yeah,
exactly.
Sure, look, with the benefit of hindsight, we can say 1960s technology isn't super advanced because, quite honestly, compared to today, it isn't super advanced. But at the time, that was cutting edge, and that's what they have to work with. People of the future are going to look back at what we have now and think that we're primitive by comparison. That's just the nature of technology.
Quite true.
Yeah.
And this argument about technology that old, I mean,
I
I mentioned my first car that used to swallow just a heap of gas. It had a carburetor. Oh my God, that was 70s technology. What the hell? It went 160. So yeah, old technology does not mean bad technology. All right, more crap. Here it comes.
it's kind of interesting that someone pointed out to me the lunar module that allegedly left manned for the lunar surface and synchronized with the command module orbiting the moon
Allegedly.
at 4,000 miles per hour. If they were off in trajectory or timing by like 1/10 of 1 second, they would have missed each other, wasted fuel, and everyone would have died.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Good thing they didn't then. What's your point?
Damn it, man.
All right, Tornado, dude, you're up.
Hey, here's a thing. Ever heard of manual piloting of a spacecraft? Yeah. Guess what? Neil Armstrong did that to land on the moon. And that was just by using his head and timing things and actually landing on the moon on manual control. Who's to say that would be impossible? Who's to say that wouldn't be possible in the space era when Neil Armstrong already got there? Who's to say he couldn't have done that again just to dock with the spacecraft? You had astronauts who were literally timing things with their watches to pull off certain missions. Neil Armstrong being the most famous example. Seriously, you don't accept that a guy who's good at his job can do things because he's good at his job?
Again, there's the
I
psychology.
want to add here, they did not have computers, but they did have slide rules.
Indeed.
And
As a matter of fact,
To be honest, I still don't know how those things work.
As a matter of fact, in the Apollo 11 crew portrait, you have Armstrong on the left, Aldrin on the right, Collins in the middle, and in a pocket in Collins' suit is a slide rule.
Oh, what was the other very old school instrument they used on? I don't know. I can't remember if it was an official navigational aid.
A sextant?
Yeah, sextant. Now there was one built into the craft itself, but I remember seeing footage, colorized footage, where they had a handheld one as well.
Oh, Jim Lovell took a sextant aboard Apollo 13.
Yeah, apparently that damn thing worked too. Oh, how old is that thing? Oh no, it's so old it can't possibly work.
No, not technology that old. That's crazy talk.
Oh, hell no.
And Blood Wolf Moon asks, Lavender Lady, remember the X-15? I most certainly do, when each of the flights was news. Oh, yeah.
That was a candlestick, all right. Knocked a couple of pilots out.
Alrighty, let's see what Hill has to add. Hill, what do you got?
His point about the lander and the orbiter like missing each other by miles if they're off by a little bit, that seems to have a fundamental misunderstanding of how docking works. I assume he's talking about like the lander, it comes off the surface, and I think he's just thinking it like goes straight up, and like the lander like fucking catches it as it goes by at whatever speed he said, and that's just not how docking maneuvers work. Lander you get into orbit, and then you get into
rendezvous.
Yeah, he's a rendezvous thing. All you need to do is play Kerbal Space Program.
Yeah,
you get into it. You just launch until you get into a similar orbit. So you have a similar speed relative to each other, and you're along a very similar path. And then you just slowly maneuver until you're close to each other, and then you dock. It's not like they're like doing like a head-on collision.
Yes,
if they miss each other by a few seconds, like they'll be off by miles. That's just not how that works.
They had, I believe it was 2, although it might have been 3, but I think it was 2 maneuvers between getting into lunar orbit with the ascent stage and docking. You had the constant Delta height maneuver. You had the phasing maneuver, where you could take up variances in your position and timing to get where you were going. So yeah, if you were 1/10 of a second off, you could make that up. If you were 5 seconds off, you'd wait until the CSM came around again. That stuff was covered.
Yeah, there's no problem there. It's not like there's some extremely limited time window.
Yeah, right. I get the impression that you're right about this individual's thinking. It's like a bullet is launched from the surface and it needs to be caught as it flies by. So,
yeah, the orbiter wasn't a catcher's mitt.
Right. And they decided that they weren't going to do that crap anyway. I mean, one of the methods to get to the moon from Earth that was considered was direct descent, which was more or less what he's thinking of. You fire the bullet and you go there. And they basically said, no, I don't think we're going to do that because this guy over here, God, if I can remember what his, my friend Al Ruck played him in From the Earth to the Moon. He came up with the lunar orbit rendezvous that made things a lot safer, a lot easier. You could take up any errors that existed.
A rendezvous is it's not like I said, it's not a baseball and a catcher's mitt. It's more like putting the cap on a pen.
Yeah,
indeed. And if the relative speed of the cap and the pen, it's pretty near zero. You've got a lot of time for anyway. All right, fine. Let's move on. Oh, I'm sorry, Diana. Did you have more?
That Brother Bart doesn't know the difference between pitching and catching.
Okay.
He's no brother of mine.
Right.
Got it.
And Diana, did you had buzzed as well? Did you have more?
Oh, that's what I was.
Okay. All right.
Yeah, so we got it.
Very good. Okay. Then let us move on.
A Walmart watch that you can buy for $10 has more computing power than the entire Apollo program did.
And
the spacecraft and command center.
Drink.
No.
But
so yeah. Oh, sorry. Drink.
Okay. Tornado, what do you got?
No, that would be a pocket calculator, you asshole.
Oh my.
Fucking wrecked.
All right, Diana, what do you got?
And yes, a pocket calculator or the phone I have over here on my desk have much more power than the entire freaking manned spacecraft network in 1969. But the point is that over the years since 1969, there has been improvement in technology. Do you expect that we should sit on 1960s technology for the rest of time? I don't think so.
I mean, what he's really implying is that not just that what we have now is better, but that what we had then is just insufficient for whatever reason.
Yeah, that was cutting edge.
Yeah, it was good enough for the job. We can do better now. Yeah, but what they had back then, it worked well enough.
Yeah, seems to have anyway. All right, Bo, I think you have something to add.
Yeah. 30 years and let's just say, I don't know, 5 months ago, I could barely stand, but I could get around. That doesn't mean I can't walk today, but it does mean that I can get around today, and it does mean that I could get around back then. Jackass.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
It's the difference between using a scooter and using a car. I mean, what will get you there? It'll just take you a lot longer. It's not nearly as efficient.
Also, as I said earlier, the 3 computers on the I almost said shuttle on the oh damn it, on the Apollo spacecraft. That's the command module, the ascent stage, and the descent stage. Were not all the computers that were used to make this possible. There were computers, or just one big ass computer on the ground helping out a lot.
Yeah,
and lots of engineers using both computers and those nasty little slide rulers.
I still
working
have
on the ship. Yeah.
And by the way, it was John C. Hoople who came up with the idea of lunar orbit rendezvous, and yeah, he cut years off the program time.
Yeah, because if they weren't able to do it the way he found out you do it, you would have to use a buttload of fuel, more than they actually needed.
Yeah,
by coasting, essentially.
Yeah, because once you landed, the whole idea was you would land the command and service module on the moon, and then you had to lift that baby off. That, by the way, is why the service propulsion system was as powerful as it was. You didn't need all that to make the mid-course corrections, or you didn't even need that to burn into lunar orbit or out of lunar orbit, but you did need that to burn off the surface of the moon. That's why it was so large.
Alrighty. Well,
and also, there was one very useful aid, especially on one specific, not unlucky because it's just a number, Apollo mission that went wrong.
Christy Santiago is in here.
Yeah.
Hi, Christy.
Hey! Lovely lady.
Anytime I see that name, I just melt.
Understood.
You're not alone. They had one more very awesome tool that doesn't even need power for them to use in order to get back home.
You're gonna say
Let's see if anyone is old
You're
or
gonna
dead by now. They can't remember.
You're gonna say duct tape, aren't you?
Nope.
Ah, heck. All right, go ahead.
Eye of the pilot and the I shouldn't call it ridicule, but I'm reticule, not ridicule. Reticule that was painted on one of the windows of the commander's side. I just can't remember what they were called. They actually aimed by eye toward the going back to Earth.
Yeah, keep the Earth
on Apollo 13.
Keep the Earth in the middle of the window.
Yeah. I mean, say what you will about not when you run into an Apollo a problem like something like Apollo 13 where you have Murphy's law applies to its fullest extent. It's because of stuff like that nowadays we have more. It's because we have more safety features and we have a better idea of what we're doing. You don't have to literally put a round peg into a square hole.
Yeah, just like that was said in the control room after the doors were locked during that crisis. This will not be the worst day in NASA's history. I can't remember the quote. Will not be the worst day in NASA's history. It will be the greatest moment.
And it was indeed, yeah.
Here.
Indeed it was.
They saved the lives of 3 astronauts.
Yeah, against impossible odds. Absolutely impossible odds. They did the fucking best they could, and it fucking worked.
Yes, it did.
I think of it much more global than that, Bo. It was the greatest achievement in humankind.
Yeah,
What we
there
did
was
was
that had to go.
so unbelievable,
Yeah.
so heroic. The entire, for those of you who weren't around then, the world stopped. The world
Yes,
held its
absolutely.
breath for 5 days.
And of
to
course,
make sure that these men got home.
And
there
was
it was
major
glorious.
achievement in space travel, be it with or without a crew on it, or other stuff on the Earth. Yes, those missions that went well did, of course, help a lot. But the most beneficial, in my book anyway, were the accidents. Both the accidents where nobody was killed, but also in those tragic accidents where people were killed. Because you learn from your mistakes, you learn from accidents. It's a horrible but important step.
And also, just to slightly piggyback off what someone else was saying, I know especially because I didn't have the luxury, or I suppose not the luxury, but the what's the word? Something like opportunity to see these missions live, but I especially mainly just while watching the movie Apollo 13, I did get that feeling, that fun feeling when you get goosebumps because I feel like what I was watching wasn't just the finest moment in NASA's history. It was something along the lines of the feeling you get when you see what humanity is truly capable of at its finest. In our finest hours, we can do some really amazing shit.
Indeed.
And it is fucking stunning.
Yeah, Blood Wolf Moon. I watched it in black and white as well. The slimy bastards did not buy a color television until 1979.
All right, we should probably get moving here.
Yeah, maybe so.
And we're still sorry. Here we go, more stuff.
That they were able to pull this off, coming up on 50 years ago, and cannot repeat it, according to them, for another 10 years with 1960s technology, that it cannot be done.
What you got, Tornado?
Come on, man, it's been said.
Saying it cannot be done is like saying you can't put the cap on a ballpoint pen when they're both moving pretty much at 0 miles an hour relative to each other. Are you really saying that someone can't do a docking maneuver in orbit of Earth, even, and dock something to another thing, we can do that. It's called the International Space Station.
Yeah, but I think
Learn it
though,
sometime.
I think that what he's saying is more wrong he's wrong, but in a more general sense of, I mean, in the thing that like something like we've already covered, and that, yeah, we've sent people, not people, but we sent things back to the moon since the 60s. But none of them, granted, none of them manned, because, like, why would we?
Three words here, Bart. Lunar orbit rendezvous.
Yeah, we've done this. Like, this is
Enough
stuff
said.
we've covered. Yeah, we've covered this.
All right, and that being the case, moving on. Here we go.
Today, that's really one of the things to consider. Here's one of the reports about the NASA.
Oh, thank God!
It's, talking about.
Are
how
we getting
NASA
there finally?
Went to the moon in the '60s somehow.
No, this is not the document.
Oh fuck! I just read it. It has the title 2014 in it.
Yes, this is a document, not the alleged document.
We've been catfished.
Yes, we have. Here we go. Here's the wrong document.
Still can't put things into Earth orbit without them blowing up. Now, most people are not aware. They don't really think about outer space or the details about cosmic radiation or things like that. But the Earth is surrounded by a radiation field. Now, the radiation field is caused
not this!
Yeah.
Let him go. Let him go. All right, that was a very nice barroom noise you all made. I'm very impressed. But he's gonna say Van Allen belt, and look at the picture. It's got a little brick wall around the planet. We gotta let him say his thing. Here we go.
Firmament.
Yes, that's it. The firmament is brick. All right, let's let him say his thing, and then we'll go down the list. Here we go.
Core is iron, which creates a magnetic field. The magnetic field traps solar and galactic radiation around it, and it has been there since the creation of the Earth, however long you believe that to be.
All right, good enough.
Frank.
Good enough. All right, Tornado, you're first up. What do you got?
Okay, Van Allen belts are mostly alpha particles and beta particles. Those things can be stopped by sheets of paper or clothing and such. And interesting enough, you can actually pass through those things with nothing more than titanium shielding or aluminum shielding. Because those things are light, yet they're able to be, blocking alpha particles, which are what the Van Allen belts are mostly comprised of. Not only that, but you can take a trajectory that takes you through the thinnest part of the Van Allen belts, which I hear is what they did. You can make it so that you don't spend too long in the Van Allen belts. And your old transistors, your old integrated circuits are going to be less prone to issues regarding shorting out and other such like than modern technology today. In fact, the technology that they had in the 60s is probably what saved the Apollo spacecraft from having every single wire short out, because the technology was analog versus digital. So, time, trajectory, technology, and titanium. The 4 T's that allowed them to get through the Van Allen belts unscathed.
Jesus, you're starting to sound like Frank Turek.
You covered just about every point with relation to that. All right, very good.
It's ironic though. It's ironic though, isn't it? This whole time he's been complaining about the level of technology, when it's in fact the level, which in part the level of technology which allowed it.
Indeed. You know how I always say I always look up at the public chat at just the wrong time. I did it again. I look up. And I look up and I just see one line from Doorknob Head. Ever try to milk a gator? I don't want to know what preceded that, and I really don't want to know what follows.
I thought you were going to say the Doorknob headline that says "I come in squirts."
No. I milk a gator.
No, please don't. You already did.
I don't want to know. All right. Anyway, well, thank you, Tornado. That was pretty good. And Voice of God, what do you got?
Well, first and foremost, Tornado, I never want to hear you say that they had integrated circuits back in '69.
Actually, there was one integrated circuit on the Apollo.
Really, there was. Which one was that?
Oh, Sean, get wrecked.
I don't remember, but I specifically remember them talking about it in a documentary I saw about the electronics and stuff.
Was it in the AGC?
No, I think it was command module.
Okay, that's where the Apollo guidance computer.
Oh, the guidance. Yes, it was in the guidance computer.
Okay.
We're hearing it.
And they still had that lovely rope memory.
Yeah.
Yeah, first I heard about integrated circuit was like 8 years after Apollo, so
I'm gonna actually look that up and just for the hell of it.
that's a fact checking thing there.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm 99% sure I that's what I heard, but go ahead.
Yeah,
And check.
because silicon wasn't used for years until after Apollo was done.
Chrissy Santiago said she's an analog girl stuck in a digital world.
And the other thing about Vin 4 was to show people how to use a buzzer instead of yelling drink.
We got to do both. It's both. Just buzzer doesn't do it. Anyway.
I'm co-host. I know how to do that.
Yes, the
Saying anything about you, Chris,
did
I
have
always enjoy hearing your voice. You can interrupt me any day.
All right. And
well, it's reciprocated.
Yes, the Apollo guidance computer did have integrated circuits.
Yeah, because I'm seeing here that the first working I see was tested 12 September 1958. Damn thing's almost as old as I am.
Ha! I'm the smart one.
Almost the same age as this paper we're getting around to.
Yeah.
all right. Let us see what
the amount of time it takes to get to it.
Let's see what Bo has to add.
Yeah, unfortunately, but it's a good thing. Tornado completely murdered it. I formally retract my buzz call.
Oh yeah, out of the park.
I'll retract my the rating of tornado.
All right. And Hill seems to have something to add. What do you got, Hill?
Again, as most people already said, that tornado mostly nailed it. But just, I suppose the only thing I would have to add is that I suppose there was there ever any doubt really that this was going to be that this paper, which we're still getting to, was going to be about the Van Allen belts. I mean, there's nothing else it really could be. There's no other candidate really, and of course, again, tornado nailed that particular point. So,
And do bears shit in the forest? I think so. Yeah.
All right.
Except for drop bears.
Oh,
Tornado can do a lot more nailing than just that.
And Tornado has Tornado, you have more?
Yes, it was about one of the other people in the chat, Michelle Desert, I think. She said the Van Halen belts rock.
Very good indeed. Alrighty, and we got.
So yes, I can imagine. Yes, the Van Halen belts do rock.
All right,
I'll
and
imagine that.
we are moving on.
So as you can see, it's these very thick layers of radiation that surround the Earth. Now, one thing to point out, I'm going to try to find this still here, is that every manned mission in the entire history of flight from the United States, China, the Soviet Union, they all have been right at about here, at about 200 to 250 miles below the beginning of the radiation, and it starts at about 1,000 miles up, and it extends, now they believe, about 30,000 miles thick.
Minor drink-ish.
Asked and answered.
Hill?
Yeah, asked and answered, but also just, I get a minor point that not really to scale. So, just may as well point that out if nothing else.
Looks like CGI to me.
Yeah, it looks like CGI to me.
Moving on.
Yeah, absolutely. Moving on. Oh, Bo, what do you got?
Oh shit! I was trying to take it back. Okay, the Van Allen belts. Two Van Allen belts at some time. Sometimes it's three, but never mind that. They are not at a fixed distance to the surface of the Earth. It varies. Just pointing it out, that one out, and it is in conjunction, funny enough, with the sun.
They get moved around by solar wind.
They are the solar winds for a large part.
If there's a solar storm, the Van Allen belts will be closer to the surface of the Earth at the sun side than at the opposite side, with certain
Tornado, your Discord.
differences. But yeah.
What's the name of the anomaly where there's a dip close to the Earth's surface? There was a name for that.
Wait, what's the name of the creator of this video? I'm pretty sure that's what it's called.
Anomaly in what?
In the Van Allen belts, there's one almost static anomaly.
I will look that up.
I don't remember what it is. This was a long time ago. I was reading about this, but it was interesting.
Get on it, Diana. It being symmetrical, or
No, the fact that it seemed to remain in one place seemed odd to me at the time.
Could it be this? The South Atlantic anomaly is an area where the Earth's inner Van Allen radiation belt comes closest to the Earth's surface, dipping down to an altitude of 200 kilometers or 120 miles. The effect is caused by the concentricity of Earth and its magnetic dipole.
Well, that explains Australia.
There you go.
No. That explains the Bermuda Triangle.
I see. South Atlantic anomaly. Thank you very much. That was, and Quickie says the same thing. That's it. Thank you. All right. Let us move on.
Oh
the
boy.
only time humans are said to have gone through this brick wall of radiation is to the moon.
No, the thin part.
Yeah, let's have a nice beverage just for his use of the word brick wall, which
brick wall of radiation.
Yeah. All right. Moving on.
Have to go through it to reach the moon. And that's what these new papers that are uncovered from 1958 will reveal.
So let's see them.
Now,
okay.
But now let's talk about the Ford Pinto. I know it's coming.
The Van Allen belts were discovered by a gentleman by the name of Van Allen. Let me find
Wow, go figure. Wow, go figure. This is the most hard-hitting
Tell me its first name.
You know the amount of drinks I think from this point on, it seems the amount of drinks we're going to get to have without saying anything is great. All right, let's hear about. Oh, Diana, you have buzzed. Please proceed.
Yeah, where was I headed with this one? Well, okay, one thing that I was thinking of saying at one point is, I know we've covered it a number of times, but so many people forget that the Apollo missions were flown in 3 dimensions, to where you were actually going almost below Van Allen belts. You did go through the thinnest part of them. But you did go down as well as out.
Oh yeah, wait, hold on. That the famous blue marble image. That was from Apollo 11, right?
Oh my!
I think it was from Apollo 17.
Was it?
I think 17 is correct.
The only reason I say that is because I remember that the image itself is taken from a rather southern angle, if that makes sense.
Yeah, let me look that up and make sure. It's one of the two.
The photo was in 72, so that kind of.
Oh, okay.
That would be 17.
Okay, never mind. You were saying about the 3-dimensionality.
Yeah, and that's basically my point there. With you're not constrained to going through the thickest part of the Van Allen belt. You can actually fly down and around it more.
Well, Diana, come on, these are flat Earth kind of people. You don't understand.
Yeah, there you go. That's
and Harry Warp just killed it. It was indeed Eugene Cernan on Apollo 17. Now I remember that.
I wish I could have met him. A friend of mine actually did meet him. NASA would have socials, dinners with the astronauts, that sort of thing. She went to a number of them year after year, and actually got to sit and talk with Gene Cernan and Jack Schmidt. And it's like envy.
Yeah. Sai knows all about the NASA
super
socials.
chat.
He's a
Super
regular.
chat. From Demont Davros. Holy shit snacks. He knows the name of the thing.
I mean,
thank you. All right.
He's developed the stunning realization that the name of the thing is named by the person who named the thing.
Yes.
It was also just in the Schwarzschild radius was named by a man named Carl Schwarzschild.
Yeah, there are stories about James Van Allen, the way he was crawling all over the early sounding rockets with instruments to measure radiation, because that was his thing. He wanted to know what radiation was like away from the Earth. And I don't know if anybody ever took any photos, but that would have been something to have him climbing up and down say, one of the V2s or one of the Vikings. That would have been something.
By the way, just for a little, sciencey trivia stuff here, Eugene Cernan, it was the last Apollo mission ever. It was in 1972, I think it was.
It was 1972 in December.
Yeah, I do believe that there was a discussion between Brown and Cernan, where Cernan really didn't think, why the hell would I take a photo of that? That's ridiculous. But he was eventually convinced of actually taking that photo. And it's history now.
And we're all the better for it.
Yeah, Gene was
last year, I think.
It might have been a couple of years ago. Let me look, because I cried when he died.
Super chat.
Chris, thrusting for all right.
Okay, Gene died.
We'll do that.
January 2017.
And Chris, we shall in fact thrust forward. Here we go. Moving on.
Oh boy.
We trust.
It's the only direction
And
thrusting
they
is
sent up
appropriate.
probes in 1958.
That's not true.
That had Geiger counters on it. Geiger counter is a method of registering radioactive particles, and it actually
I'm
has
sure it counts Geigers.
That's what I said,
sample of
jackass.
Radiation,
Get the rest
radioactive
down.
particle in
You
there
can
to
thrust
use
through
as kind of
it. You can
guideposts.
thrust it, right?
Generally, these little boxes contain uranium in them. So if you find
No!
one,
What did he just say?
The little box is
I'm so stuck on thrusting forward.
I knew it. Bo wants to hear it again. All right.
Post it, because I'm putting up my earphones
Here, I'll back it up this far and no further.
Quiet, everyone.
Here we go. Hopefully I backed it. This is an appropriate place to say back that ass up. So all right, here we go.
And it actually has I guess you call it a sample of radioactive particle in there to use.
Okay, there you go.
For calibrating or what? What the hell? That's the only instance where that would be realistic, but they wouldn't do that most likely.
Kind of cool that you can.
Wouldn't that have the possibility of contaminating anything you're trying to measure?
Well, that would depend on the source and.
It depends on a couple factors.
All right. Somebody correct now. This specific device showing on the screen, I am not 100% convinced that I know its exact construction, but as far as I know, a ionizing radiation passes through a tube and creates a charge, which is amplified to make that little clicky sound you hear.
Yeah,
and that's it. You don't pack uranium in the little. As far as I know, you don't pack uranium in the little bastard. It's measuring. It's not measuring directly radiation. It's measuring the charge produced by a high-speed charged particle.
Yeah.
Nowhere
going on is there's a wire running down the center of the tube, which is the anode, if you will, and then the cathode is a foil wrapped around the inside of the tube. When something hits that wire, it knocks off an electron, let's say, which then goes to the plate, the anode, and then through a photomultiplier, because you've got everything. You're amplifying the charge.
We have two super chats.
Yeah. Go ahead, Karis.
I'm sorry, Diana.
Sure, go for it.
Copernicus Thinker, in honor of Apollo 17, and somebody maybe put up on the main screen the Apollo 17 mission patch showing the god Apollo and galaxies. It's freaking awesome.
It is. It is one of the more beautiful patches that was ever designed for manned missions.
And then Morton Nielsen, 10-minute skip forward penalty for packing it up.
All right. Well, you know the respect we have for Morton. We're kind of obligated now.
Oh man!
Think about all those stupid one without on it. He might it's however unlikely, he might in the next minute actually bring up the paper in question.
Yeah,
you never know.
Good luck with that. Let's go back to Diana.
What I was after.
I'm on the edge of my fucking seat here.
Doorknob says Karis is not as thick as she drunk you.
All right, let's go back to Diana before she gets angry.
No,
true.
brother.
I'm
I'm
beyond
easy, sweetness.
tipsy.
I am by no means cheap, but I'm easy.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, basically what all you have in there is a tube with knocking electrons off, and then you're amplifying the signal just to get that click, 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 click going on. It's a very, very simple thing. There's no uranium involved. None of that stuff. The only uranium involved might be the stuff on the table where you hold the tube up to it.
Pretty much.
And see what's going on. And they're actually fun little things. I've used one. What I can't believe.
Has the point. She can't even say it. Yes, she is.
I actually handled U-238 in freshman physics the first time I was in at uni, and I'm amazed that they actually,
Super chat.
Have some of that.
Super chat from Aussie Globehead. Everybody should go watch Terry Davies' new video. It destroys Flat Earth.
Well, yeah. Very good.
Exactly.
Do you agree with that, Terry?
Yes, I do. Yes.
All right. This super chat is Terry Davies approved. Thank you. All right.
Yay.
And again, we just can't stop interrupting Diana.
I reckon it's recommended viewing.
Okay.
Unfortunately, every time we get a super chat, it's Diana I'm interrupting.
Oh my, that's
because Diana's always talking.
Oh my.
Hey, what can I tell you?
She's the only one here with anything intelligent to say.
No shit.
Oh, this show's about intelligence now, you say.
All right.
Well, I'm pretty sure that Diana's the only Mensa member among us.
She's unquestionably
she's
the
got the
wisest of us all.
Indeed.
I'm one of two who was there actually.
Oh, were you there?
Were you there?
Pretty much.
I fucking dare, Karis. I swear to God.
Jen and I lived that era.
Were you there?
And that speaks a lot. Oh my word. Purple. So Diana, do you remember the chemistry sets from the early 1970s that included a bit of radioactive material to do experiments with? You had one of those? Oh my word, I am so envious. I did not have those.
Gilbert's.
Yeah, Gilbert. What I had was the chemistry set that had stuff in there that could kill you, like
You can build bombs, soft bombs.
cyanides. I think there was some concentrated strong acids. I believe they had a couple of those in there. Yeah. Phenolphthalein with do not drink all over the goddamn bottle.
Diana, I believe Christy Santiago wants you to spank the naughty ones.
Oh my. Form a line, we'll get it done.
Diana, we went from Gilbert's chemistry sets to Estes rockets, in between Encyclopedia Britannica, the Gilbert's chemistry set, and Estes rockets. We were able to make rockets with warheads that we launched at boxcars. Blow up on contact. It was great.
I designed a number of model rockets. It was a whole bunch of fun because you were doing it from the ground up rather than going to the hobby store and buying a kit and just gluing it together.
Yep.
You had to know all about the organization. Yeah.
We did all our own designs and figured out that there's a difference between center of thrust and center of gravity, and learned how to do the trig to calculate their altitude from protractor, and it was great times. Kids
And
today don't know what they're missing.
What was really great was when you figured out that you wanted to go beyond what the book told you with only one station, looking at how high the rocket went. You had the measuring device. You figured out all by yourself that if you had 3 people, you not only got a really accurate idea of how high that thing went, but where it was when it got that high.
And then we learned how to load them up with 4 M80s with time fusing so that they all went off at the same time about 2,000 feet up. Oh, that was fun. Take a stopwatch. How long does it take between the flash and the sound? It was fun stuff.
Something tells me that we should move on.
You're probably right. I was thinking the same thing. Let us cover Tornado. You have something to add, sir?
Aside from all this awesome science talk, I'd like to hear Jen Morgan talk about what they were doing a bit more, but I guess we have to move on.
We probably should.
The men in black would be knocking on our doors.
Honestly, the science projects that were considered normal, in decades past, would be frightening to people now. When I was a young fellow, I came into possession of a book that was science fair projects, and one of the projects in question was X-ray machine.
Yes.
By machine. Vacuum tube, little tin foil, spark gap. Plug it into the wall, your spark gap produced, and then poof, X-ray. I wonder how many detached retinas we have because of that book. Anyway, all right.
A group of us built one in junior high school. We took it to school for our science project, and before we even got it fired up, the teachers realized what was going on and panicked.
The one I really liked was the chemistry book that was in the local library, which I read cover to cover many times. One of the reactions in there was making chloroform by the heliform reaction, where you reacted chlorine bleach with methyl.
Say what?
Yeah. You made chloroform, and this was for kids at home.
For kids.
Yeah.
Back when kids were allowed to burn their fingers so they could learn what to not touch.
In our junior, I'm sorry.
I have to look.
In our junior and senior year in high school, we attempted to build a laser. We came pretty close, but we're not able to get the
exciter
vacuum tube gas-filled tubes done well enough. We didn't understand how neon things were built well enough to do it, but we had the voltage, and we were able to spark electrodes from 8-inch distance and all kinds of cool stuff.
Yeah, my high school actually had a 10-watt CO2 laser.
What? Nobody had a ruby rod handy? What's the problem?
No, unfortunately, no.
Hey, I have one in my drawer. It's not a green laser, it's because they don't exist. It's a red infrared laser that shines that laser light into a crystal to make it green. So yeah.
Aha. All right. That's also a little known fact. That's also how lightsabers work. Okay, Bo, you're on the list. What do you got?
Yeah. Okay, look at the screen right now. What you're looking at is the Lionel CDV 700-6B. I just DM'd you the manual so you can read it for yourself. Now
Wait a minute. On the screen, all I'm seeing is the Geiger-Miller tube.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, that is what it is then.
Oh, okay.
Look, all I'm saying is you guys can't fool me. That's clearly a proton pack.
Yeah, most. You know what? Let's freaking move on.
Okay.
All I'm saying is the Ghostbusters left their equipment lying around at NASA and someone noticed.
So it seemed.
Actually, you could buy those on those ghost hunting websites. No.
You know, at the risk of restarting the delaying, which I'm not going to allow this time, did you know you can now buy a Geiger counter module for the Arduino sets for the Arduino microcontrollers?
Oh my word!
That sounds safe. What could possibly go wrong?
Oh no! Well, the detector, that's not going to harm you. It's when you go looking for actual radiation.
That's what I mean. Like, oh no! Finding out if that thing works is definitely going to be an endeavor that's not going to end. Depending on what exactly you do.
What could go wrong? All right, Tornado. You have something additional?
During my science fair project back in 9th grade, I was actually looking into the physics of colored fire. And that's about all I will say because I don't want the men in black knocking on my door.
Again.
Oh, that's the right thing. That's
Again.
It's not illegal. Metal salts into a flame, yeah.
All right.
The experiment is find out which color burns my eyebrows off most quickly.
Poof. Ah, yes. Reminds me of my youth. Poof, no eyebrows. All right, moving on.
Am I missing an eyebrow? Oh, yeah.
And what do I always say? How do you know you still have things to learn? You're still breathing? I learned don't wear wire-rimmed glasses near your Tesla coil. All right, moving on.
Yeah, you're the one who built that monster in your living room.
Generally, these little boxes contain
That
uranium.
that thing wants to eat
If
you.
you find one at a garage sale, I wouldn't take it home. It might be radioactive.
That's because you're an idiot.
So, in any case, they put these Geiger counters on these probes and
taped them on
into the Van Allen radiation belt, and this was done in 1958. And the Geiger counters, I think, on one probe broke because they were fluctuating at such an excessive amount beyond what they anticipated, and they sent up other probes and they wrote down these particular readings.
Okay, and
now this is something I guess I'm kind of compelled to go a little bit ahead out of sequence here. Van Allen basically said this. I'm going to read his quote from these.
I'm sorry, Diana, you have something to add?
Yeah, he's going on about writing the stuff down and everything. The story of how this went. Jim sent stuff up, and they were getting no readings at all. And they were thinking, okay, there's no radiation out there. Until they figured out that the tubes were getting swamped.
Yeah.
And they made the necessary adjustments, and they finally got the readings that they thought they wanted to get, showing the thickness of the belts and where they were and everything else. But that was the whole point. They thought there was nothing until they reviewed it and said, no, we're getting swamped here.
Indeed. Christy, that's what you want to use as a safe word? Really? All right. And very good. On that note, let us move on.
Yay.
Probes. I'm going a little out of sequence here, but let me find my paperwork here. Of course, you can read the article and the link of the description of this YouTube video.
Well, how about you?
He said,
all right.
I
our
think
measurements
our safe word
show.
is completely appropriate. Fluffy Snuffleupagus.
Isn't it a little bit long? What if you?
Yes, but
the
it would
idea.
definitely kind of stop everything.
I
Not what you
guess.
say accidentally.
Too many syllables. What if you die at snuff? All right, moving on.
That the maximum radiation level is between 10 and 100 rentigens per hour. I think that's another name for rent.
At least he tried to pronounce
Rentigens.
He tried. It's called Röntgen.
Yeah, no. Sorry, Bo. They're rentigens.
Rentigens. They can only that here detector can only take so many rentigens.
All right, Tornado. What do you got?
Rontgens, you idiot.
No, Röntgen.
No, we're talking about no, but Bo, we mean it how it's said in the civilized world. All right.
Oh, you mean that? Oh, yeah, the world that uses imperial. One of the 3 countries in the whole world.
Yes.
Still playing up that stupid stuff.
Yes, we can understand that. We can understand math that does not necessarily make everything divisible by 10. Yep.
Sigh your discord.
Yeah, Bo,
All right.
and which country in Europe landed guys on the moon? Huh?
That was done because of the German. Using metric, by the way.
Didn't seem to accomplish it over in Germany, though, did he?
Yeah, but it was done by a German that's a European, and it was done using metric.
But he couldn't do it until he came to a civilized country, could he?
Because of money.
There you go. I've mentioned that point before too.
Because of our excess of freedom.
And by the way, no, not freedom, because he was not, that guy was not used till the very last part of the his time in there. Well, okay.
Look, all I'm saying is that you guys are missing a measurement system, which was invented by a drunk mathematician rolling dice.
All right.
Yeah, because dice are base 6, so why not?
How many inches in a foot? Oh, fuck it, 12.
But I'm not the size 42. That's not a.
Yeah, indeed. All right. That's we were. You all realize we're at minute 14, right? You know that?
minutes.
All right, let's
more?
let's let it go a little bit, and well, you know what? I've said this before; it's never done any good. Let's ignore the minor stupid and only address the major stupid.
3-minute run without stopping.
3-minute run. All right, that works.
Oh no!
It's not going to work. Here we go.
Since a human being exposed
Mute everyone.
to 2 days only of 10 rentagens would only have a 50% chance of survival.
Rentagens.
The radiation belts obviously present an obstacle to spaceflight beyond Earth orbit. Rockets will need to take off.
Understood, but we're going
at the north or south poles in order to reach the moon. And if we go back to this little picture.
All right, the one thing that will stop the stupid is we have a super chat. Chris Kelling, can you rent a gen per hour? Yes, you can.
Generator? Yes,
and actually, if you rent several gen, I think there's some kind of bargain.
I get 200 an hour.
Oh my God, that didn't even occur to me.
How much does it cost to rent a clam?
Rent a clam. All right.
I bring my own clams.
I see.
I thought the joke was going to be rent a gin.
Well, Tegatron, 1-800-RENT-A-GENS. All right, Tornado, you get to go ahead. Please proceed.
Oh, you idiot! Again, time, trajectory, technology, and titanium. Asked and answered.
That works. All right, let's clear the board, and now we'll try and do a run. And that was the way. I know I promised 3 minutes, but that's the one way stupid gets stopped on a dime. Here we go. Moving on.
Here you can see that the radiation belts are kind of like a donut shape. So if there's an opening here without radiation and there's an opening down here, if you were able to somehow launch from the North Pole or the South Pole,
Oh, you need a...
Please pause it, please.
Oh, we're paused. We're paused.
Things holy.
Yeah, you need a hell of a lot more fuel, wouldn't you, you dumb bastard? All right, Tornado, you're up first. What do you got?
Hey, you know that thing you can do before you reach the Van Allen belts? It's called inclining your orbit, you numpty.
I was going to say turn, but... All right.
We've got to get Tornadoes some new insults.
Hill.
Like NASCAR. But...
Hill, what do you got?
I mean, again, this kind of goes back to the scale thing I mentioned earlier. You don't have to launch from the North Pole. Like, remember, low Earth orbit is a tiny fraction of this image he's showing. So you just need, like Tornado said, just incline your orbit properly, such that when you leave low Earth orbit, your exit point is closer to the pole than to the equator. You don't need to launch from the pole. That'd be inefficient as hell. And not to mention, you would need to launch from the pole, not go into orbit, and just go straight out, which would take even more energy.
Yeah.
And remember, folks, this guy is not, and this makes it even worse, this is not a flat earther talking here.
That's just weird. That is.
Do we know that?
Well, look at the pictures he's using.
Yeah,
So,
and he hasn't had any rhetoric about it. He only talks about the deception of not going to.
Yeah, this is a rare species we've come across. This is a single. Well, no, there's probably others, but I was going to say a single conspiracy theorist, as opposed to most of them accepting anything that is anti-science. All right.
I'm just wondering, with them using the brick wall and stuff as an analogy and stuff to the Van Allen belts, was that set up by Masons?
It must have been. That's perfect. All right.
I'm at that point where that was just funny enough to make me actually laugh out loud. That was quality. I appreciate that.
Super chat.
Oh, go ahead.
Neilton says, the skinny Earth theory, news conspiracy, donut belt wearing Earth? What?
Yes, exactly. Alrighty, and here's some more of this. We'll try and do a run. Okay, moving on.
What he's saying you would have to do. The Apollo astronauts did not do that. They launched from Florida near the equator, which helps them put them in a better orbit. Additionally, you may remember, I think it was the Challenger. I think that was the first space shuttle that blew up on launch. It did so because it got down to like 43 degrees the previous night. So you can imagine
34.
And this is all tied to the Van Allen belt somehow. I don't see the connection. I mean, you can talk about both if you wish, but let's not jump around like that. Tornado, what do you got, my friend?
Well, actually, it wasn't the temperature that destroyed the Challenger. It was a faulty O-ring.
Well, I think it was temperature related because the
contracted enough to allow the gases to get through.
Yeah, so it was a combination of design and just damn bad luck. It's a problem that never would have been noticed had the weather done anything just slightly different.
Feynman told them that morning, don't shoot. Other technicians told them, don't go.
Feynman?
And they did anyway.
I thought they brought Feynman in on the inquiry.
I remember seeing Feynman on the television the morning of that tragedy and discussing and having an O-ring, just a standard O-ring from a hardware store, and putting it in a glass of ice water.
That was thinking back, was that not that was just a freaking shocking day. It was an
awful day.
I was completely unprepared for that. There very, very few times in my life I've just looked at something and froze, like, this can't happen. Anyway, all right, moving on.
Possibility of putting sensitive rocket equipment and all those gaskets and things, and trying to do that, in 0 degrees or below zero from the North and South Pole. It's just, an infeasible concept.
You're right. So maybe that's why we don't do that.
To do.
I mean,
now, when the space shuttle...
The other reason is not just that it's the temperature would make things difficult, but also the fact that if you launch from the equator, especially if you launch to the east, you get the added benefit of Earth's rotation adds to the momentum you need to actually stay in orbit.
Exactly. Yeah. Less fuel.
And if the
more cost
author of
effective.
the video would have taken the time to take, say, 1 semester of a 100 level materials science course, you would realize what a stupid statement that is.
Yes. A lot of this could be cured with just a tiny bit more education. I agree.
It's far more efficient to launch from near the equator and then just incline your orbit to be polar than it is to launch from a pole and then just go south from there, or I suppose, or northeast, I suppose too.
Well, the way I remember most of the polar shots going from the U.S. is from Vandenberg south. They actually go over the Gulf of California.
Yep, they'll fly mainly to the west because they want to counteract that rotation they want to counteract that momentum that the Earth gives them. And I suppose they'll go south because they want to be orbiting in that particular direction.
Well, there's more water if you go south.
That's true. That too. That helps.
Alrighty, and here's more crap, and we're still sorry.
Highest altitude ever. This was in 1997. They went up to 380 miles. Their safety equipment started having their alarms go off because they were, I think they were working on retrieving the out-of-focus lens of the Hubble Space Telescope, which is kind of interesting. 20 years after going...
Not correct, but let's let it slide.
All right, let's let it go a little bit.
1,000 times farther than the space shuttle. With 20 years older technology, they can't even put a telescope into orbit that has a lens that focuses. Oops. The lens
man, he's a
focus.
dick.
Drink.
Yeah, I agree. Definite.
Maybe we shouldn't let it slide then.
Well, no, not at that point. Tornado, what do you got?
You're suggesting that that a mistake they made now prevents them from doing anything even remotely more complex in the past. That is a genetic fallacy.
Also,
purple
it
caught
kind of
me.
just ignore the fact that they fixed the lens like as soon as they could.
Yeah,
they didn't leave it up there broken.
Yeah, purple caught me, by the way.
I have to be the pedantic ass here.
Yes.
They didn't fix the lens. They
Sorry,
didn't touch the lens.
They gave it glasses.
They added a correction. That's what I meant.
They fixed the system.
They injected, or what it's called, a corrective lens on the first try, I think.
Glasses.
Glasses.
Corrective lens.
They gave it glasses.
And on the second one, they made us a firmware update, I think it was, by changing out some pores.
And just the fact that they were able to do that on a piece of equipment at that distance.
It worked. Awesome.
Exactly.
The fact that it was out of focus from the get-go was not because of the space, blah, blah, blah. It was made on the ground. It was an incorrect reading of numbers, I think.
So this individual...
And what was the tolerance? That was just something like 100 thousandths of a tolerance. Of an inch tolerance.
I can't remember
was
those
screw up or something.
basic measurements there.
It was incredibly minute.
Do I remember correctly that they ground the mirror on the ground, forgetting that gravity would pull the edges down, and then when it was up there, that sprang back, and that's how it screwed up? Or did you already say that?
I wonder. Well, I didn't say that.
I can't remember if that was it or not.
It wouldn't surprise me, but I'm not sure.
Was this this wasn't the great metric imperial botch, was it?
No, it
No,
wasn't.
no, that was
on a Mars shot.
That was a Mars mission.
Yeah. Okay. All
A
right.
station that went apeshit from the beginning.
And
You guys must be psychic. I was literally just Googling that.
And from it looks like Purple caught me in the public chat. Sidestrike, if you were truly sorry, you would not keep doing this every week. Damn it, I'm caught.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah,
You're had. Now you have to pay the price sign.
So it would seem. All right, and that price would be
hold on, 1 second. The Mars, the Mars Climate Orbiter was that one with the conversion problem. That was in 1999.
Yep.
Yeah, and actually, so he does agree that stuff has made it. He's apparently like the Hubble Space Telescope, which apparently is fine in the radiation belts, and he agrees that we can send stuff past them. Obviously, like for example, even the Mars Climate Orbiter got to Mars before it failed. So it made it through the radiation belts apparently fine.
Well, every communication satellite that we put up there gets through the belts.
Exactly. So he's talking about there's a special exception for manned missions. It's just stupid and arbitrary.
So if you're watching ESPN, that's because it actually made it through. And oh my God, I'm really getting a lot of use out of that personal safety device.
Great, I'm glad to hear that.
I'm actually not sure about this in terms of just the cosmic background radiation. Well, crap. Fuck it. All the radiation up there at 250 miles heights. What is the hardest thing to keep alive up there? Electronics of today or humans?
Oh, it's got to be the electronics. Got to be the electronics.
What's the most delicate? I mean, I find it intriguing that they can create the Hubble Space Telescope. I know it's a bit further out than the regular, 250-mile distance from the surface of Earth, but they can make that thing with an optical sensor, a digital sensor, and it survives. But on the space station, etc., they have to swap out their Nikon D1s. I think they use. It doesn't matter. Professional digital cameras every couple of years because the sensors die due to the cosmic radiation.
Yeah, that is the case.
Yeah, and the more as the density increases, it's more sensitive, and yeah, I'm not surprised by that, and it's a trade-off, I guess.
Yeah. And I find it funny that they don't enclose the cameras, or at least the backplanes, or the sensor parts, in a water bottle of some kind when they're not using it, because that would, keep it a lot more safe than just hanging it with Velcro on the side.
Purple, we'll send you another one. Don't worry about it. All right, let us move on. We're actually making progress here, and that is a lie, but here we go.
Not that necessarily they're inept.
See, that's how that works. I may occasionally lie to you people, but I always tell you about it within 4 or 5 seconds, so it's really not a problem.
This stuff is extremely difficult. So if it's difficult just to do things into Earth orbit, blowing up 2 space shuttles, blowing up a dozen things in the last 16 years, putting up telescopes that can't even focus, it shows you the absurdity of saying with 20 years older technology than the space shuttle.
Show your assholery, you asshole.
Oh my. All right. Hill, what do you got?
We go to the moon and also do those other things. Not because it is easy, but because it is difficult.
Indeed.
Hard was the word.
He didn't
want. He didn't.
Too difficult to match what he said.
He just didn't want me to say phrasing again.
Yeah, exactly, phrasing. Oh God, Sai, it's been years since I've heard a good phrasing.
Well, this is the place. All right.
In any case, yeah, the whole point is that sure, it's difficult, but that doesn't mean it's impossible. And humans, we're good at difficult. Difficult is where the fun is. If it was easy, we would have done it ages ago. It's the fact that it is difficult that makes it what makes it that more amazing that we have done it and that we have conquered it in this in this limited extent that we have. Granted,
were it easy,
Yeah.
it would be too fucking boring.
I mean, who wants to play a game where you turn it on and poof, you win? Certainly not.
All I can say about this guy is that Buzz Aldrin should have beat him into a rubble of flesh on the table and spit on him as he left.
All right.
Oh yeah, he should have gone Rocky Balboa on his face.
All right, Tornado, what do you got?
I was going to say, you're basically making the claim that anything that can't be done nowadays can't be done at all. I hate that claim because it's saying that if you can't do it now, it can't be done at all, and that's just stupid.
Kind of precludes human advancement.
Because it is because he's saying stuff that we can do today is stuff that we just couldn't do in the past because 60s technology.
All right, and
that's all it really comes down to.
Could you please repeat that and also put it in writing so I can read it later?
All right. Anyway, moving on. Here we go.
They're in the spaceship.
Clam.
But when they went up to 380 miles, they found that the radiation level was dangerous. And because of that, they never went to that altitude again. Now, 380 miles, that's 620 miles away from just the beginning of the Van Allen radiation belt. So you have to understand there's this radiation that is so severe that alarms start going off telling you
hold up a second.
Okay.
What he just said is nonsense. He said, "Oh yeah, so they're not in the radiation belts yet, but the radiation there is dangerous. They're not in the belts yet."
And even if they did go through the belts, the Apollo astronauts did not have any more exposure to the Van Allen belts because of a route that they chose, plus the time that it took and the intensity of the belts, that it was no worse than a couple of chest X-rays.
Yeah.
I mean, they carried dosimeters. They knew how much they got.
Radiation alone isn't the problem. It's the exposure to that radiation and how much shielding, which is determined by the time you spend in the inside the relevant radiation and the stuff like the intensity of the radiation itself, and which is partially a component of the where you happen to be taking in the radiation and the shielding that you use. Just saying, there is radiation isn't it's not a brick wall that you just hit.
Oh no, it's clearly in the picture here. Apparently, it is a brick wall. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
There it is.
It's far more dynamic than that.
Give this guy a Geiger counter and tell him to measure the next airplane flight he takes at 30,000 feet.
Exactly. Yeah, it's almost as ridiculous as listening to an idiot saying that mobile phones, you put those up to your head while talking, or 5G, danger, Will Robinson. Yeah, and they have no problem whatsoever taking a plane ride every now and then.
Right. Indeed.
How much more radiation? Danger word. Do they get from an airplane ride compared to a phone call every half hour?
Here, let's see Bo's head explode. But Bo, this is gonna make his head explode. 5G has frequencies in it.
Can't argue with that.
I'm not going to say Gary Whitebenga, but I am going to say Multi Tom Tom on GeoStreber's YouTube channel, where we had a little chat with him. And Jared was there too, and he also talked about frequency.
Of course.
He was a genius.
Moving on. It has wavelengths too.
Yes, they're also it's packed with wavelengths, you're right. All right, moving on. Here
there are at least 7 whole wavelengths.
The speed of the signal.
Here we go. Yes. The speech.
Oh, I laughed so hard when
all right.
the awesome Jesus guy said that.
All right, moving on.
It's radiation from a distance of 620 miles away. CNN caught the story, and they said this, word for word: the radiation belts surrounding Earth are more dangerous than previously believed.
So we're not going to hang out there.
Right.
Problem solved.
And we know that journalists never get stuff wrong.
Indeed. Tornado, what do you got?
Yeah, so time, trajectory, technology, and titanium. It's that fucking simple.
You know, would you think would solve problems if you would just email that over to this fellow, Tornado? You think that would take care of this problem?
I would, but then he'd call me a government shill.
Oh yeah.
Apparently, the only thing that can fix the problem is Buzz Aldrin.
That did seem to be a good solution, didn't it? All right, moving on. Here we go.
Now you have to understand, what does that mean? More dangerous than previously believed. Previous believed meaning the knowledge gathered by the Apollo missions.
Okay.
They were the only crews who have ever claimed to have gone through the radiation belts. So the question is, how can a space shuttle crew 620 miles away from the beginning of the radiation belt know more about it than the Apollo astronauts who were allegedly in the middle of the belts 18 times to the moon and back?
Instrumentation?
Maybe.
Maybe, just maybe.
Maybe because we didn't see before. It was all 1960s technology. Now nothing. now nothing about using newer technology. Not a word. That's just beautiful. You know what? Drink. God damn it.
Not even wrong.
Okay. That I agree. That one goes right.
I'm gonna
in
hit
there.
myself over the head with my bottle for that.
You need a ball-peen hammer.
And run.
All right. Here we go. Stuff.
See, it's not possible.
Okay.
See, it contradicts itself. Again, CNN reports that the space shuttle crew said that the radiation belts are more dangerous than previously believed.
Argument from authority.
To about 100
Oh, good. That works.
30 miles higher than the space station.
There's another point which is being missed here slightly.
Okay, hold on. There we go.
Found it.
This whole premise is based on the conspiracy being one of the stupidest conspiracies in human history. Being that on one hand, NASA's saying, "Oh yeah, we went to the moon," but the other hand is also apparently saying, "Yeah, we can't get to the moon." Like, what sort of incompetency? Like, that's what most of these conspiracy theorists have to believe about a particular NASA in this particular case. Saying, "Oh yeah, the conspiracy has to be run by such fucking idiots." That they always are telling us that literally that there is a conspiracy.
And at that
on
point,
one hand, they're saying, "Oh yeah, we can go to the moon." On the other hand, they're saying, "Oh yeah, no, it's impossible to go to the moon. We can't do that."
At that point, it's not even a conspiracy.
They're also saying that we also sent shit all the way to fucking Mars, and we have like Voyager, which has literally escaped the whole goddamn solar system. But no, it radiation belts.
Voyager hasn't been christened yet. It's not on. It's still a couple of 100 years in the future.
It's getting there. Anyway, all right. Tornado, did you have something additional?
No.
Okay. And here we go. More of this guy.
Still too dangerous of a height because
I don't want to be that guy.
They descended to a lower altitude.
Oh, that's a flat earth.
More dangerous than previously believed, and the most knowledgeable people about the radiation belts have to be the Apollo astronauts.
Okay. Yeah.
No!
Yeah. Okay. Drink. Uber drink. Go ahead.
I feel like it's pretty obvious that the people who are going to know the most about it are the people who have the best instruments to measure it with.
All right, Diana, what do you got?
Yeah, you already got most of it. They through the belts. Yes, that doesn't make them the premier authorities because they didn't have the instrumentation that we might have now. Yeah. They didn't know what to look for.
Yeah, I've been to Norway. I've got no idea what the fuck's going on there.
Yeah,
you can still see the northern lights.
The first one is not necessarily the best one, jackass.
And why is he making the jump from? Okay, let's just say that his argument is valid. It's saying that it was discovered that they were worse than we thought. Worse than we thought does not mean you show up there and your head explodes. It just
insta-cancer.
Yes,
right.
It just means it's worse than we thought. Doesn't mean it kills you in 2 seconds. So anyway.
Sai,
yes.
I know you didn't watch the whole thing last weekend, but this guy is nowhere close to jumping all over the planet like what we experienced last time. It's still pretty darn stupid, but
I did have an ear. I was obviously unable to be on the panel, but there's not a whole lot of signal out in Pennsylvania there. But I was able to hear most of it, and yeah, that was fun.
And also a whole lot of stupid that you do not want to even listen to while driving.
Best to avoid such things. You can't see the road. Pounding yourself in the face with the mitt, you can't see the road. All right, moving on.
Couldn't we just solve the problem with the Van
No.
Allen belts by like launching out a whole bunch of lead and let it absorb it? You know.
Who do you think you are, David Niven? Gary Niven.
I think obviously the better way to stop the Van Allen belt is just to stop the Earth from rotating.
Oh yeah,
So that way the
XRPs and yeah.
Yeah, then we don't have the interaction, so then we can just destroy the Earth's magnetic field.
Yes,
Really,
yes, and
then
then we could be just like Mars.
And then yes, exactly. Then we don't have to worry about
to take that trip. We'd be already there.
We don't have to worry about the Van Allen belts because they'll be gone,
We'll
and all
all
the
be dead, is why we won't be worrying.
solar wind will remove our atmosphere, and
I mean, think about it. We'll have much greater problems on our hands than that Van Allen belt's not existing.
Oh
if,
wait,
if we become more like Mars.
Oh wait, no, that's perfect. That is a perfect plan. Okay, Earth's magnetic field gone, Van Allen belts just go away. So theoretically, they don't go away instantly. They kind of shrink towards the surface of the Earth. All you have to do is just about the point where they come to the surface, just jump. Like 5 or 10 inches in the air. You're above it all. It's perfect.
Yeah, we could just invent a mechanism that will convert the Earth's magnetic field to frequencies, and with new frequencies,
free energy,
power the over Unity machines to power the whole world. All that will be awesome.
And if we you know what? If we bag up those frequencies and bring them with us to Mars.
Even better. We should call Peter and Pete immediately to have them help us draft.
Well, honestly, though, I mean, you're going to need a really big bag to fit that many frequencies.
We use shortwaves.
The Van Allen belts were
A really low
intentionally
wavelength.
built-
You could fit at least 7 whole frequencies in the bag like that.
The Van Allen belts were intentionally built by the Narubu race of people as our first form of defense against aliens.
Must be.
Ooh, yeah.
It
All
keeps
right.
them out.
That's got to be
Look,
all right.
I've seen War of the Worlds. I know how this shit works.
Martians away when they attacked Atlantis.
Reports of buffering. Is everybody getting buffering? Is it us?
I think it's us that are buffering.
No,
I think we're the ones that are literally buffering.
I have to really.
Watching the
My brain is buffering listening to this film.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, moving on. Let us torture ourselves further and everybody else. Here we go.
9 times orbiting the moon and 9 times back, a total of 18 times in it for more than an hour each way, totaling at least 24 hours. So, how can the shuttle crew be making discoveries about the radiation belts from 620 miles away that the Apollo astronauts did not make?
Covered.
Remote observation, jackass.
Itself.
Pretty much.
It's probes, baby. It's all probes.
All right, I'd say we covered that. Just have a nice drink and let it go. Here we go.
Is indirect a little bit evidence that the Apollo astronauts did not go through the belts. Otherwise,
Drink!
Right.
All right.
Jack Riley announced when they went through the belts. Shit.
All right. Oh, that's not even wrong. That's right. Oh no, that's it. Just
That
plain.
entire thing that's been addressed.
Yeah. All right. Here we go. More crap. There's no other real word for it.
discovery to the space shuttle crew, even when they're just approaching the belts.
The belts, which have something to do with this document that's in the title of your video. All right.
Now, in my film, a funny thing happened on the way to the moon.
Also not about the document.
Here's
Oh,
our
more
little
self-promotion,
logo on the
enjoy.
cover.
And that's from a movie that
I pulled
wasn't
out a
him,
picture of the
his.
DVD,
Yeah.
but this is on the DVD
It's
cover.
Capricorn 1.
The footage that I uncovered, and this is what really convinced me that the moon landings were fake, is that I was kind of doing the film under the theory that it might be true that they did not go and stage it as kind of a bluff and poker.
This
3.5
convinced
years.
you they were fake.
It was a 5-year project. The film cost $500,000, largely because of
Film
research and documentation that we bought from people and the ex-military people and
people.
widows of
My favorite source is
astronauts and
people.
things like that.
So me and
Convinced you they were fake.
There might have been a professor too. You don't know.
Oh, yeah, of course. Or maybe one of the they.
They, yes, that is also possible. All right, Tornado seems to have something to add.
Doorknob Head has a good point. Karis
So
can
it
almost
seems
talk.
that our person here is doing another argument from authority and also saying, oh, because of this, and this, it has to be fake. There's no other way. That is just saying ad hoc.
Well, yeah. I do have to say I'm not thoroughly convinced by his argument. I'll just say that.
It's basically
I'm not entirely
the
convinced
usual-
he's made an argument.
Copernicus has made a request. He told me to say, Daddy, I don't believe it.
All right, if anyone needs a break after that, just buzz in.
What? You say something, Si? What?
All right. No, I did not. Hill, what do you got to add?
Oh no, you said to buzz in.
Oh, okay, take a break. Go ahead. All right.
Jeez.
And moving on.
Wipe.
Documents cost $10,000 each. I said, well, they probably went to the moon. I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt.
Oh, lucky them.
And then I found a mislabeled tape. What was on the tape and on the label were two different things. The late Bill Casing believes a source at NASA gave that to me deliberately. I'm beginning to think that was the case. And in that,
I wonder what year this was.
All right. And Tornado, what would you like to add?
Citation freaking needed.
Yeah, there's nothing better than unnamed quote-unquote sources.
Yeah, indeed.
And also, what costs $1,000 per?
He said some kind of documents. Again, he's throwing the word documents around. How about you show us the document you're talking about?
It's a shame if he shared that with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good luck. How long you got to wait? All right, here we go.
That footage, which has a warning here, I specifically asked NASA for unedited footage, and every single thing I got was edited except this and one other reel.
Again, wasn't this shot on film?
Tornado, what do you got?
He was talking about.
He said, I specifically asked for unedited footage, and they only gave me edited CGI.
On film.
Yeah, on film. Hold on, on film. That was taken before CGI even existed.
Yeah, the film on 16
The only
millimeter.
way to edit film like this is to literally go in and manually cut the frames.
Yeah, can you see the problem here?
Well, they called in the Disney artists, of course. They did it frame by frame, I'm sure. All right, let's see. I think we're really getting into it now. If it goes to that, if it gets to that Earth through the window thing, and we've done that one before, if you recall. All right, moving on. Yeah, looking at the looking through the window of the capsule, and then look, it was all fake as we pan back. They had a sheet over. That's bullshit. If they do it, you'll see, and you'll be angered, as was I. All right, here we go.
Oops, maybe I shouldn't have said that. Oh well. And some of my detractors say that this footage that I uncovered is widely available, and that's just simply not the case. Because it says
right, we can see it on YouTube, but it's top secret.
Right here at the beginning of it, this is not for general public distribution.
Oh well,
this
if it has that on the front,
jackass.
Now in the reel,
And what's
they
the
only
difference
aired maybe
between
20,
not
30
for
seconds
general
of it, and what
public
the TV
distribution and
viewers
secret? Jackass.
saw was what they had claimed was a picture of the Earth floating in space from some great distance away.
Here it comes.
What do you expect the Earth to do in space?
Well, this is it. I can tell already because of the eccentricity. Watch, you'll see. This is the stupid thing I was talking about.
He acts as if the Earth floating is not something it should be doing in space. What should it be doing?
Dude, what else is there to do? All right.
Which rolled the theme music to the original Star Trek series, of course.
It's a ball. It should be balling.
There you go. All right. See, you can. This is going to be the. Bo, this is going to be exactly. I think this is going to be exactly what I was talking about. Here we go.
Shot here. If you can ignore this part here, there was one shot that was kind of proportion to this to show that there's some great distance away from the Earth. Now they were allegedly zooming in the camera, the lens, on this here.
Allegedly.
But there were other shots. If you take out this there, it looked about this, size. To kind of show, hey, look, here we are halfway to the moon, as they claimed they were at the beginning of the footage.
Claimed.
And
pause that shit right now. That's no. Okay. Let's see. What cameras did they use? What optics were used?
All I'm
I
saying
thought, what
is,
mission is
Sure
this?
that
all I'm saying is, you haven't seen the worst part
Um,
yet. You haven't seen the worst yet.
I'm sure I haven't. If this is an
You know
by
that
him
Sai has
unchanged
watched this
film,
entire thing
yeah,
before
poor
this.
guy.
That poor
If
man.
if this footage that this jackass is showing us right now has not been changed in any way by himself, that footage has been filmed by using a cinemascope lens. It's not a spherical lens. It's it's a lens that's used to capture a field of view that is between 21:9 and 14:9, or 235:1, into an area of approximately 16 millimeters diagonally, or 35 millimeters diagonally, more or less a 4:3 or 3:4 formats, depending on how you look at it. That is a warped image.
Well, no. You'll see. It's not warped. You'll see.
This guy having this image under these pretenses that was given to him and all reminds me of this thing I saw on the internet about some document talking about how they pay people, NASA pays people to convince others of the globe, or never mind, it was a big joke.
Oh yeah, the thing with Glitter Walk.
Yeah.
Yeah, good times.
Indeed. Anyway, you'll see. This ends.
I'm more a fan of this image of Earth, which is from some space mission taken by someone at some distance from Earth. I love that mission. That one is my favorite.
I always liked it.
I'll go get my leather hammer ready so I can bite down on it.
All right, here we go.
I'll be eating it.
Wait, just keep an eye on this nonsense. And this is not just in this video. I did not watch this one before.
Okay, let's watch it all through.
Yeah, but the stuff that is on the screen now, I have seen elsewhere, and it's, well, anyway. Here we go. Moving on.
The way they got this footage, as explained to the viewers, is that Neil Armstrong said on this unedited tape, they only had one window that faced the Earth, and it was completely filled up with the TV camera, meaning the TV cameras back then were kind of big, it's bulky. In order to get this shot, or this proportion here, of the Earth allegedly floating in space.
Allegedly.
Although that's an outtake, because that shows you how they're faking it.
In alleged space.
In a minute.
Drink!
They would have the lens to the...
all right, but make it quick. Go ahead, Tornado.
Which shows how they're faking it.
course.
Yeah, then show us how they are quote-unquote faking it.
It's coming.
Allegedly.
It's coming, allegedly, and you're not going to like it.
It's allegedly
glass
coming.
In order to shoot the Earth far away.
That still has nothing to do with any document.
And Neil Armstrong says we're calling in from 130,000 miles out.
Allegedly.
In fact, right before he says
hello,
he's calling in from 130,000 miles out.
Blam?
He asked
Drink
NASA,
nothing
how far
that's
out do you
related
have
to what this guy is saying.
There you go.
I'm told that I need to read out something that Doorknob said. He said something about pig and heat.
Okay. All right.
Oh my.
I don't know what this
I think we
means.
can all be glad Look-a-Pig isn't here for that.
Actually, Look-a-Pig is here.
Oh, never mind then.
Never mind. All right. Yes, I believe great effort is being made in an attempt to join us. Which all right, let's go back to this crap. And I would say you're gonna. I would say you're gonna love it, but you're not. Here we go. Allegedly. Here we go. I'm allegedly gonna hit play.
Well, he's got the most advanced computer on the entire planet. He knows exactly how far he is away from Earth. His display says it. So why did he ask NASA to tell him how far out he is? Because his display actually says about 250 miles. He's in low Earth orbit. They never left Earth orbit because of the radiation.
What the fuck? The weirdest wide-angle lens I have ever seen in my life.
What the fuck?
Fucking liar!
Hey, language there, Tornado.
Hold on, wait. What? There's no amount of. You can't see that much of the Earth from low Earth orbit.
Yeah.
It's
Anyway.
just not possible.
All right. Tornado has buzzed. Please proceed. Well, actually, first let's say hi to Pig. Hi, Pig.
Hi, Pig.
All right.
Hi. I'm
Tornado,
outside at
remember.
3 o'clock in the morning in the dark.
Just see, I told you he was
Everyone
going.
say hi, Pig.
I told you Pig was going to great lengths to try and join us, and there he is. All right, Tornado, go ahead.
This is the kind of stuff that makes me want to squeeze my head like a freaking grape.
It's gonna get worse.
Seriously,
It's gonna get
Bart.
worse. Trust me.
Seriously, Bart Siebel. Does the word geometry mean anything to you? Does the word angular resolution mean anything to you?
2 words. No. Idiot.
Seriously, seriously, geometry, does that word mean anything? Nope. It just, all you seem to claim is, oh, they shot it from 250,000 miles away. Well, otherwise, why did he have to ask NASA? No, that's not how any of that works.
Anyone else feel Tornado's anger? I love it.
I mean,
that's not how
I genuinely don't know. How did the spacecraft tell its distance from Earth? Wouldn't it just be based on the calculations it was input with?
An odometer is.
No, they were backing it up with radar.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Yeah.
this thing called-
Or they could
Yeah,
just.
obviously, but to check with radar, that's going to be something they have to ask the ground.
You can count tanks of gas. All right, here we go.
You could do it by the
set the trip odometer.
field of view of the Earth. Actually.
All right, and this, yeah.
What about a mile
Just-
marker?
Okay, as bad as you're thinking it is now, as bad as you're thinking it is now, it's actually worse. Just
Now,
watch.
God damn it!
As far as
All right,
the
let's watch it through.
Wait, Tornado. Let's let Tornado finish.
Yeah, as far as the geometry thing goes, if you're 250 miles up, no matter how wide angle of a lens you use, you will not be able to see the amount of the Earth that you're actually seeing from the view of that window. It would be impossible.
Yes, Phil. Worse.
Physically impossible. So the only way for that camera angle to get that size of the Earth and to see that much of the Earth would be to be the distance that they claim to be from the Earth.
All right.
Or to be farther, but zoom in.
Harry says roll film. Here we go.
And NASA was running a simulation program.
Uh-huh.
After which one of the controllers said,
Wait, hold on. No. Stop that right now.
Yeah.
A simulation. They're running a simulation program in 1969.
Yes, that's precisely what was said.
Simulation program. I wrote a program in Python the other day. It does some calculations based on if you have, say, a ball drop from some altitude, and it takes into account the gravity, the buoyant force, and the drag acting on the object. And it takes a fucking minute to load. And you're telling me in 1969 they have a physics simulation? And remember, this is when a computer was generously the size of our big room. They have a physics simulation, which is doing what is it fucking modeling Apollo 11? Because that would you need a fucking supercomputer for that shit.
Copernicus Thinker has it figured out. I'm surprised we didn't catch it earlier. When NASA had their fully functional holodeck program in 1969.
Evidently so.
Yeah, all right.
They had blackboards back then. That's all they needed.
Yeah, that's true, I guess. But
It's stop motion animation. That's what he means by.
Hey, we had color TVs back then.
All right, let's see what we got. Here we go.
Between an actual flight and a simulation on the computers. So just as they had fake pictures of them on the moon, they had fake data. After all,
allegedly,
all it is a computer screen with numbers on it. And if they say the temperature of Saturn is
I can't see any
degrees,
numbers.
then it must be 15 degrees because there it is.
Hold on,
on
pause.
the computer.
We are paused.
It's only a computer screen with numbers on it. If it's a simulation output, you're going to have something to view said simulation. If not, we're not going to be able to get the footage that we had if it's purely simulated.
Allegedly.
Apparently, if you zoom in on this picture of the Earth far enough, you're going to see some ones and zeros.
I'm guessing.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, so that's how they do pixels.
Apparently.
Yep.
Good to know.
Yep. Here we go.
Screen. And so what they had was these programs that they rehearsed the moon landings, and it would tell them how far the spacecraft is away. They're approaching the moon, the altitude above the moon,
Drink.
and their descending altitude.
All right.
Okay, buddy. 1, citation needed. 2, the most advanced, we didn't even have video games that were capable of simulating any of that. I mean, we didn't even have asteroids then. And you're
Pac-Man was
expecting-
revolutionary.
Yeah, Pac-Man itself was revolutionary, and you're saying we had stuff to do that back in 1969 when that technology didn't exist? We had the technology to go to the moon, but not the technology to fake going to the moon. It wasn't possible.
But Tornado, think about what the military could have had 20 years ago, or even 50, when you have Kerbal in your computer.
Yeah, I gotta say, actually, Tornado, that's a really good point. Like he's saying, on one hand, he's saying the technology is so primitive that we couldn't have gone to the moon. But the other hand, he's saying the technology is so advanced
we had
that
a
we're perfectly
holodeck.
capable of faking going to the moon.
So advanced, we had a holodeck.
So basically what he's saying, he's double speaking at this point. He's saying
Yeah, exactly.
on one side, we don't have the technology to go to the moon. On the other side, he's saying we do have the technology to fake going to the moon. So which is it, asshole?
Oh my.
Like at this point, why use the technology to fake it? Why not just do it?
It'd be cheaper.
Indeed.
Yeah, I mean,
All right.
They built the whole. I mean, they even conspiracy theorists will say that they actually built the actual rocket and launched the actual rocket. Apparently, it just didn't go to space or whatever. But they still built and launched the damn thing.
Yeah. All right. Let's see. Bo, what do you got?
Tornado poked Dave again. Never mind.
It's not my fault. Hey, Dave, don't get mad at me. It's not my fault he's so damn smart. All right. And here it comes. And it's
oh, good lord!
It's
Paris has moved on to key. So yeah, she's a little lit.
Oh my!
And a little lit.
And giggity. Here we go. Moving on.
I'm fine.
I don't know what language that is.
All right, moving on.
I
All
don't
this
think you
was
can
simply
sneak in a
based on
little
clock
beginning.
time of the scenario. And Neil Armstrong
I'm waiting for
did
the
not want to
punchline here.
contradict the
I'm still waiting for the
NASA
fucking
program.
document.
That's why he asked, how far out do you have us? And he just parroted it back to them. Now, what this really is a circular window of the spacecraft.
Yes, that's
And
true.
they have actually, this is the real location of the camera. This is with the lens zoomed out, and this is a part they didn't intend to show. But if you can
It's sure
imagine,
is located
this
on the
person's
spacecraft.
Yeah.
Listen to your book.
Yeah, this is.
Oh,
This.
hey, pause. By the way,
We're paused.
yeah. Just to let people know, guess how they actually made recordings of the stuff. You know, the video feeds from the from space and the moon.
He already said it. CGI.
Analog. The same as the rest of the technology. Analog.
They couldn't record it on videotape. I can't remember when they invented the reel-to-reel video recorder. But actually, back in the day, just a fun fact, consumer video reel-to-reel tape recorders were a thing. I think it was, 4-inch reel-to-reel tapes? Ridiculous. And it was only in black and white. Anyway, they had to point, film cameras, literal film cameras at the screen, at the monitors, using cathode ray projectors in order to record stuff. Guess why this looks so distorted and color faded and all that shit? Might it be artifacts of the, let's call it the transfer method?
Yeah, well, and that
probably
indeed, and understand why they had to do that at the time. It's no great mystery. It's no great secret, and yet
it isn't.
And all right, and it looks like Sean has something to add. Sean, what do you got?
I made a prediction early on. I supported that prediction later on. 31 minutes. Where exactly are we in video?
Let's see.
You don't want to know.
We're now at 24 minutes, and there's been 16 words about the original document, none of which disclose the content. Anyway.
So we're about halfway through then.
Yes, we are.
Could we advance forward till we hit the document?
Not till you see this.
So,
Not till
okay,
you.
we won't see it then.
Yes, I really isn't hard to put on this.
Well, I see that which this was culled from. I have seen. I've not seen this video, but I've seen that from which it is culled. So here we go.
That from which it is culled.
Yes,
I'm just saying that with all the stuff I've been doing in the background, my brain is goo.
Okay, Sean. Sean, don't. First of all the stuff we've been doing in the foreground has made our brains goo.
Yeah, but you're not looking up. You're not looking up for dishonest phone valor.
Aren't we?
Everybody I've done.
All right, let's move on.
Oh wait, no, I told.
Here we go.
It's not in front of the window. Sorry, I didn't have this picture prepared, but basically you'd have a circle Earth with black all around it. They're trying to convince you see, they're halfway to the moon. Now, halfway to the moon would be completely on the other side of the radiation belts, which NASA just admitted in 1997 that the space shuttle crew, 620 miles away from it, knows more about it than the Apollo astronauts who allegedly went through it.
Drink, asked and answered.
Yeah, he asked and answered,
answered.
But why the hell is he talking about that? He did not finish the story about this picture of the Earth through the goddamn window. Jesus.
Oh, gee, I wonder if that was on purpose.
It's like he can't hold a contiguous thought. What the hell is going on? All right, here we go.
Yeah, going back to it, still has it on screen at least.
The camera is actually in the back of the spacecraft, and they've turned out all the lights and blocked sunlight from entering the windows, so the foreground is pitch black. What's over here is the panels of the inside of the spacecraft in Earth orbit. This is
They are in space.
I don't think they weren't in Earth orbit at this point. All right, here we go.
I mean, I guess the technical
they were halfway out.
I mean, they're still going around the Earth, I guess, technically.
Now this would have been when we were in the big S curve, wouldn't it? Well, anyway.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. Let's let it go.
A colleague of mine, David Percy in England, he believes they used a transparency, kind of like a positive slide.
I don't give a.
I don't care what he believes. I see the show.
Yes, quite true. Tornado, what do you got?
You called it transparency slide.
All right.
Transparency. Well, that doesn't even. I'm trying to think about, because I've worked with analog film a little bit, and I don't even know what he's talking about.
How is that?
I'm gonna buzz you here, Hillo, because I don't think you're Hillo. You either hit puberty or you got a different mic.
I did, in fact, get a different mic.
Yeah, it's definitely, your voice is different.
Believe me, puberty is still yet to come.
Yeah, Hillo, do you know how?
Oh, I see what you did there.
Sorry. Do you know how to make stop motion animation with a film camera? With the still camera.
Yep.
Yeah, more or less.
It's basically what we're talking about here, really. Just with film instead.
There's more. All right.
Oh no.
Let's here we go. I'll just say at some point lights are going to come up and then all kinds of claims are going to be made. Here we go.
I need a pacifier.
Had it backlit by Earthshine. I'm not sure which it is, but I've never seen cloud patterns go completely across the Earth in any satellite picture I've ever seen.
Drink.
Yeah.
Actually, I remember Cool Hard Logic answered this one ages back. It's like, sure, but I bet you also don't have a field of view where you can see a huge portion of the Earth like that, and only the really smart kids get to go up into space.
Yeah, and
it looks fake, so it must be fake.
And this is not a view of the entire planet. All right, Tornado, what do you got?
Oi, you asshole!
Oh my!
Have you ever looked at a picture of Himawari 8? Himawari 8. Enough said.
You've activated Sean's trap card.
All right.
No, it's fine.
You know.
Hey, but at least it was super effective.
Oh, that's ooh, you're mixing your metas there.
Hey, there's a Pokemon card game, so shut up.
I get it. I know.
I got nothing. All right, moving on.
So it looks like the proportion is off here.
Yeah.
They had a little crescent piece of black material which they inserted here, and that made it look like the Terminator.
Actually, it was a trick. See, what they did is they had it so the sun was shining on the other side. Those tricky bastards.
their line.
Yeah, they
actually filmed.
Now here's an outtake.
What the fuck? I mean, yeah, they filmed the whole Earth and then decided, you know what, this fucking half of it just needs to be in darkness for some goddamn reason. Like, fuck that half in particular.
Could you imagine the people on that side of the planet when they the people on that side of the planet when they wrapped it with felt? Jesus, how did they breathe?
You know what? The weird part here is
what the weird part.
The way to do this in real life, with a still photo at least, is one of the most simple things you could possibly do with a film, a slide projector, and photographic paper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
it's easy to do. If they wanted to fake something, well, they would probably choose something that would be.
I mean, yeah, exactly. If you want to fake that particular part, it's actually depending on exactly what you're working with. You just do something called dodging and burning. You just either you're specifically overexposing or underexposing a particular part of your footage to make it appear to either increase contrast, basically, so you can make parts appear darker or lighter as you'd like.
It's even more simple than that, actually.
Well, I know. I'm saying, yeah. I'm saying apparently this guy, what he thinks they did is they shot the whole Earth and then did some sort of manipulation to make the dark half. Yeah, and that's a dark room technique, not a filming technique.
Exactly. It's a literal piece of cutout paper or whatever, and you just wave it around the place where it's supposed to be dark. While, exposing it. It's so freaking easy.
And
it's also easy to prove that it's
been done. Yeah. Jen, what do you got?
There's also no reason.
Well, if you go back into the like in a planetarium moon records or something like that, you'll learn that at that time in 1969 the moon was at was it a crescent? I forget exactly how much of a crescent. And if you look at the picture of the Earth and you know that the moon was in a crescent where they're going, it all kind of looks like it's in the right positions to be partial Earth because you're coming around the side and not having all front face on.
Well, see, there's your proof. They made it look exactly as it should look. See, there's your proof.
Yeah,
conspiracy.
It's obviously fake.
Well, yeah. All right. Anyway, okay. And here's more. Now, look. I there may be a letdown here because this person seems to jump around so much. He may cut this off in the middle and start talking about ostriches instead.
It'd be more entertaining than waiting for this document.
Yeah. All right. Here we go.
That'll never arrive.
It's in
Can
front
you
of the window.
imagine
Now
what that would
again,
do to this video?
the camera is supposed to
Seven
be
messages.
the lens of the camera is supposed to be at the glass of the window.
Where does it say that?
So it's physically impossible to get between the lens and the window, or between, the Earth. There's no way unless you're outside the spacecraft without a spacesuit on. As you can tell, this is the guy's arm. Here's his hair on his arm. This was an outtake, which they never showed. We got the unedited.
Maybe this footage is so goddamn blurry, but I can't see a thing.
Yeah, it's a. Yeah, all right. Tornado, what do you got?
Or maybe one of them bumped the camera. That's a simpler explanation.
Also a possibility.
That's so simple it couldn't possibly be it.
I don't even see what he's talking about.
But wrapping the Earth with felt. All right, moving on.
And it shows.
Get to the end of this. Come on.
You
stole.
Faking.
It's not your video. Get to the end of it.
Additionally, and I should have had this queued up too. If you give me a moment, maybe I'll find it.
Oh, you bastard! See, I knew it. Ostriches. Ostriches. Sean, you've seen this. You've seen the video from which this comes, right? Where the lights come up and that's look it's he's not going to play the end of it, bastard.
Let me guess. This is an extremely shortened version of the original video. This is a 10th of the length of the original video.
Possibly. At least the original one was a little better at saying, "Oh, look, respect my conspiracy." This one, it didn't. It showed a bunch of stuff that was inconsequential compared to the original claim of that video.
It's not. It's irrelevant. He's just like, so we're talking about the Van Allen belts, and so I can understand as because you have the paper is that it relates to that. I understand him giving a little bit of a description of what exactly that is, and the guy behind it. But then he's going off like, by the way, also this other completely unrelated footage with this window. Like, what the fuck?
Ostriches. I told you.
It's not even in the same ballpark.
Yeah.
The only similarity is that it is an Apollo mission.
It's a simple gerund delay tactic of putting in as much filler as possible before the title of your video actually becomes relevant.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah, misdirect right before you pull out the worst lie you could.
Is it just me, or is he not yet made a point?
No,
All right.
no. That is that you
You
are.
just go claim. This guy thinks that claim. Blah blah blah.
Yeah. All right.
Some fuckery. Yeah.
Here we go. More crap.
We hear this clandestine third party of audio on the tape as well.
Clandestine?
I'll pause it here and I'll cue it up for you.
Clandestine?
Here's a clip from a funny thing happened on the way to the moon. And
Oh my God.
This is the shot.
It's a
of
YouTube video. Wait, hold on.
the Earth
No, there's
floating
so
in
many
space.
YouTube. We're making a YouTube video of him, of his YouTube video of him showing a YouTube video of a movie. The quality. I honestly, I literally, is that the Earth? I literally cannot fucking tell. But the quality is so bad on my end.
It
is. Hey, I just cracked my chin on something really hard. Because that feels better right about now.
we can at least give him this. He's not recording his monitor with a frickin' camera.
Okay, granted, it could be worse.
Shaken and out of focus. That
All right.
at least.
All right, here we go.
Blackened walls of the spacecraft, and here's a circular window with either the part of the Earth outside of it or a transparency of the Earth over it, and this little crescent piece of cardboard.
At least
slid
artifacts,
into
you
it, looked
fuck
like night and
nuggets.
day.
Hey, only part of the Earth is
Then
outside that window. The
sound
rest of it's on the
professional
inside.
Filmmaker.
At least these circles.
It was
At least
the
these circles in focus.
inconsistencies of the lighting that made me realize that the film was shot in a TV studio rather than on the surface of the moon. However, this particular shot,
you know the
30 seconds or so of the good takes that they aired to the public, I thought looked extremely convincing. It would have fooled me unless I had received the unedited version of all the behind-the-scenes outtakes. They're also talking about how they're faking the shot. They're talking about how it's going to be used for playback later, even though they claim that the pictures were live. Now, if they're halfway to the moon, and especially this old analog radio equipment, it's going to take about 2 seconds for the radio signal to reach them. They reply in about 2 seconds to go back.
Oh God, I remember Thrive and Survive messed this up terribly.
If NASA says, hey, the TV picture looks great, and Neil Armstrong immediately says, hey, glad to hear that, there should be a 4-second delay. So
Wrong.
if he
No, there
responds
shouldn't.
too soon because he's actually in Earth orbit.
In order to get that 2-second delay, they have to be farther away than the moon.
All right, and Tornado has something to add as well. Tornado, what do you got?
Yes, actually, that is, you missed something there, Sean Hufford, because the astronauts can, if the guys are saying something, then it's going to take 2 seconds for the reply to reach them. But when the reply reaches the astronauts, they can immediately say, "Oh, great!" So it's back and forth.
But again, he's still saying a 4-second delay, which means that he's trying to imply that they're twice as far from the Earth than the moon is.
That's bullshit. If I remember correctly,
NASA did say that there was a 4-second delay in communications when they were on the surface of the moon. In fact, the guy who did the video of the ascent stage taking off and followed it successfully did that with the 4-second delay in mind, without actually having tested or knowing about it for sure. But it worked out it worked out. The first one didn't.
If that's the case, then that's including the processing that's going on the ground.
Oh, sure, exactly.
So it's not travel time between Earth and Moon.
No,
It's
not at all.
only a second and a half.
Right.
Like that. Yeah.
Do you guys remember what I said earlier about not, being how they recorded the footage?
Oh, I thought you meant when you said this is dumb, let's not watch this. The other thing you said, okay.
Hey, that has been the most valid point of the evening.
Yeah. All right.
Now,
yes?
It was possible at the time to create a artificial delay on audio signals, but not video signals. They did not have video, they didn't have loop recordable. They didn't have equipment that could record and play back the same. Record footage, then play it back later at a different speed or the same speed for that matter. They just couldn't. It was impossible unless you used film and had a fucking quick development cycle thing. But they could delay audio by using glass delay line, but not the video.
Yeah.
So this is completely mute.
Also, if you actually do run the math, which I just did, it took about 5 seconds. If you the travel time from light to the moon, just talking about the travel time of light, is just under 0.8 seconds. So 0.8 seconds to get to the moon, just that alone. So basically, it would round up say 1 second to get to the moon. So if they're halfway to the moon, it just talking about travel time of light, or in this case, the travel time of their signal, it's going to be about half a second, less than half a second of delay.
I've had
And
worse
also-
being Quake.
It's pretty fucking quick.
Analog video transmission equipment and reception equipment, blah blah blah, actually has a whole lot shorter delay time than what we use today. I'm not talking about the internet. I'm talking about wireless transmissions of a wireless transmission of a video signal using analog versus digital, consumer versus pro. It doesn't matter. The analog stuff is a fuck ton quicker than the digital stuff we use today.
Kinda.
Well, don't forget now that they were not using the same.
Super chat. Good one too, Copernicus Thinker. If this vid doesn't improve, need Sean to do Bilu.
I'll just say this: Bilu was thoroughly trashed about 20 minutes ago. If we have to wait another 2 hours to get to this news document, yeah, I'm going to be trashed.
We can't have that.
I'm going to give it maybe 10 more minutes to get this document, because, dude, this is just insane at this point.
Yeah.
So, Sean, what you're saying is you're turning into Bart. In other words, trash.
All right,
I might as well. I mean, Jesus Christ.
Come on, Sean, calm your tits.
We could do.
No, they're not calm. They're never calm.
All right, we could.
But are they?
All right, we could, since this has been basically unrelated stuff. Let's let it play a little bit more, but I would not be opposed to the idea of a jump. So, all right, let's go.
Neither would I. Yeah.
Let's see. Yes, that thought did come to mind a little while ago. All right, here we go.
Bit only 250 miles above the Earth, then that's going to give away that fact. So he had apparently an earpiece in with a private channel of audio from the CIA or whoever who counted off on a stopwatch. NASA would ask him a question, 4 seconds would go by, and at the beginning of this tape, they
Okay, talk now.
Microphone on, and you hear someone
That would be the only way they could have done
it's
it.
crystal clear from being recorded.
What did somebody say? Pause.
Oh,
I thought someone called for a pause.
I didn't call for pause, but that also I just may as well add it here. That's a stupid way of faking that. Why not just have it so that he has a headset which has that delay built in, so you don't have that amount of human error of having to look at a stopwatch. Just have it just have his signal coming to him on a delay of however long you need, and then he'll respond to it on his own time. Doing it with a stopwatch is a stupid way because you're building in the any possible kind of human error into the mix where he accidentally if he accidentally breathes too hard into a microphone after only 2 seconds.
or somebody gets surprised and they react to it. Yeah,
a spider falls and
very
somebody screams.
Yeah, you could do a half-hour delay if you wanted to, just using a quarter-inch tape deck.
You missed what he said about.
we could move on.
You missed what he said about time. He said the CIO would be telling him to wait 4 seconds. I thought he said it was only 6 seconds either way, so that'd be 6 seconds.
Well, CIA or whoever, I think it was.
Yes, and I believe it was later discovered that it was in fact whoever. All right, so let's.
Was actually on the moon.
He stuffed up the time part.
Indeed. All right. Well, whoever wasn't too accurate. All right. What do you think? Jump or continue?
Jump.
Jump.
10 minutes? Is that 10 minutes?
Honestly, 10 minutes.
10
At least a fifth of what's remaining.
Oh, 10 minutes is a pretty good jump. So here we go to 30.
And allow for the 2 minutes delay.
Oh, right. Wait. Wait. Is that someone? All right, here we go. Okay, here we go.
Ooh, a new picture.
That's not a document.
There's a.
That's
also not a document.
Or maybe it's the biggest document I've ever seen.
That's where the document is. The document's inside there.
Many things are not.
Building, the
Many,
Masons.
many things are not a document. Rocks, sticks, spike.
I love the idea that we could have just basically paused the video and just jumped ahead in say 5-minute increments and made up this whole narrative about what this document is, where it's kept, and what it's about, and what it's doing.
Yeah, with this whole thing on silent.
It's a manifesto of a visit to the Blue Oyster Bar and making a lot of boyfriends and going out on a town or. I don't know, taking LSD or something.
Yeah, the document likes long walks on the beach more than anything else, really, though.
Yeah.
All right, and now see, just the jumping ahead thing. Although we did accomplish that, that's not the whole thing. We also have to hit play now. So,
do we though?
Man,
what omniscient force is demanding this?
I don't know, but anyway, here we go. Stuff.
To the moon.
To the moon! Alice?
They need to first learn how to protect astronauts from lethal space radiation.
Back to the Van Allen
Pretty
belts.
interesting.
Oh my
Because
god.
this is exactly what this gentleman, Kelly Smith,
Oh yes,
said,
this guy. Obviously, this was also filmed in 1958.
Okay, stop. Before we go on this little side rail again that he's already gone down once before. Let's go to minute 41. See if I'm right.
Inside limits, Delta X. What?
I told you there'd be a blackboard somewhere.
Yeah, and there it is.
Well, clearly that's the blue board, so you're wrong.
Oh, sorry.
All right,
they colorized it.
Super chat.
Super chat.
Let's see. Fourth Dimensional Jake, for $5, thank you very much, says, wait.
Wait. It's saying that they have been cleared of all charges. It was whoever in the observatory with the transparency?
Yes, whoever is in fact the guilty party.
Well, obviously.
Charged, but what's the frequency? Oh wait, it's just frequency. That's right.
That's all.
My bad.
Yes, many of them in a bag. All right, here's more crap. And take a look at the drink counter. How are we not dead?
Who is whoever?
I'm drinking tea.
Have you heard? Have you seen?
I want to know who whoever is.
They know who they are.
Yes. Well, they know, but they are not the guilty parties.
No.
Just knowing it.
They is somebody completely different.
It's
whoever is sister-in-law.
It's the whole you can't blame the chicken because the chicken saw the fox kill the other chicken. All right, moving on.
Well, back to who's
there's
on
a
first.
link to this video. I could have had it queued up, but basically, he says, and I'll quote him.
No, Brainary,
word for
not
word. He says,
whomever.
The Van Allen
Whoever.
belts are dangerous
is on
radiation, and we must first learn how to protect the astronauts from the radiation before we can send people.
Yes.
New technology. Moving on.
Yes, we do. It's a handy thing to do to keep people from being dead, and guess what? They do that. Okay, moving on.
And they were talking about
Yet another
going
case
to
of
Mars
apparently
and
this
everything.
being the stupidest conspiracy in the world because they can't keep their stories straight.
Chat seems to be talking about a drunk Karis. I apologize.
Well, I wonder why that would be.
Do we have one of those? Somebody check inventory. Do we in fact have a drunk Karis?
I just took a look at the listing, and I do in
We
fact
have
have
one.
one drunk Karis on storage.
One. Okay.
We have one.
It's in row. It seems to be in row. Row 69, level 3.
All right.
I approve of this.
Okay, Karis, could you say Vesta Freya's
Oh, no.
comment and then Tekatron's comment right after and do it? Say it quickly.
Whoever is
I want to see how
Bay's
much you
second
fuck it up.
cousin twice removed.
And the other one quickly.
Wait, where?
Tekatron's right on it.
Tekatron?
Right after
they
it,
is them.
I guess.
Oh,
and read it quickly.
They, they is them. They knew who they are, and they only way really, and the only way you can know they is if you are them. What the
Now we
fuck?
just need you to do it, 5 times faster.
No, I don't think so.
They is them. They know who they are, and they are the only way they can know if you are they or them.
Yeah.
She sells.
She sells by the seashore.
A whole lot more
She
sense
sells.
than
She
this
sells.
jackass
Oh my
did.
god. She sells. She sells.
On the seashore.
She Sells Sanctuary is a kick-ass song. All right, moving on. uh-oh. Nope, not moving on.
Moving on. No moving on for you.
Important safety tip: to not get dead roll film a minute at a time before calling.
All right, thank you very much. Well, see, we would, but all right, here we go.
NASA
To think
ask,
that 25% of
Mr.
that
Smith
goes
about
into
his
taxes.
remarks as a journalist. They would not let him talk to any journalists after he made
Siren
this mission
rhapsodies.
on YouTube as one of their projects of the Orion mission. The Orion mission was unmanned. It went up to 3,600 miles and it did a U-turn and came back. That means the intent of the mission was whatever was at 3,600 miles, which is well into the Van Allen radiation belt. He says they must first learn to protect astronauts from this deadly radiation, or he said dangerous radiation. Van Allen said it was deadly.
Oh, deadly,
before
dangerous. You same difference.
They can send astronauts through this region of space. Now,
I'm going to bet
unless
he said
the Apollo
dangerous.
Okay. We have to find out how to protect astronauts from this. Therefore, it's not possible. I don't see the connection. Maybe it's just me.
Didn't he
Honestly,
just
I feel
say
like this image
Orion?
makes it all very clear.
Didn't he just say that Orion has launched and went 3,600 miles and came back? They don't even have one done. It isn't even built yet.
Okay, so then.
I think he was just talking about the plans, or
No,
something.
they had their test flight. Oh, they even did a reentry, didn't they?
That's what I thought. Is they did a reentry?
Yeah, they haven't sent one to actually the Van Allen belt yet.
Super chat from Demonic Davros. Sai, tell me where the Batman touched you.
Okay, let's
It
see.
touched him right in his right in
the brain.
radiation belt.
All right, and all right. Wait. Let me check out this scientific diagram he has up now and see. All right.
Yeah, what is
Just
that
make it all
thing
very
from
clear.
a cartoon version of the Time Machine over there?
It appears.
Was
All
that,
right.
was that below the belt? That one, demonic.
You know, RJ be right all over this.
All right.
And to think what I mentioned in the live chat a long time ago about this jackhead. He's crazy enough to love smelling his own farts, and
I read that.
comparing them to long haul truckers.
Yeah, I read that
We're
one.
not all the way far. I mean, we're not far off.
All right, moving on. Here we go.
And went further into the future than we are today.
What?
Because they said this technology to protect you from the radiation is still yet to be invented. Then here's proof right now that the Apollo moon missions did not happen. NASA said so.
Oh my gosh! Let it go. Unbelievable.
Disingenuous pile of crap.
There you go. All right.
Shithead is the right
Go
word.
ahead, Tornado.
Yeah, you're saying because certain hurdles haven't been met now that, it could never happen. And never did happen. Hey, guess what? Again, I bring up the 4 T's of the Apollo mission. Time, trajectory, titanium, technology.
Argument ad nauseam. Move on.
Yeah, indeed.
What's your vector, Victor?
After we mentioned, look what Purple wrote. In 1969, we didn't have the technology to build a Van Allen radiation belt.
Hey, we totally forgot the rentigens.
That's true. That's true. You know, do you think NASA would have saved money if they just bought them?
Well, I'm just going to ask because she is in the chat. How much does it cost to rent a gen?
I was saying, sorry, someone already made that joke.
I charge
Chat
$200 an hour, and I bring my own clam.
Gotcha. All right. More of a, well,
Mr. Apollo.
Yep.
He said on camera, on the record, that the technology to protect astronauts from the lethal radiation of the radiation belts has yet to be.
Okay, see, the technology to protect the electronics in the vehicle that will fail and cause the death of the astronaut, that needs a little work. But that's he's skipping a step. Then skipping that step makes it sound impossible. So, all right.
Invented. Then we have James Van Allen himself and these newly discovered papers saying the doses are 2 to 10 times beyond that of a lethal dose.
Okay.
We have the fact that the space shuttle, when it went to
over how long a time?
And
yeah, exactly. You can't. Radiation in itself isn't just going to kill you because you make contact with it. overexposure is what's going to cause radiation poisoning, which is the dangerous stuff when you get cancer and other things. Other bad stuff. You can't just it's not
less speed on the roads.
Radiation isn't like a pool of water that you like dip your finger into and then you have cancer. It's not how that works. It's the thing that matters is how exposed you are to it, and and that what matters with that is again the 4 T's that tornado. So I guess the 5 T's.
The 5 T's.
Yeah, it's just like the consumption of dangerous chemicals. It's not the chemical itself; it's the concentration or the amount.
It's not the chemical; it's the dosage.
You mean like vodka? All right, moving on.
Yeah, like vodka.
Exactly.
Put it in terms you understand.
They could, detect the radiation as being severe from 620 miles away from it, much less in the middle of it, and they reported that the radiation belts were more dangerous than previously.
Is there an echo in here?
Now, if the Apollo astronauts
Just
were
in there,
they should do the
The Matrix is being changed like crazy.
Not people 620 miles away from it, which is proof they never went through it. All this was going on.
Okay. Go ahead, Tornado.
Argumentum ad nauseum.
That works.
Ad nauseum is correct. Yeah.
All right.
During the notorious Nixon administration.
What the
fuck? Nixon was known; he had a track record of falsification. In fact, there was an event called the Gulf of Tonkin incident. It later came out in I think it's the Senate Committee on Foreign Relations, that the CIA, the NSA, and Defense Secretary Robert McNamara completely staged an attack by North Vietnamese on the United States in order to get...
Except that Nixon wasn't president for that, and McNamara was Robert Kennedy.
Yeah, Nixon also wasn't president when specifically Kennedy started this whole moon mission thing.
And
Nixon more or less inherited it.
And
this guy doesn't even know how to do history.
And what precisely does any of that, even if it was accurate as stated, what precisely does that have to do with space at all?
Again, that's more poisoning the well.
I am nearly at the point I want to grab this dude by his collarbones and see if I can give him shaken dumbass syndrome.
If you shake him, maybe he'll vomit out the document that he apparently has misplaced.
He's obviously very fond of it. All right, Tornado. This is, drink counter 57. I don't remember. Do you have something now, or did I forget to clear the board?
I said argumentum ad nauseum.
All right, I forgot to clear the board. That's what it was.
Honestly, if the drink counter doesn't, if the drink counter ends on a number that is not Masonic, I will be very disappointed.
All right, we'll see what happens.
57 isn't Masonic.
I know, that's why I'll be disappointed.
It's the ketchup of numbers.
Let's make an effort to get it up to 66.
Well, actually, if you add 5 and 7, you get not a Masonic number. So
numerology.
Yeah, that's a good thing. All right.
If you pull a number randomly out of your butt, you can do whatever you want with it.
Sprinkle some
33.5 minutes in.
Sprinkle some frequencies on it. See what happens. All right, here we go. More stuff.
People mad at North Vietnam and demand that we counterattack because of this offense.
And Van Allen
In fact,
belts.
Here's a poster from that time. It says, blast them back to the Stone Age because they attacked us first. The fact is, this gentleman, as well as the CIA director and the NSA director, admitted, albeit several decades later, that the entire event which started the Vietnam War and killed
I'm bored.
tens of thousands of Americans. And
I wonder why they
many
didn't also
Vietnamese.
admit several decades later that they faked the moon landing.
Yeah.
If they're in the mood for admitting things.
All right, let's see.
I swear we can open an IHOP.
Phil Holland is talking about lesbians. I'm newly intrigued.
All right, then we can continue.
Okay.
Well, actually.
Oh, Bo has something. Bo, go ahead.
Yeah. Could we do a health check on Diana? We haven't heard her for a while.
Oh, good point.
Not just sitting here slowly.
She's around. I've heard.
I'm around here just slowly burning.
All right.
I just wanted to make sure.
That's good.
Yeah.
Always a good thing to do. Okay. And voice
should have perked up when Phil Holland mentioned lesbians, but it's,
all right.
The thing about this guy is that this guy missed the point so entirely that the point it flew right over his head, past the horizon, he made it all the way to the moon through the Van Allen belts.
It's very
He's
good.
starting to make flat earthers sound smart.
Yeah, it does seem to be going that way.
I love it.
I can't even agree
Alacanthar.
with that because he's not even saying anything. He's just
Alacanthar says, Karis Crane, I'm bored. Oh, lesbians.
yeah.
All right.
That's what it was.
Anyway, let's see. Voice of God, what do you have for us?
I'm just going to warn you guys now. We're actually starting to impede on IHOP copyright because we got a lot of waffle going on in here.
I have no idea what you just said, but it was amazing.
All right, so there may be a copyright issue. All right.
I'm making waffles.
Here we go. Not blue ones. Here we go.
Which got the public
God,
interested in the war.
Sorry, guys,
is
I had to switch
completely
to
contrived.
my speakers because
So
I was
here
having
we-
an audio issue.
Oh, so it was you all the time.
We're having one with this video too.
Yeah, we're hearing it.
Yeah.
And during that same moment in history, Dick Nixon
Blue waffles. I
and
can't believe
the
that.
people are protesting against the war. You know, they had signs like this: "My son was killed in Vietnam." For a war.
And this has to do with space
And so
exploration.
Nixon said
How?
the greatest
It doesn't.
threat to the United States.
He's waffling.
You guys, the Vietnam War
American
was well known
Civil
for
War.
happening in space.
So what better way
Right, yeah.
to have a pep
Waffle,
rally?
Oh,
than
he's gonna tie it together.
Something positive to think.
Video's on.
So if that's the nationality of a person, wouldn't that be the space race?
Oh, I get it.
The thing about the moon landing conspiracy is that
Hey,
it's the
wait
only
a minute.
conspiracy
That
that I
means
know
that
of that is
the Space
positive.
Force is
I mean,
an
whoever killed
an
JFK,
invasion
he's still
force
dead.
of the
Whoever
space
did
race.
9/11.
Okay, now tell me what the video just said.
Did you just
I can't-
keep
no,
fucking
no,
out
no,
the
no.
word 9/11?
Waffle, 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 waffle.
No.
Spinner.
No,
Waffle.
no, I'm saying, tell me what the video just said.
I can't.
Right.
I'm sure nonsense.
When the video's
Well,
on,
actually,
when the video's on, clam up.
he said nothing.
Here we go.
Guys, respect the clam.
Yes, when the video's on, clam up. Here we go.
3,000 people are still dead.
See, dead 3,000. We don't know what the hell that means.
You said 9/11 something.
Yeah.
But
Which also has what to do with space.
What's 9/11?
God, if I know. It
Apollo?
only happened, what, 40 some years later.
trying to tell somebody that this glorified event that they, pin their, academic credentials on or patriotism on, that it was completely falsified is like telling them that their team that just won the Super Bowl did so by cheating. They're ready
What
to
has
punch
this
you in
got
the
to
face,
do
which
with
is really
Father?
Now he's talking about the Patriots.
So
I'm going to take my glasses out because I don't want to roll
I am so bored.
Yeah.
It's 2 more hours before he gets this document. I'm going to go ahead and bow out.
We've got we're actually here's the time. We're at 43 out of 48.
Which means with the waffling going on, it's going to take 2 hours to 2 more minutes.
No,
He's
actually, with
not
the waffling going
wrong.
on,
Well,
with the waffling going on, we're just
everybody
gonna keep,
mute.
Done
we're
it.
just gonna keep playing the video and slightly over talking him as he goes. So it's probably gonna take us like 5-10 minutes tops.
Sean
Yeah.
isn't wrong.
'Cause we just don't care.
And you know what? Waffles is not all that bad of an idea, especially for me. There's an hour and 15 minutes until noon. I mean, lunch. Right?
Tempting me with waffles.
Martin Nielsen says,
Blueberry
"Tie strike."
waffles.
Oh no! Please let them talk over the video. Please, please, please! It makes it so much
Oh
fun.
no, and I want a nice, warm, buttery waffle.
All right.
Blue.
Here we go. We are within.
Strawberry jam on it. And ice cream.
Evil beware, we have waffles.
Ice cream or anything else I can lick.
Oh, hello. Hey, Diana, I think that was a hint at you.
Okay, then. We could manage.
How many licks does it take to get to the Tootsie Roll center of a Tootsie Pop?
3.
I'm not going to say what I'm thinking right now.
American thing.
You can think of
300
it.
to 370.
You know, sorry. That was what's the? Hold your head up.
Moving on.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Think about it. People have differences of opinions all the time. I like this team. I like that team. I like this, political party. I like this one.
I'd like to see a document.
But why do I receive such hate mail, violent threats, curse words continually for making this movie simply because I have a different opinion that the moon landings were staged by the CIA? The fact that
Here's something
you
I
get
didn't
this
prepare
rolling at the
earlier.
mouth.
All right, Tornado, what do you got?
Maybe the reason you get cussed out so much is because you're a pretentious prick and don't back anything you have or back anything you say up with, what's that word? Evidence!
Or
reality.
Or documentation.
What Tornado?
All right. Here we go.
Retaliation against simply a point of view, to me, says something doesn't smell right about.
Oh no, he's being so persecuted that
Now,
people don't agree with him.
Here we
oh, no,
are
boo-hoo.
again. 60 years later, they're saying they can return to the moon in 2030.
60 years later, still no document.
Right? And yet no one has been able to...
They're going to find the document on the moon.
With 60 years greater technology, and yet they did so easily in the 1960s with that antiquated equipment. The way I look at it is...
What the hell is that?
What the fuck?
Just like Lindbergh, 27 to 87, saying
Too bad
that
we don't
no
have
one was
Guy's
able to
view
repeat the
in
event
here
is
right now.
absurd. It's the same with the moon landing, saying they could go to the moon in 1969 in the first attempt, but can't go there.
Wait, hold on. Sorry, pause
until-
it. Can you-
Paused?
Sorry, I can't believe I'm saying this, but could you go back? I think I had my volume down low enough that I didn't actually. Like, why did he bring this? Why did he bring this footage up? I legitimately didn't hear what he said.
All right, let's actually listen this time. Let's
I've
actually.
got to complain about the flags. The Australia one should be over to the left more.
All right, we will submit that as soon as we're done with this nonsense. Okay, this should be back far enough. Let's let Hill listen.
Right?
Right.
And yet no one has been able to, go back with 60 years greater technology, and yet they did so easily in the 1960s with that antiquated equipment. The way I look at it is the South Pole is a good example. Just like Lindbergh, 27 to 87, saying that no one was able to repeat the event is absurd. It's the same with the moon landing, saying they could go to the moon in 1969 in the first attempt, but can't go there until 2029, 60 years later, it is absurd. The South Pole, which this is a picture of, has wind speeds, I believe, in excess of 100 miles per hour and temperatures almost reaching 100 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit. And yet, as you can see, there are bases there. Why are there bases there? Even though it's such a dangerous, deadly place. Because it's physically possible to be there.
Okay, kind of like countering your own argument before. That
Yeah.
Because it's difficult to protect everything from the Van Allen belts. Because it's difficult, that couldn't happen. But here, South Pole, because it's difficult, it's just difficult, but it's possible.
Also, this is, I think, something else that is to be something that's to be pointed about his entire argument is that the moment we actually do go back to the moon, everything he said here will be null and void just by default.
Yeah, the clock is ticking, isn't it?
Yeah, like there's certain arguments like that. There's certain debates like, was the moon landing a hoax, or particular flat Earth, that are going to be instantly dead the moment that space travel becomes basically more I don't know if commercial is quite the word I'm looking for, but more accessible and more frequent than it is nowadays, where nowadays basically you just have specially trained astronauts who would do this sort of thing, whereas in the future obviously this sort of thing is going to become less it's going to become more available, and the moment that happens all these arguments will be dead instantly. And I don't think that's something we take enough for. I don't think that's something we don't really don't really think about very often.
There's already talk about space tourism, and the prices of per pound of lifting stuff continues to drop. That the clock is definitely ticking.
Yeah, exactly. And also remember, something like you brought up earlier. It's like there's a plan to have like a dedicated colony, like proper on the moon within I don't know, that'd probably be maybe like 20 years or so. Like, and when that happens, like no one's gonna care what you think about about how impossible it is to travel through the radiation belts, because quite frankly, because actions speak louder than words, and you saying "oh no, it's not possible" is going to be
refuted
drowned
with,
out by the overwhelming sound of people doing it.
Yes, the refutation will simply be, "Hi, I'm here."
Yeah, basically.
All right, Tornado, what do you got?
I was going to mention, oh gee, Bart, way to undermine your point at hyperluminal speed.
Yeah, most definitely. Bo, Bo, what do you got?
I think I think ludicrous speed is more accurate.
Go ahead, Bo.
Light speed is too slow.
Yeah. It was. I don't know if we're starting to read Hillel's mind here, but
oh God, don't do that.
Beautiful segue to Hillel's comment there. Actions speak louder than words.
Mm-hmm.
When we're finally done with this asshole of a jackass,
yes,
I have the perfect edited video that we should watch before we go into the plug and plug section.
More video, really? All right.
Yeah, and hey, yeah, it's about Bart Seabrill.
Mm-hmm.
But you're gonna love it. Somebody made. I haven't heard the audio, but I would be surprised if it was made into a dubstep music video or something.
Oh my!
Only if it's played with everyone on mute.
Yeah, he gets punched by Buzz a lot of times in this video.
All right. Is it?
I just queued it up.
You know what? How about this? Let's finish this up and all go the hell home. We'll play more stuff next week.
Karis is literally whimpering in the corner.
Karis is saying no, but does she mean yes or does?
Don't cry, Karis.
When you say no, does it really mean yes?
Everything's gonna be all right. The bad video will end, and then we can all go to bed.
All right, let's do that then. Considering we're approaching hour 5 of this nonsense, so here we go. We are going to listen attentively to this fool, so that we may. Well, whatever. Here, I'm hitting play.
Wait a minute. This video
Mute.
flagged. This video's been flagged.
You what? What's been? Oh Jesus! God damn it! Okay, I direct your attention to the drink counter. This video's been flagged. That was perfect.
This video has been flagged.
All right.
It's not available in the UK. It's not available
in Australia.
In the US.
Oh my God.
There are 58 drinks. How? Like, what size of drinks are we supposed to be taking? Because
Come on, everybody, let's mute. Let's all go mute.
Well, okay. I will. If you really want, okay, I'll mute the audio on the video if you think that'll help.
Oh, we will. I'll still be breathing.
All right, here we go. Let's.
Like a Band-Aid.
We've only got. It's going to be over soon. Let's. It's 3 minutes, and still there's no document. Then we've been deceived. Here we go. Then we'll make the bad man go away. Don't worry about it. Here we go.
Paul Dancer will be out in a minute.
Here we go.
Go to the moon in the 1960s.
Show us the document.
Bases there by now.
I'll slap you.
The fact that there are not.
Hey, that's
is
fake.
proof
It's around the wrong
itself
way.
That it cannot. Yeah.
So clearly, they photoshopped in the dark side.
Well, Tornado, go ahead.
He's saying if we went there in the 1960s, we should be there now. If we're not there now, then it's proof that it never happened. That is a stupid argument to make, and it is precisely the reason why you are wrong.
Yeah.
The fact that we have retro reflectors there that we can use to measure the distance to the moon, the only way those could be put there is if people were there, or things that landed on the moon were there.
No,
the fact that you're saying
we know
that just because we don't have a base there means it never happened in the first place, that is that is an argument that can't. What is the logical fallacy for that?
That is the.
Stop.
Really.
As it happens, I just happen to have Poe right beside me.
All right. See,
What's the question? What is the argument? What is the logical fallacy that's basically saying that since it isn't happening now, that means it never happened?
I gotta tell you, Tornado. That's the I don't care what logical fallacy it is fallacy.
Says I can't tell if Karis is in pain or pleasure, and that makes 2 of us.
Could be both.
I think the real fallacy here is that we're not just trying to finish the video as quickly as possible.
That is one, and I will just wrap up this particular discussion by saying I sort of understand his argument because I went to Belgium in I went to Belgium in 1984 and stayed there for about a year.
Born in 19...
And all right, so I went to Belgium in 1984, and I've never been back there. Therefore, no one has ever gone to Belgium. I understand his argument perfectly.
Frankly, I'm convinced.
There you go. All right, here we go. Moving on.
A beloved scientist said, and a friend of a friend told me that he actually, nearing the end of his life, had doubts about the authenticity of the moon landing simply because
that's just that's just a lot. Yeah.
You slander his good name. You
Indeed.
Heathen.
That's it. Just plain wrong does not seem bad enough for what just happened. All right, here we go.
He repeated it, and here's something that he had to say.
Oh, so you can quote Sagan, but you can't quote the fucking document.
One of the saddest lessons of history is
I
this.
wonder why.
If we've been bamboozled long enough, that means fooled or deceived.
Oh, thanks for defining that.
Any evidence of the bamboozle. We're no longer interested in finding out the truth. The bamboozle has captured us.
This is hold on. This requires an actual drink for a moment.
Okay.
This is the same Sagan who made that famous quote. Not the pale blue dots. You can see that tiny Earth is just a tiny. Taken from that satellite near Saturn. It's taken back looking at the Earth. You see the Earth as a tiny dot suspended in a sunbeam. So he thinks that that's the same satellite, which apparently couldn't make it through the Van Allen radiation belt. Get the fuck out of here.
All right, yeah. This is all right. We're not doing too bad here. We've got like 3 minutes left. All right, here we go.
You said that 3 minutes ago.
I know. I was lying then. I'm lying now. All right, here we go. No, we are actually. We are at 45:52.
Don't tell me the time to play it.
Here we
I
go.
went to Belgium when I was 4.
You're really stuck on that, aren't you? All right, here we go. Moving on.
To acknowledge, even to
You were only
ourselves,
17.
that we have been taken.
Yes.
See that?
3 minutes. Show us the document.
He says a sad lesson of history is that if we've been fooled long enough, we're no longer interested in finding out the truth.
Like when someone tells you they're going to show you a document.
No drink. Keep going.
All right. Yeah. Absolutely. That doesn't need refutation. Let it go. Here we go.
The lie has captured us because it's too painful to acknowledge, even to ourselves, that we have been taken.
Yes, we get it. Come on.
All this is about pride. You cannot learn anything new if you're prideful. Pride is the unwillingness to be wrong, just as humility is the willingness
The projection
to be wrong.
is so strong.
Blinds
yeah.
people.
It's
That's
pulling
why
me
these
in.
People who foam at the
Projection.
mouth and criticism of death threats and things like that and curse words are blinded because their pride forbids them from seeing
Oh
the
no,
plain truth that
boo-hoo,
if the
people
moon
don't like
missions
you because you're
were so easily done
stupid.
in
Why
the
would that
60s.
be?
What drink? What? Go.
He's saying that the reason that people don't want to believe him is because they're prideful. No, it's because we can demonstrate that you're fucking wrong.
Well, there's also the refusal to hand over the document. He's been. All right, here we
Just
go.
play it by play it. Maybe he's hiding the document in the very last frame of the video.
Could be. Or we might have missed it in that 10-minute jump, but
I certainly hope so.
Yeah. Here we go.
It would be bases there by now, and it wouldn't take 60 more years for anyone on Earth to repeat the event.
Belgium doesn't exist.
Take 60 years after Limburg.
Lunar
flew across the
Reconnaissance Orbiter
Atlantic,
doesn't
so
exist.
much
I just
fly across
realized
the
I'm not
Atlantic again.
listening
By
to a
then we
word
had
this
so
guy
much
is
more
saying.
advanced
There's no reason to.
And we should likewise
Good idea.
have so
I'm not
much
sure
more advanced.
he still hasn't yet
rockets
said
and
anything of value.
spacecraft. If they went to the moon in the 60s, we should have been on Mars 30 years ago.
47. 1 minute.
Been to Mars, Curiosity.
1 minute left.
Opportunity.
1 minute left. No document.
From Mark Twain. He said
Mark
this.
fucking Twain.
Mark Twain. Oh my god, no.
That's pretty interesting.
There's another quote by Mark Twain. I think it was Mark Twain. Is that don't argue with stupid people. They'll bring you down to their level and beat you with experience.
Yes, indeed.
Excuse me.
All right.
Than to convince them.
Yes, tornado.
I think I know what quote Bart is going to pull out here. If I think it is easier to fool someone than to convince them that they've been fooled by Mark Twain. And my quote here from, if you're going to pull out wise quotes from people, then I'm going to pull out my own quote, and I have to sing it. You're a fuckface.
All right. God damn it.
Copycat.
Moving on.
Damn cool. That's pretty fascinating, isn't it?
That's fascinating. Give us the document, you
no,
bastard.
it isn't.
I understand that the...
Oh my god, I just thought of something.
No, you don't.
I just thought of something. Remember back in the beginning of the video at minute 2 when he said, there's this document by this guy and it says this thing, and then he jumped onto Van Allen belts? That might have been it.
I do think that was probably just it.
That might have been...
Oh my
It was probably
goodness,
just,
the
yeah, it was just a
Gorgon
document
Opposite
by
is
Van
naked.
Allen.
The Gorgon Opposite is naked.
Oh my god! Oh my god. Let's fix that right. Let's fix that right
The
now.
motto for this is unus quisque natus punctus est, which is Latin roughly translated to "there's a sucker born every minute."
Oh god, I was so hoping that you were actually not speaking English there for a second, because I thought I just had a... I think I was afraid for a moment there. I just lost the ability to comprehend English.
All right.
Sucker born every minute. Yeah, but this Bart asshole was born many times over.
There's a con man born every 5 minutes.
All right. We got like 30 seconds left, and we're not going to get the document because that thing 2 minutes in, that was it. When he said there's a document, it says everything's fake. That's it. That was a reference. All right, here we go.
Fascination is a marvel. With space flight, I used to be fascinated by it by myself. At the same time, as with anything overly adored, the objects of one...
Is this the video running, or is there a panel member?
If there's something I could say to this guy directly, is that look at this. Look at this. Behold, this is the field where I grow my fucks. Lay thine eyes upon it and witness that it is barren.
And feed them unwittingly false flattery that is sincerely mistaken as factual.
Sigh, I think you've broken Morton.
This
This
has
is
been
the
Brother
canvas
Bart's
upon which I
Conspiracy
paint
Corner
my
News,
fox, lay thy eyes
episode
upon it,
21.
and see that it is blank.
Are you prepared for eternity? Please tell your friends, share the link,
fuck?
give me a YouTube
Drink.
thumbs up.
We really need to
That's it. What he's saying? He's saying spread the link, give him money. How could he possibly call a drink on that?
No, what he just said before that.
Oh,
He just
okay.
said he went to, are you prepared for eternity?
Are you prepared for fucking eternity? Dude, are you prepared for eternity in the Van Allen belts?
I'm also
prepared for the damn document that you never came up with, shithead.
Where's the damn document?
That would be handy, wouldn't it? All right, now let's see. I think we've got like an eighth of a second left.
Is it my fault that he keeps speaking and I hear not a word he's saying?
No, the filter mechanism that everyone has in their brains, it has kicked in.
Yeah.
It is functioning properly.
Okay.
Yeah, Karis, it is your magnificent Navy brain protecting you like back in the Navy when you were drinking way too much booze
I
for
was not
2 people.
actually drinking in the Navy.
All right.
Let us. The speaker apparently remembers my recitation of Annabelle Lee.
Ah, indeed. Who does not? Who
Play
can
that
forget
beautiful Bo beat Bart footage.
Hold on.
Like this video? Check out my new Facebook fan page, linked in the description of this video.
No,
Like it if
no,
you like it.
no.
Thank you for your kind support.
A real paper document.
All right.
Shoot the video up for the
Go away.
No, there's no way.
Please, Isai, can you do me a favor? Tell me the name of this guy so I can know to avoid him in the future.
Super chat by Fourth Dimensional Jake. Filter broke evidence this video.
There you go. All right.
Okay, I just have to share his website address for you, just because you said what you just said, just to make you happy.
Happy Hill is good.
You want some?
Sorry, who produced this?
Huh?
What's the name of the guy who produced this again?
This? Yeah.
The Bart Shyster.
Bart Sebrel, yes.
I'll make sure to avoid as much. I'll be sure to avoid him and his content now as much as possible.
Yes. Well, now you know. Anyway, all right. So that was That there you go. I don't really have any more words for that.
I
Yeah.
want to see the Bart Sebrel punch video.
God damn it. it's probably going to be something that's copyrighted, and I'm going to get shit for it.
Nah.
I don't have the fuck. I just imagining it in my mind is bringing me great joy. I don't need to see it. I see it in my mind's eye. My third eye has awakened.
Excellent.
I don't think you have much to worry about, Sai, as far as YouTube is concerned.
What did I? You mean the fact that I bent them to my will earlier today?
Yes.
All right.
You own YouTube now?
Never mind. Let's just move on to Plug and Pug.
Yes, let's.
All right. Is no, wait. What do you mean plug and pug? Hold on. Wait a minute. We've got
If only I could have seen Sai doing that.
Wait a minute. No, that was move on to plug. That was Bart C rules. We've still got GTFOH show Moon Landing 50th anniversary.
Dude, I will literally fucking kill you.
Plug and Pug.
All right.
I will knock on every Doors house in New Jersey until I find the one which has you in it, and then I will kill you where you stand.
Who is trying to kill Paris again?
I was waiting for you to say, Sai, I will find you and I will kill you.
You killed my father, prepare to die.
There you go. All right.
You are bending people over?
I read it. Everybody read it. God damn it. All right.
I'm not on Reddit. Oh, wait, I am.
Let us, anyone that wishes to say anything about themselves, what they're doing on the net, off the net, anything of that sort, please buzz now, and we'll go down the list. It'll be cool. You'll see. 1, 2, 3. Very good. Let's give it some time here.
Okay, you're wasted.
By the way, I've been buzzed for quite a while.
You're not the only one.
It doesn't surprise me somehow.
No more.
All right.
Okay, no more caffeine for you.
All right. Wait a minute. What? Now we're down to 4. Somebody changed their mind. They don't want to say anything about themselves. All right. Oh, now we're back to 5. Okay, everything's good. Okay, let's start at the top of the list. It is the birthday girl, Diana. Tell us how cool you are and what you do, please.
Hello, ladies, gentlemen, and everyone in between. I am Diana Clarion, the Lavender Lady, now much older. And how the heck are you? I do a Sunday talk show, Coffee with Lavender, when I have many wonderful guests. And this week we are having Triatial speaking with me on leaving the Mormon Church. And this ought to be a very, very interesting show in the sense that she's going to talk about not only what she went through in the church, but has gone through getting out of the church. And it seems that it's not very easy at all. That's Sunday at noon Eastern. And in a few hours, let's see, it's, oh my word, it's 5 a.m. now.
Yeah.
So, okay, 7 and 3. So in 10 hours at 3 p.m. Today, I'm going to be having another birthday stream, which I'll be hosting on my channel, The Lavender Lady, starting at 3 p.m. Eastern. And just a little bit of fun stuff here and there, and just a little birthday party.
Meow.
And Sylvia letting everybody know that she wants attention, and she wants attention from a Tom, but there's no Tom here to give her the attention. And okay, that's pretty much what we've got going on. And I want to just say to everyone, thanks a lot, troops. See you on the other side.
And
thanks, Heat Shield.
Thank you very much. That was excellent. And there was one part of your description of your activities that did confuse me a little bit. You mentioned with your the upcoming show is going to be very interesting. Did you not?
Yeah.
I got very confused at that point. At what point did you ever do a show that was not interesting? I recall no such event. All right.
There are probably a few that are less interesting than others, if you go by my view counts. But yes, something I would like for my birthday as a little birthday gift. Could you guys please send my view counts a little higher, just for the heck of it? Maybe about 100.
Sounds good.
That'd be kind of nice.
Let's all do what we can. All right. Well, thank you again. And let's go down the list. And next up is Hill. Hill, tell us how cool you are and what you do, please.
Oh, I'm very cool. As you all can tell, I'm also the I'm the eye candy of movie night, obviously. And God, what am I doing? I've been putting this off for months now, actually. But I've been meaning to doing a response to something by Phuket World, who made some very wrong claims about the bending water test that Sly Sparkane did, and I've been meaning to do a response to that because I did my own practical demonstration on a little table that I set up, and I've been meaning to do a response to that. I just haven't gotten around to it. So I guess I'll be doing that in the near future, or in the very least in the future. So I suppose there's that to look forward to. If nothing else.
Indeed. Well, I do, in fact, look forward to that.
One more thing.
Yes.
There it is. Hold on. There it is.
What is your channel's name?
It's under my name, Hillel Finder. HILLEL space FINDER.
Aha.
There is a super chat from Hello. For all the years of stupid endured, beers drunk, and friendships found. Thank you to everyone who's ever been on the panel or in the audience, but biggest thanks to Psystrike for making all the magic possible.
Ah. That's nice. That's very nice indeed. All right.
If there's anything else that I had to add, it would just be simply clam.
Excellent.
There you go.
Well, thank you very much, Hill.
Old habits die hard.
Looking forward to that. Alrighty. And moving down the list, let us see. Oh, it is Jen. Jen, please tell us how cool you are and what you do.
Well, I'm caught in the heat waves just like everyone else, so I'm not cool at all today.
I'm with you.
Do stay tuned to Logical Troglodytes page, or channel, I should say. I'll be on an upcoming show. I don't have the exact date yet, but it'll be in the next week or so, with Dead Kennedy in space and a couple of other very groovy guys. I think Sarcastic Barman's going to be on there, and others. We're going to be just talking about generational things, how us old farts are different from you young farts these days.
Aha.
A friendly show indeed.
It does sound that way. Excellent. All right. Very good. And here's one I noticed before that I thought should be read out from our friend Morton. I say we take off and nuke Psystrike from orbit. It's the only way to make sure. I like it. I like it. All right. Tornado, if you do not mind, tell us how cool you are and what you do.
Hello everyone, my name is Tornado Pelt, also known as the Tornado in a Junkyard. I do various stuff and things, ranging from Psystrike's show to seeing whether or not I will get to that dissertation of Kent Hovind. Seriously, I want to get to that, and I'm going to need a way to record it, so that way I can read it off. I'm probably going to skip significant sections of the intro because, well, geez, the intro, I don't need to read off the intro because that's just all buy my stuff, and I don't need to see that. Nobody needs to see that. But if I do get around to actually debating young Earth creationists, I hope to do it in a similar vein that RJ does, as in Source Methods. By the way, buy his damn books.
Good idea.
So I like to do debunking of stuff on the internet, and I also like to do Kerbal Space Program, which is what I've been doing all day today, especially during the movie night, because it's the Apollo 11 50th anniversary. So,
and it's a way of staying sane.
So, for everyone here watching the video, happy moon landing day, and remember, this day 50 years ago, we took one small step for man and one giant leap for mankind.
Indeed, we did.
Yay.
All right. Well, thank you very much. And next on the list is our dear Karis. Karis, if you do not mind, please tell us how cool you are and what you do.
Hi, I'm Karis Crane, and I'm in the background with Sai doing videos and whatnot. You can find me on Twitter. Just do a search and you'll find me.
Indeed. Alrighty. Well, thank you very much. And
Besides my claim to fame.
Oh, and here we have a question from Purple Rhymes with Orange, which is a very salient question. Why does everyone celebrate the anniversary on the same day?
What anniversary?
all right, and now, oh Lord. Okay, I this name stuff has got to stop. All right. Next up, I don't want to say this. It's kind of in the rules, though. Bart Sabrel, tell us how cool you are and what you do. There, I said it.
Well, Bart is an ass jacket, but apart from that, sorry, I couldn't help myself because I'm, well, my hangover got way worse than it should have because of this crap from his mouth. No, Heat Shield, thanks for reminding me, or us, I should say, talking about buying people's books and stuff. Well, how about you helping out our missing in action for this weekend? RJ. I put his Tortugan WordPress thingy.
He
in the link.
is on vacation, going to a family reunion. He won't be back until August.
That is sad.
That lucky SOB. He missed this one. That would have killed him for sure.
Yeah.
Stupid. Wait a minute.
I wonder what rating RJ would have given on the Jaren scale for this episode.
Look at the drink.
Too
Paul.
many.
Yeah.
Very high. Very high.
Make one, Jaren.
This is we are going to have to formalize the scale a little bit. Anyway, alrighty.
We failed on this one, by the way. 62, not 66 drinks.
Oh, all right. Heck, we'll have to try and outdo that next week, okay?
Yeah, by playing this very same video again.
We'll play.
What the hell was I thinking?
Well, we can go over the 10 minutes we skipped.
That's true.
Yeah,
I bet that's where he talked about the document.
No, I honestly think it was that 2 minutes in thing where he said, "There's a document. It says everything's fake, and we can't do it." There you go. I think that was it. He never intended to produce anything. Anyway, all right. So, all right. Well, that seems to be everybody's. Nobody else with the hand up. Have we missed anyone? Because the buzzer is not perfect. Does anyone else wish to say anything about themselves?
What happened to my buzzer?
I do not see it. That's why I'm asking at this point. Please proceed.
Oh, okay. I closed the window. I thought it was still registered.
No, unfortunately, that may be the one that. Remember when I mentioned wait it dropped down to 4? That may have been that at that point. Please proceed.
Okay then. My name's Terry Davies, and I have a YouTube channel that's got its first upload that I tried to do the other day. I also have a Discord channel called The Aussie Perspective, which I streamed a second video attempt live as well. That sort of went okay. I apologise for the first one that I uploaded. It was an experimental video, but I had to give it a title anyway. But I seem to have nearly 90 odd views and about a dozen likes on it so far. So I appreciate that part of it.
Alrighty. Well, very good indeed. And, okay. I believe that's the end of the list. And, let's see. What time would it be now? I guess we got to bring on a pug, huh?
11:20 a.m.
Alrighty. Here comes the pug. Good night, all. Thanks for joining us.
Night, all kids.
Good night. Good night.
Good night, everyone.
And then let's keep talking as they play the credits over us.
Yes. Banter. There's supposed to be cheerful banter.
Banter.
We haven't even seen
Okay, cheerful banter.
Outro video, and it's already made tenfold the amount of information that the jackass earlier has shown us.
That's true.
Hasn't even shown us.
Hasn't shown us. Promised, but failed to deliver.
Terry, I noticed your accent. What part of Alabama are you from?
He lives in the Canada of Australia's version of Canada.
Ah, possum! What? Hey, Great White North!
Oh, I only need 5 more views on my first upload, and I'll have 100.
Ooh! Let's not do. There's more than 5 of us left here. Let's go watch it. Let's just watch after this.
Okay. I'll need to watch a Bart getting punched in the face for 3 minutes straight first.
Oh, Karis! Karis, are you not bantering with us today?
Banter.
Come on, Bondi Beach. It's lovely here. Banter. I don't know why I said Bondi Beach. I don't know why I said Bondi Beach, but I did.
Super chat, Copernicus Thinker, thank you very much. Are all flat tart vids but a dream within a dream? No, they're a nightmare wrapped in a headache.
Yeah.
Think Twilight Zone only 100 times worse, and they're real.
Oh no.
I like Doorknob Head's idea of bowling for Bart.
The video description of the Buzz Aldrin getting punched lots for 3 minutes is awesome. I could watch my hero Buzz Aldrin punch that guy forever. Looks like the moon isn't the only thing Buzz Aldrin has landed on. What a great right cross. And I use my music track as background sort of noise, so I would know when to stop looping it.
Alrighty, good night everybody. Thanks for joining us. We really appreciate it. See you next time.